Kad zapjevam partija mi sudi, neka sudi, pjevat ćemo ljudi. Ne boj se rogova ni lažnih bogova, šta nam mogu lanjski snjegovi. Ne boj se tragova ričućih hlabova, šta će crni oblak planini. Kad zapjevam partija mi sudi, neka sudi, pjevat ćemo ljudi. Ne boj se rogova ni lažnih bogova, šta nam mogu lanjski snjegovi. Ne boj se tragova ričućih hlabova, šta će crni oblak planini. Kad zapjevam partija mi sudi, neka sudi,
Roadcaster, give it a crack now.
Try Roadcaster. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Podroom TV. I hope to God you can hear me. If not, I'm going to keep working on this as we do each and every week at 8 p.m. on a Monday evening. Yep, worked.
We're working. We're on. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Podroom TV, episode 5 with Smol and Spolge. Another big week all over the world happening. Plenty to talk about. Plenty happening even as we speak now. We've got our friends and family messaging us saying that they're stuck in traffic on the way from Zadar, from Zagreb, from Split, from everywhere. There's a bit of a bottleneck even around Makarska. So we hope to get to speak with people as we go throughout the course of the evening. A lot of people have said that they will call in. They've all got the link. Fingers crossed they'll be able to get to us and tell us where they are, what they're expecting from the Thompson concert, where there's going to be anywhere between, what are they saying, 120, 150, even some reports of 200,000 people. It's going to be massive, a lot of excitement around the place. But welcome to the show, Spolge.
Welcome. I have to admit, I'm bloody exhausted after a very emotional weekend, I have to say. We'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. We a lot of events, actually heaps of events over this weekend, a lot of them soccer related, and also folklore as well with Mladi Hrvati this weekend. I think I was going to say the highlight. I think the low light happened on Friday for me, going over to Knight Stadium that day, and it was surreal. Standing there watching possibly the best performance of the season. Not only did these boys fight, but they actually had shape. They actually looked like they were they could be effective when moving forward. They were moving into space. There was players running with purpose at the back post when a ball was getting crossed in. They were run. It was a different world. And you'd say if that had happened maybe a few weeks earlier, you know, you'd go, well, maybe something could have happened. This season could have been salvaged. But the one thing that I'll never, ever forget, I'll tell you this, and the most surreal moment ever was when that final whistle blew, you could have heard a pin drop. And I don't think I've ever seen or heard anything like that at that stadium in my life, where people were just, I think, regardless of the fact that I think we'll come into terms with that was what was going to happen this season, but actually experiencing it and seeing that and being there, it was surreal. And you couldn't help but be moved. And then not long after that, language came out of you that you didn't know you were capable of using and whatever. And so, I mean, what do you do? So I did what any self-respectable Croat would do on a night like that, and was to stay there till 1 o'clock in the morning and get absolutely pissed. So I think that was appropriate behavior, and just laughed and cried and got angry with it, you know, so many people that you've grown up around and in and around that club for decades and decades, and you know, from people just being, you know, going to every game, every, you know, their whole lives, to past presidents and past players, and it's yeah, I don't think I'm overstating it when I say it was an emotional day, or emotional night. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it actually. No, I'm just thinking about it. Yeah. It doesn't matter. The club's still there. It's all, you know, it's all there. Everything's there's ways to continue on, but you just never saw or thought you'd see this mighty club on its knees like that. But we've talked about it before. We said no, there's a future. There's people getting behind it, and the club will get back to where it deserves to be, at the upper echelon of football in this country.
Yeah, so I followed up. I wasn't at the game on Friday. I couldn't get down there, but on Sunday, so 3 of the 4 Melbourne Knights NPL teams played against St Albans Dynamo NPL teams, the 14s, 15s, and 17s. So I spent pretty much all day there. Watched the 14s, most of it. Watched the 15s. Stuck around. The 16s weren't there, but then ended up watching the 17s as well on pitch 2. And there was a bit of a buzz around the place. It was a beautiful day.
It was amazing.
Saw a lot of people. There was a great attendance. And the kiosk, I think it's called now, just in front of the merchandise area in the administration office there was roaring trade, yeah. And pretty much all the boys from the senior committee. You had Tony Vujicic was in there cooking a grill. I reckon he lost about 13 kilos in that pretty tight space. Johnny Jurats, Milan. You had who else there? Steve Ormichel. Everyone was basically just jumping on board, helping out and churning out those cevap and rolls and everything else, egg and bacon, whatever they possibly could get out to the people. But look, there was a little bit of a sort of somber feeling, but it was also good to have the 2 sister clubs. You know, 3 derbies on the day. It was fantastic. You catch up with a lot of people. Everyone crisscrosses between clubs and knows everybody. So it was just good, and have a chat to people as well, see how they're feeling from Friday and what they're thinking about going forward. Yeah, and there will be a fan forum. I think it's on Wednesday. Is that right?
Yeah, it was on Wednesday evening. I'm not sure. I think it's at 7:30. Yeah.
Forum is coming up down there at Melbourne Knights.
I think it's only for members. I think you have to be a member. They will be taking names. So
yeah. So if you're not sure if you can become a member on the night and come along, and whether you have your say or just have a listen and put forward either your feedback or your potential to help. Everything helps, yeah, because when we work together, everything works. And in saying that, on Saturday night, in between, again, we were at the Children's Folkloric Zabava at Sunshine, Sveti Leopold Bogdan Mandic, hosted by Mladi Hrvati, with Hrvatska Zora were in attendance. You had, there was, everybody was there, basically, Zvonimir Lado, etc. Fantastic night. The sala was probably, I reckon the tables were up to about 3/4 of the sala, which was pretty good.
Not a bad feeling.
Your private chef catered. And we had the last man standing. So there were still a number of tickets left on the night. We managed to sell them all before the official. I think we started probably just after 9 o'clock, drawing out the names. And the winners from the evening were, and it was a pretty rapt individual who got the call. I'm not sure what time it was, 10:30, when we rang him and we put the microphone up to his phone. Rex Taumata, who works with Elena Mursha, who was instrumental in organising the last man standing raffle. I think he bought 4 tickets from her, and from all reports, according to Elena, the bloke's very hardworking, multiple jobs, night shift, bought 4 tickets. This is Rex Taumata, I believe he's Samoan.
Yeah,
he bought 4 tickets of probably the money that he may or may not had at his disposal. He got the $10,000 gift card of choice first prize. Second prize, Anton Tunjashevich and Mira of Penley Constructions.
Yep.
They bought 10 tickets. All fair. They bought one earlier, and they bought 9 off me at Strathmore split last week. So they got the second prize, $2,000 Good Guys voucher. And Martina Hristic, who was in attendance, got the third $500 cash prize as well. So, and then there was the other smaller raffle with donations from clubs and generous people. It was fantastic. It was a great night. We had Grupa Accord. We even had Kata Jurjevic got up and sang as well, joined the boys that were up there. Little Tomislav Kvesic on the squeeze box, becoming an absolute sensation. I don't know how many greenbacks he had in the accordion there, but he was doing a raging piece. But it was a great night. It was a great night.
Deserves it as a musician. Yep, I back that. Yep.
And the folklore, but what we did talk about when we had the folkloric festival and you had it in a separate venue, which was in that concert hall, and everyone was quiet, everyone was respectful. Look, at times there was a little bit of background noise, I suppose. It's a big sala. You got 300, 400, 500 people. You got the kids trying to do their best and promote their culture and show what they've learned. But as people, that's how we are. It's a flat surface in the sala, and some people got a bit noisy, but in the end, everyone quietened down, and there was a great performance there. I believe they were from Zvonimir the Rajanats Kolo, where it's no music, so you need full attention, full quiet, and they were absolutely fantastic. They performed it at the Folkloric Zabva, and they also performed it on Saturday, and it's absolutely amazing what they have managed to learn. I was speaking to Bruno Kozul yesterday and Darren, who are from Rajanats, and I said, these girls, teenage girls, it might be some that might be in the early 20s, but they didn't look particularly old. Very, very difficult colour to learn. And when I told Mr. Bruno Kozul, who's now well into his 80s, that they danced dance of his cello, he was absolutely gobsmacked. So I've got to get some footage and send it through to the people that are from Rajanats to just show how difficult and how well they performed it so well on. And kudos to everyone involved down there at Zvonimir.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
Now, Hrvatska Zora, on another note, they will have more details to come, but it did pop up on Instagram today, 4th of October. Their anniversary Zabava will be coming up here in Melbourne. And I've got a whole lot of other flyers that have been sent through during the course of the week. So from Western Australia, we've got the 30th anniversary OLUJA function, Saturday, August 9th, this Saturday, WA Croatian Community Centre, doors open 6:30, entertainment by Laganini, performance by Hrvatska folklorna grupa Zagreb. Special guests will be some veterans from back home. Dinner's included, and you can see the prices there, adults 70, pensioners 60, children 5 to 15, 40. And who the guests will be, we're honoured to welcome special guest veteran Zoran Maras, Honorary President, Association of Special Police, and Siniša Troha, President, Croatian Gardijske Brigades Union. Their stories will inspire and remind us why we honour this day, and we will be honouring this day literally overnight, going into the 5th of August tomorrow. It's a massive day in the history of our country and our people. So if you're out there in Perth, get down there and support a fantastic event. Yeah. We also have, for you people up in Sydney, we're going to have a pop-up store coming from Shearer's Cupboard. Now, Shearer's Cupboard is run by our very own Anton Lovric here in Melbourne, son of Joe One Eye from Wednesday nights, doing an absolutely roaring trade with vintage, original, proper vintage jerseys, not those rip-off Jippo ones you can buy on eBay. These are the proper ones. He's been to my place a number of times and has purchased a number of jerseys from me. But if you're out at the Sydney, Croatia,
so they're basically oversized 90s ones that we can still fit into.
Exactly right. And we're in the 90s. We're in a 90s theme. So I'm dressing up how I used to dress in the 90s.
That was going to be my question.
So Sydney pop-up sale at the King Tom Club from 12 p.m. Sunday, 10th of August. So I dare say there's a Sydney United game on at the same time. So if you're and the CSC Vintage, I believe as well. I'm not au fait exactly, but I'm pretty sure most of his jerseys that I've seen online are Crow jerseys, and I'm assuming they're collaborating. He may well be Crow as well, possibly from up in Sydney. But get down there. If you're a collector of jerseys, of vintage stuff, Crow stuff, or even EPL or any other clubs, Italian, etc., get down there, support the guys as well. And what else do we have?
Just in the meantime, you spoke about the Children's Folkloric Zabava. Rose came in, excellent night at the Kids Folkloric Zabava. Well done to our kids from Ladi Hrvati, Zvonimir, Zora, and Lado. They really did shine on the night. A big shout out also to Eric Deutsch. We did say hello to him last week, who helped us with the last man standing over at Strathmore and did a fantastic job. it's become a bit of a tradition there as well with him.
He did.
So
He was in the photo with us.
He was.
We updated last week, so that was a big one. But again, Velika Gospa, 17th of August, you can see here the Processia and Sveta Misa will be leaving from St. Albans Dinamo 8:30 a.m. Sveta Misa will be at 12:30. And then Ručak after Mass, $50 adults, $40 pensioners, $20 for kids between 5 and 12. And Hrvatska Zora will also be performing. You can call Lucia or Lucy 0424 379 446. And in other sporting news, this one came from Stella. Adelaide Croatian boy Brando Pericic will be fighting in Dana. He's a Dana White's Contender Series. I think it's on the 26th of August, Tuesday. Fighting against some bloke, Ellison. Looks like a bit of a mrcina, but we reckon Brando, who is, I think, from Dugi Otok, Porijeklom, even though when he said Pericic, I go, he's from Sukošan or Debeljak. But Dugi Otok, Australian-born, Croatian boy from Adelaide. We're going to hope to get him after the fight at some stage onto the show as well to tell us a little bit about his career and hopefully his victory on the 26th of August. But he says, I've survived everything that has tried to destroy me in life. August 26th, I'm taking what's mine. So, good luck to Mr. Pericic in that fight. And also, finally, the last man standing tickets. So there's been a few in recent times, but Melbourne Knights have now got a last man standing, which we gave away a ticket. And the winner last week was David Mlikota, who won the last man standing ticket. Thank you to Tony Topčić. You can see there, $10,000 prize first, $3,000 second prize, third prize $1,000, and then there are 10 lucky draws of $100 cash each. So you can get your money back, one of those 10 people. But again, get behind it. They sold a fair few tickets yesterday down there at Knight Stadium, Thompson Stadium. There were people, Dinamo people, everyone who was there that was able to fork out the $100. There were people buying multiple tickets. There are people that can do so, but get behind it if you can and buy yourself a ticket. Yeah,
they were selling tickets also in Geelong yesterday for the OLUJA Zabava that were happening at the Geelong Dome yesterday, which ended up being a really great event. Where Sam and myself performed, but I think the highlight of that was the commemoration of the actual event and being 30 years of that historic event, which is OLUJA, which actually started the days preceding the 5th. I know we always celebrate the 5th because that was the day when we entered Knin, but it was actually on the 4th when they started that, and that was really eloquently described by Australian Croat who had a massive hand in the war there, which was Steve Grubovac, and probably best known as Tudjman's bodyguard there at one stage. And really explained and he talked about the days leading up to OLUJA and even the weeks leading up to OLUJA and then what was happening during those times. And it was really insightful. It was so interesting, and you could actually hear a pin drop in there, and there was like 300 people in there. You know, it's almost impossible to get 300 Croats to shut the fuck up, but they did, and listen to it, and it was absolutely fantastic. And then on the phone, which was even more challenging, to listen on the phone, was getting the phone on the microphone, similar to that last man standing thing. They had General Bojnik Miljenko Filipovic, who spoke for about 20 minutes. About his involvement with OLUJA and all of that, and I'm telling you, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was just focused in and was just fascinated with the stories, and I think with time you sort of start not that you take it for what you probably do. You take it for granted. You do all those efforts that the soldiers and all these heroes and Te Žrtve and all that fought for a free Croatia. But then when you listen to what they actually went through and on all of those things, it's again, it was hard not to bring a tear to your eye, and just an amazing weekend. And like you said, the weather was fantastic here. And I remember the weather 30 years ago here in Melbourne was absolutely brilliant at the same time. It was exactly the same, remembering that. I remember my mum was in Croatia at that time, and she was with my uncle, her brother, in Topolovac, about 2 kilometers from the front line at that time, because we lived in Srpska Krajina. And just her experience there, everyone's got their own sort of personal experience there, but you're going like, incredible. But just remembering the weather was that one thing that funny, those little things that sort of click in your mind, and you go, the weather was beautiful 30 years ago, and it's beautiful again now. 30
I
years
remember
later.
listening to BBC Radio, which I did every single night and morning, and whenever I could. And the news came through. Croatian forces have broken through a number of areas and they're heading towards Benkovac or something like that. And I wake up with parents. They didn't know whether I thought I was talking shit. They go, "Što pričaš?" You know, it was like 2 a.m. or something. And they go, "Što govoriš?" I go, they've taken Benkovac and they're heading towards Knin or Brovac or wherever it was. And they couldn't believe it. Then they wake me in the morning at about 7. Es čujem, bilo na televiziji. Hrvatska vojska prošla. I told you this at 2 o'clock. They must have just gone back to bed. But yeah, just massive. And the sacrifice that people gave, obviously the people that were defending their homes and then all of the expats that went back and gave their lives and even foreign volunteers as well. There are a lot of foreign volunteers from all over Europe and all over the country. I'm not saying foreigners as in Crow that are born overseas. This is foreigners that is English and Irish and people who are in Foreign Legion and SAS and whatever else. And we've got maybe even watching in now, he might be on his way to senior as well, but Chris Smalic, who's living over there in Croatia. He's the president, I believe. Of
they spoke about Pokoni Ante yesterday as well. As and there was about 10 veterans that were there present as well that were from Australia and from Geelong, probably more specifically. Not all of them, but just to be there and just give them a round of applause was really brilliant. And you just look at them and you say, look, I can't even begin to imagine what they went through. And there goes Bobby. By the way, that Smalling's dog, Bobby, who's playing cameraman at the moment. But
scratching himself on a camera tripod. He's run. Out.
He's
Shannon.
Just their contributions to that. There was actually it was a beautiful moment just to appreciate them and the sacrifices they made. And it was a beautiful afternoon before going over to Dinamo as well. And Dinamo in itself yesterday was a packed house, literally. Massive crowd there.
Yeah.
I know that. Oh, here we go. I know they were saying there was 2,000 people at the Knights derby. I dare say there was more yesterday than there was at the Knights one. There probably would have been 2.5 if they're going off that, if not more. A lot of the Preston supporters came out in force and absolutely loved it because I tell you what, we were there till stumps and you can probably hear it in my voice. It was a very, very late evening, but I tell you what, some of those Preston supporters, and when I'm talking about Preston supporters, I'm talking about staff and people high up in the Preston organisation, stayed there right up until stumps and just had an absolute ball with us and appreciated good Croatian hospitality. And they were great sports and had a great time and danced call-outs and all sorts of things with us. So it was a great experience. Never just ignore the chaos that's happening in the background. That was caused by a very, very cute cavoodle. I'm like, oh, there we go. And anyway, but so that was a massive night there for Dinamo as well. Unfortunately, made me look like a bit of a moron saying that I predicted that they would make the 6. Albeit, I think it's safe to say that Dinamo are safe, so that's great. And in the meantime, we know North Geelong's gone up, which is funny because when you looked at it at the beginning of the season, I think everyone thought North was gone for all money. They're the ones who get promoted, and everyone thought, Knights are going to be safe, and they're the ones who go down. Also, another club. So it wasn't a particularly good weekend for Croatian clubs in Australia. Another club that's almost certainly going to get relegated this year, the Adelaide Croatia Raiders, who lost away to Para Hills Knights 2-0. What can you say? Just recently came up from State 1 in South Australia. We'll be going back down there and probably also showcasing how difficult it is to go down, come back up, and stay back up. And probably also showing the difficulties that Melbourne Knights are going to be having in the next few years, even if we manage to bounce right back up. But,
it's a tough gig. Though some people say that you need to double your budget to get back in, and what you were spending in the NPL when you go down, you've got to double it or significantly increase it to try and get back up because everybody's trying to get back up. And we've got clubs now that have been in the lower tier, like George Cross, Sunshine George, ex-NSL. They weren't a giant, but they were a long time NSL club who have spent a good decade or whatever it is in the NPL 2. But then you've got Hurstville Zagreb at the other flip side, coming straight back up now, I believe, highest place that they've ever been in their history with their win well before the end of the season. So well done to Hurstville Zagreb. And we'll keep tabs on everybody else. But no, Western Knights have been going pretty good. I've been seeing a fair bit of social media activity from Guelph, Croatia as well. They're very, very prolific, and I see a lot of their footage and games and everything else that happens. And I actually got to speak to the guys from Joka. If your jerseys, Guelab Croatia, are available for purchase, I'm all over it. Either the white one or the black one with the red, white, and blue sash across the front. I know you can buy your jackets and your vests and all sorts of other bits and bobs from the Joka website. If your jerseys become available, please let us know. No doubt you'll have plenty of buyers there.
Yeah.
But talking about sponsors, first and foremost, this beanie you can see right here, many of you may already have it. I'll bring it a bit closer to the screen. You might be able to see it there. Crowfire Food. If you've been on social media at any stage in the last couple of years, you would have seen Crowfire Food and some of the masterful work that they do in building outdoor, whatever you want to call them. The Aussies would call them barbecues or pekka, kumkumin, whatever it might be, stone. These absolutely ridiculous, some of the stuff that they can do.
Worth the Instagram feed alone, just see the things that they're
Exactly.
cooking up.
And then you see the people that they've built them for cooking shit and then showing what they're cooking.
Yeah.
It's absolutely ridiculous what they can do, and all those rotating grills and fucking chast.
Yeah. And they also incidentally had donated a lot of their stuff to Adelaide, Croatia for the Adelaide tournament, including a pekka and some stainless steel cookers and stuff like that. Absolutely fantastic and huge supporters of the community. They're not just there trying to sell their stuff. They're actually there supporting the clubs, making sure everyone reaching out to us, trying to help us as well. So a shout out to them. Yeah.
They have donated for this evening's show. 2 of these, one adult, one child size. So you can see they're fantastic, man. These are old. Have a look at that. You can't get better than that. I remember having these probably in the 80s, something similar to this. Mio Albert was had probably the best one I've ever seen, just the red, white, and blue and the old checkers in the middle. But 2 of these will be available to 2 lucky winners, one adult, one children's size. And then we've also got fairly unique. I think there might be more of a print of these. But the Bad Blue Girls. You can see this one here. You've got the Bad Blue Girls. 2 beanies.
It's very becoming.
They can fit an adult. And you can also see, if that clears up enough, the logo is the old BBB Zagreb logo with the bulldog, but instead of boys, it's got girls. This was made by the under-9 St Albans Dynamo team for their girls, but they have kindly donated, and thank you to Frank Ivkovic, who has donated 2 of those. Again, they will be available to 2 lucky listeners tonight. We just got to figure out what the competition will be.
Just remember that name, by the way.
The first, all right, we'll start with the first competition. All right, so for the first Bad Blue Girls beanie, we have been asked, the question will be, who is the coach of the under-9 St Albans Dynamo girls team, and who is the assistant coach? So we know it might sound a little bit skewed towards people that are frequently at Dynamo or possibly even have kids playing at Dynamo in the under-9s team, but
there was one hint.
May have given away one already.
Yeah,
so
you might get another. You might have another hint as well.
One of the 2.
I'm just gonna.
And you can also see a second hint. What's that say? Evolution Electrical.
You might.
So you've heard who's donated the beanies. If you know Evolution Electrical, you should maybe then be able to guess who the name of the assistant coach is. So if you can pop that through, what would be the best one on the? If you can comment on YouTube, if you've subscribed, great. Otherwise, you can pop it.
I'll be checking both.
On Instagram in the messages. You can
or in the Facebook
pop
on
it
that.
through.
I have his Facebook page
as well, and then we'll have a look at the timing. And when we run, hopefully that we run the interview with Robert Modric, we'll be able to then check and see who has won that. But the first prize, the first beanie, will go to the person that mentions the name of the coach and assistant coach of the St Albans Dynamo under-9s girls team, who have kindly donated those. All right, we've got
Joe
one.
Sladdick's almost there. He's got half. He's got one
Joe
right.
Sladdick's got one.
And he got, all right, no, he got it right in the end.
He got it?
No, he got it right in the end. There you go.
Joe Sladdick, winner, even though you can see the scarf I'm wearing here, Joey. It doesn't quite reconcile with this one. They don't quite match, but being here in Australia, we don't care if it's Dinamo Hajduk, Slaven Belup or Vukovar. We love everybody. Joe Sladdick, winner. I'll just put that to the side. Winner of our first beanie, the Bad Blue Girls beanie. Famous name, Joe Sladdick, here in Melbourne as well. And hopefully we get to speak with his son, David. He has been provided a link, and he might be able to log in and call us directly also from wherever he may be at this juncture.
And the answer, just incidentally, was Frank Ivkovic and Matty Sharkic.
There you go. 2 great coaches doing great things with the under-9 girls, and St Albans Dynamo, as with many clubs, are doing great things with our girls as well as our boys. So we sometimes tend to forget how important soccer is in terms of government funding and just community engagement. But when you see almost just as many girls running around as boys at a soccer club, that is absolutely fantastic. Because what does that mean? These kids are all together, and what happens there? They grow together organically, and at the end of the day, what do we have? More couples. We have more engagement in the community. Kids want to go there, whether they're going there for the soccer or for other reasons when they're already under 15s, 16s, 18s. Maybe they're going to hook up. Either way, fantastic. But you're in a safe place. You know, everyone knows everybody. Your kid comes home and goes, oh, I don't mind this girl or this boy or whatever. Who are the parents?
Yeah.
And then you just jump onto familysearch.org and you do a bit of a family tree research. If anyone's interested in that, I'm thinking of doing an episode about family tree research genealogy if anyone's interested, because I've got a fair bit of information about how you can trace your roots if you're
I think there's a podcast just in that one. I think actually doing a little tutorial on how to do that. I mean, you went into it quite deeply.
I did. I spent years and years and years till 1, 2, 3 in the morning downloading stuff. But again, it's keeping our community together, boys, girls, regardless of gender, etc. But Dynamo's doing great things in a lot of clubs. I saw there was girls teams playing at nights yesterday as well. Speaking to a few of the girls while waiting in line to get Shabab in there, they're just enjoying it. You see, girls enjoy soccer a little bit more than boys, from what I feel, and they're much easier to referee. I refereed the under-15s Dynamo girls last Sunday.
Is it a pressure thing, you reckon?
No pressure. Oh, for them, it's just fun.
That's what I'm saying. Is it a pressure thing for the boys and not so much pressure for the girls?
I think it is. I don't know. And then maybe it's the parents or whatever, but I just find that the girls enjoy it much more. The parents enjoy it much more, and they're so much easier to ref. That kind of you don't get called a cheat when you're reffing your own kids. If your own kid calls you a cheat after a game, then you go, shit, what's going on here? But but they're fantastic things happening there. So great beanies. We've got to think of a second quiz for
the Crow Fire food one. Well, no, hang on. Which one did we win? No,
so
that's not. We won.
First
no,
one gone.
So Joe's won that one. He's won the Bad Blue Girls ones.
Girls.
I'm sure he'll enjoy wearing that color. I'm sure it's very becoming of him.
Adult kids.
But the next one we've got to figure out some way. How we're going to give away that Crow Fire food. Okay, you know what? This is what I want to do. I want to know what's the best thing to cook in a pecker. And then we're going to judge and see which ones we're going to find tasty. So not just the protein, but the carb as well that goes along with it. I want to know. You get in, tell us a bit about the spices you put in that, and whoever gives us the best answer is the winner of the two beanies there.
Yep, the second beanie will be. Actually, we'll do the next beanie will be one of the Crow Fire food ones, the adult Crow Fire food beanie. So we'll tick that as the next one. Adult Crow Fire food, then we'll go back to the Dynamo beanie, then we'll do the kids Crow Fire food beanie as well. Now, let me just have a look. Anton.
Apparently, you need to get your brother-in-law to talk about family tree history.
Oh, my brother-in-law, which one?
That's St. Albans Saints Juniors.
I think which one? I've got 5 of them. So
Hobbit did say, yeah, okay, Mark Pollock, I like where you're going with this, but I want you to go deeper into it. I want to know what you're putting on there. It can't just be solid. You know what I mean? Are you putting potatoes on there? What other stuff are you putting in there? What sort of spices are you putting
marinated
Dalmatinsky Zarchini. I don't know. What are you putting there? You know what I mean? I want to get the creativity out of you chefs, budding chefs. This is like Meister Chef. Right? Yeah. So,
but Anton Lovric has sent through. So to give a little bit of context to that pop-up for Shearer's Cupboard and CSC Vintage 30th anniversary, Sunday, 10th of August, 12 p.m. OLUJA function at King Tom. Live music with Stona Sart, Stephen T. So it's Steve Timanowitz and Marto. Folklore dancing, authentic food, kids entertainment at the King Tom Club. 10:30 a.m. Mass will be at Sveta Nikola Tavelic in St. John's Park. Flag raising ceremony, and then the OLUJA function from 12 p.m. on the 10th of August. And then you can purchase and get behind the two groups that are selling vintage jerseys, original, proper, authenticated. Yeah, the authentic, because I've seen Anton in my garage going through jerseys and scanning barcodes and emailing people just to make sure that what he is buying is actually original.
Okay.
And he's giving me a bit to think about, because now I've got a half a wardrobe of just fake shit that I thought was legit. We've got now some...
Artichokes come in. He's all right. Yeah, no. Patka pod Beckham. Saxa salt. Why Saxa? You want to get... That's carcinogenic.
Oh, that's basically...
You know what? There's actually salt that we got from from, I think it's from Zod. I can't even remember what it's called. It comes in this like cardboard. Oh, I wish I knew what it was called or whatever. I tell you what, this thing's magnificent because it's done the old-fashioned way. Like it's done where they. Oh my god!
They go to the beach, they dry off, and then they just rub it off.
Basically, is what they do.
Basically,
What they do, and then they put it in a nice package. That's a really good. But anyway, the Saxon salt, paprika, and svinski mas. Svinski mas, absolute must.
Yeah,
Arte Župan is winning at the moment. That's for sure.
We use duck fat. Did you end up getting the patka? So the boys from Hrvatski Lovci were going to.
And I saw Matija like 15 times this weekend, and I didn't get it off him.
But the Hrvatski Lovci, the društvo, are donating us a stuffed duck.
Yes.
I don't know if that's slang in Australia for something else here, a stuffed duck. I don't know what that
means. Well, maybe it's that patka put back on.
Patka. And for that episode, it'll be called Patka TV, we believe. But we're waiting to put it up. You'll find room for it somewhere. So to the boys at Hrvatski Lovci, we're looking forward to that stuffed duck to be up on the shelf. But I must mention, this is one that I cannot forget. I've highlighted it. I've circled it. Yesterday, out at the Melbourne Knights, I bumped into a bloke. Now, I've played with some fairly decent players in my time. Yeah, I've played with Ivan Franic, futsal, the Victorian Premier League champions of 2005, I believe it was, 2006. Ivan Kelic was in that team. Ivan Tomic was in that team. Ante Višević, some of the best and brightest. I've played overseas with blokes that are Hajduk and all that sort of stuff. But not in all of my days. In all of my days, I've not seen a better set-piece specialist that can take a free kick and put it in whatever spot you want, and Tomislav Chavka.
Okay.
Chavka, remember that name, Chavka. Right? There used to be a Dr. Chavka in Melbourne, I remember. But Tommy Chavka, I seen this bloke, I think we were playing, I don't know, it was maybe a State League 1 opposition. These guys were probably playing for promotion into MPL. And, I set it up for him. I go, mate, Tommy, can I take it? We're sort of argy-bargy there. He put this thing, 90-degree angle, Keeper didn't move. Keeper went the other way. There was like a penalty. The keeper actually went the other way. Best set-piece specialist I've ever seen. And also he now owes us $100. He said he's going to give us $100 in sponsorship if I mention how good a player he was. Tommy Chavka, you is the champ. They're going to start a Hall of Fame here. Best players that we've ever bumped into in our recent. I've seen Ljubomir Lipsanski recently. I've seen Frank Juric. I've seen Mark Šilić. Vunka Buljubasic. We're sitting together on Saturday night at the Zabla. But Tommy Chavka, my goodness.
He's the man.
I've never seen anything like it. He was a freak. He was an absolute freak of nature. The bloke was never seen anything like it. But I'll send him my BSB details. Chavka very soon.
Here we go. Arte Župan, the Saxon salt for the win, the rest in the bin. But Narcella's come in to save the day. It's called Solana Nin. So it's from Nin. There you go. Honestly, if you're in Croatia now, everyone that is in Croatia, bring some home for your family. It's a wonderful gift you can give to your family and your loved ones and anyone that is close to you.
That's right. But we're just waiting on people to give us a call. We're getting messages coming through that either it's poor reception or they're stuck in traffic and really there's not much to provide us with. But we did get earlier. I did get a couple of short clips, but this is from Tonči Prusac. So everyone knows Tonči from the Hrvatski Vjesnik and from Dinamo TV. Sent me a clip of on the bus trip, I believe they're on their way either from Metković to Sinj or getting to Metković and then going to Sinj. But Tonči flicked this through just to see what the traffic currently looks like in Crow. So you can see there's basically, it looks like the Monash Freeway, or it looks like the Sydney Harbour Bridge on Sunday when the protest was on there. It looked like a Ludica up there as well. But Tonči, hopefully we'll get in touch with us. Ivan Jelic is saying, Paul, but I can't get reception. Daga Jebesh. So I understand, but if anyone that has got the link, because I did flick the link through to a few people, and a very prolific Crowfire food advocate, Kiko Čurić from Sydney, you got to see this bloke set up in his backyard. It's absolutely ridiculous. He's there at the moment as well, so hopefully he can call through. Ante Rajcic as well from Adelaide. Flicked one through to him. I'm waiting on my cousin Marco, actually, whose flag is one of the most, made the news over there. RTL, if anyone wants to see. If you haven't already seen it on my socials, there you go. NK Debeljak made it all the way to RTL and pretty much all the other television stations. So you can see Marco there in the middle, and just behind his left shoulder is Steve Dropulic, who was there from Australia at the Thompson concert in Zagreb. And Steve was kind enough to bring back this Thompson T-shirt from the concert itself and a couple of other goodies as well. This little bottle of anyone likes their antique palinquots. Got one of those there as a souvenir, and a big horse flag that he's brought back. Absolute massive one, hand stitched. It's pretty cool. But we get a hold of my cousin. They're going in a number of buses from my cellar, but no doubt every other cellar, town, Sokak, whatever you want to call it, is organising massive expeditions, excursions out there.
Well, there's everyone out there. Mickey Cholina, who's actually watching as well. He's stuck in traffic somewhere outside of Split, I think. Everyone on their way, I'm going, well, he hasn't even made it to Split yet, let alone sing. So I don't know what time he's going to get there.
But,
he might catch the encore.
Marco Butrac did put up, I think, that the concert's now been pushed out till 9 p.m. Instead of 8 p.m.
That's
so
right.
It's going to be a later start. But if anyone's up for it, I can, again, later on, if all the people that have got their links, 9 p.m. Crow time, what's that here? 7 in the morning? No, what's that? 5 in the morning? 9 p.m. over there, 3 hours, give it another 5 p.m. We can always, I'll just wake up, come downstairs, rack up a couple more palinquots and go live with people that are actually at the concert. If anyone's interested and is up for work and wants to watch.
Joe Slilich really wants to win another beanie because he keeps coming up with these answers. But when he came up, when I saw that he puts fennel in there, that was a big no-no. So you're out. I don't even want to hear any more answers from you.
What about Gershel? If you put some Gershel in there.
I don't even know what Gershel is.
Or maybe some Gershel in Gra. Look, what is it? If anyone knows what the hell Gershel is in...
Someone please explain to me what Gershel is.
Gershel. Barley, I think it is.
Oh.
Those little...
Kashi.
He used to thicken up the Gra.
It's like Kashi. Well, no, Gra Yetcham.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Yetcham.
Gershel. Yeah, what the Gershel... And then some people put pasta in their gra. But I don't know. That must be just to fill you up a little bit more.
It's
if you
a
haven't
pasta fajol.
But we'll hopefully get. I've got down on the list to hopefully call through either Kiko Churic from Sydney, Mickey Cholina, Major Minor drummer, Tonchi Prusac, Viesnik, Dynamo TV, David Sladik, son of Joe Sladik, who has who won that first beanie. Actually, put his surname down because we've got a lot of Joes in the community. Ante Regis from Adelaide, and also Matt Sakic from Evolution Electrical. They are all over there at the moment, as well as multiple and a plethora of crows from Australia.
But speaking of drummers, my personal assistant, actually, my boss, has probably teed up a wonderful interview with us, and that is hopefully next week. I'm not sure, but I think maybe next week we can get him on. And that is Mario Kladic, who is playing tonight with Thompson in front of 150,000 people, the drummer who just came off that 500,000 concert at the Hippodrome. I reckon we're going to have him on the show next week. So that one is one not to be missed. That's for sure.
That is fantastic news, Bulge. But also in other news, we were talking about it earlier. We are getting a little bit old. A weekend can stretch out for us now a little bit more from when we were younger. So we are thinking about potentially starting the show 7:30 instead of 8 going forward. So we'll keep you all posted. But if you are listening, it's highly likely and probably most likely that next Monday we'll be starting at 7:30. So we just need to make sure our language is cleaner because there might be more kids listening in at 7:30 rather than at 8, quarter to 8 or 9.
But then we can always be mindful of the fact that these are Croatian kids and they have heard much worse than what they're hearing from us on this show. So, yeah, I think we were safe in that regard. But, yeah, we're thinking of that. It might be something a bit more family-friendly or even old people-friendly. I know a lot of people complaining about going to bed too late. It's like even if we do end up going for 2 hours, it finishes at 9.
We might do now. Now, like I mentioned in the Instagram Reels and advertising for this week's show, I'd manage on Thursday night to catch up with Robert Modric. Some of you may know who he is on Instagram. I think he goes by the name Master Striker, but he's born 1970 in New York. Hrvatski branitelj, fantastic, an amazing story of how he ended up in Crow and then joined the army. Boxing instructor, many near-death experience both during the war and outside of the war. Became a boxing instructor, Thai, kickboxing instructor, MMA, brought out a group of crows from his gym in Zadar back in 2013. And very recently, and it was quite controversial, became a city councillor in the city of Zadar. This is an American-born bloke who gave everything that he had for the country, and they tried to keep him out. There's a lot of corruption around the ballot papers, and they tried to get him on people crossed instead of ticked and all that sort of bullshit. And but he managed to get in. So now he's officially a Zadar city councillor as well as a Hrvatski branitelj who fought in the Frankopanska. He was in the Termiti. He did his parachute course. He trained Crow soldiers in for NATO after the war had finished. His brother is a branitelj, and he now calls Zadar home and has for a long time. But I might, what we'll do while we're waiting for everybody to get through the traffic and we can all jump offline, Spolge and I, while we play the interview. But here's an interview with Robert Modric from Zadar. I'll just show you a quick photo of Robbie there, Specijalna Policija, MUP. So he, like I said, the Termiti, which was a Zadar brigade. There was a Specijalna Postrojba, as well as he spent time in Vukovar very early on, very minimal training. He was in Vukovar under Tomislav Merčep. So the bloke has seen it all. He's been from Rama to Kupres to Tomislavgrad. We're not going to play the full interview. It will be over 2 parts at least. There is a 3rd part to the interview. We just need to double check with our legal counsel whether or not we're able to air some of that conversation, because he's a very, very passionate man, as are we all. Not saying that we don't agree with what is being said. We just need to check for legal purposes. Australia is very different to the States, where people can go online and do whatever the hell they want and claim the 5th Amendment or whatever the hell it is, 2nd Amendment. We're stuffed here. We can't.
I'm still coming to terms with the fact that I'm allowed to go more than 5 kilometres from my house. So
you can't put a flagpole up in your house.
No.
Fly the Australian flag in your own country. But we'll get to that. But I'll see how we go in terms of how long I'll let go. It's a 35-minute clip. It's not going to go for 35. I originally had it down for about 20 minutes. I might cut it a little bit short, but we can always play it at a later date. But Robbie Modric, here he is, all the way from Zadar, and fantastic bloke. And many of you here in Melbourne, at least, would know him, and possibly even from interstate as well. Okay, so tonight our special guest coming live from Zadar. Well, not live, this is pre-recorded, but coming to us from the city of Zadar on the Adriatic coast is a man well known to people, particularly here in Melbourne, because in 2013 he came down with his Bandog Croatia Jim and his fighters to participate in a tournament out at Dandenong. So a lot of us did make our way down there, and we did meet with him and the boys. But we have today a man born in New York in 1970 in the New York neighborhood of Hell's Kitchen, who, after what seemed like a fairly ordinary upbringing with his Croatian family, who had moved to the United States in 1966 with his older brother. His parents moved there with his older brother. Normal upbringing, high school, college, etc. And then in 1991, he made the trip to Croatia, in particular to a place out near Ljubuški. And shortly after that, he joined the Croatian military. And after that, his story is absolutely amazing. It's amazing all the way through, but his story from 1991 onwards is absolutely phenomenal. And that's why, with great pleasure, tonight we introduce and we'll be speaking with Robert Modric all the way from Zadar. Good evening, Robbie. How you going, mate?
Good evening. How are you, Anto? Pretty good.
Very good, mate. So there you go. You can see now the face of the man that brought out the 5 fighters back in 2013. But why have we got Robbie on tonight? One, he's a great friend of us Australian Croatian community here in Melbourne and obviously in Australia. But also his story is an absolutely amazing one. Like I said, born in the United States, born in New York. I'm not too sure about the geography of New York itself. I know some of the neighborhoods there, but Hell's Kitchen sounds like a hell of a place. And in 1991, made his way to Croatia, got involved in the war effort. And speaking with him, well, when this show goes live, it will be on the eve of the 30th anniversary of Operation OLUJA. Many of you might be overseas watching this and at the Thompson concert, possibly in Sydney, and I believe Robbie will be there as well. But welcome. Thanks for joining us, Robbie. But your journey, like I said, is an absolutely fascinating one. I've gone through your biography. I met you in person. I didn't get to catch up with you in December, unfortunately, when I was there for a very brief time, only maybe 10 days or so in Zadar. But how are you feeling at the moment? How are things back home? And are you looking forward to this Monday and celebrating the 30th anniversary of OLUJA, which you participated in yourself?
Well, I look forward to just, thanks for having me on. And what was I going to say? Well, I celebrate it each year. I mean, I don't go bananas, but this year is something special, 30 years later. A lot of guys aren't around anymore, unfortunately. yeah, every few months, sometimes a few guys that I was in the military with, like a few will pass, and within a week or two. And as time goes on, I guess it's just a natural flow where people, we get older and they just start to die more and more often. It's just unfortunately the way life is. But yeah, I think this year will be special.
Yeah, definitely. So you served in a whole range of different units, from what I understand here. You spent time in Vukovar as well, early days under Tomislav Merchep. Is that correct?
Yep. Yep. I was some sort of, let's say, an assistant. I was an assistant, they call it. I was in a special police in Zagreb, and police from Zagreb were rotated there. And I went there on rotation, I don't know, something like July 1st. And my group left. They went back to Zagreb like July 14th or something. But we had a few small firefights at the time. And Merchep, I don't know, he took a liking to me, and he asked me and a friend of mine from Dubrovnik. Became a commander of the police down there later, into special police, Interventna policija, Matko Karamatić. He asked the two of us to stay on. So the two of us stayed on there, and we were there till he was forced to leave. And at the meeting where they were forced him to leave, I almost got shot in the head. You know what I mean? Because I was trying to protect him from being removed from his position. Unfortunately, there are much higher elements, you know what I mean, involved in the whole situation, which I had no understanding of at the time, because, you're a young, naive kid from New York. You don't even speak Croatian. And well, I didn't know what the hell was going on. But I was with the guys from Vukovar actually about a month or two ago. I was there with some friends. They told me how lucky I was. They go, you know what? You were just a second away from getting shot. You do know that? I was like, no, I have no idea. And yeah, he was like, yeah, you were very, very close, Robbie. Amerikanac. Bio si koliko ti je falilo, možda da mi nismo bili tamo ko svjedoci, bili bi te smakli, ali bilo nas par tamo isto svjedoka, i što sam Amerikanac možda nisu tili, jer bi onda opet to nešto možda pozornost privuklo, zato što je opet američki građanin ubijen. So yeah, pretty shocking to be with these guys again. I saw some of these guys, these Vukovarci. I saw them in '92 when we were fighting down by Kupres. I saw one or two of them. I saw a few of them in Zagreb, like in the '90s. But otherwise, I haven't seen these guys pretty much since '91. But it was really nice to be with them again. So, but I think God does things for different reasons. If I would have stayed there, most of the guys I with died. So I don't know, maybe it was just God's way of protecting me. It wasn't like the place was, it wasn't like we were fully built, being assaulted in early August. I mean, there were firefights and some shells coming down, but it wasn't anything drastic where, like, you're gonna, run for your life. You know what I mean? But things happened the way they did, and managed to save my life. If I would have stayed there, I don't know. Probably, I don't think I'd be alive. But like I said, the Lord works in mysterious ways.
Yeah, there you go. So you spent a fair bit of time in Boston as well. I know I see here on the biography that you spent some time in Tomislavgrad, and no doubt there's a lot of people from Tomislavgrad here in Melbourne in particular, so they'll probably be watching and listening in closely. But I can see there you're also with the Kobre, Termiti. Is that correct?
Yeah, Termiti, end of the war. I was in Herzegovina in '92. Tomislavgrad was where our command was. That's where we were sleeping. We had our little base there in Seonica. That's like right after Crvenica, going towards Dubno, Tomislavgrad. So I was there, fought in Kupres, fought defending Šuice later. And then when the line got stabilized, Filippo sent me to Rama. I was in Rama for a while, helping organize their defense there, and a small unit of guys, few positions I was also in charge of. Then I got pushed back. I got returned back to Tomislavgrad, and I had a really bad car crash. Got thrown out of a car like at 120 k's an hour. I busted to this L2, L3, and L2, L3-5 moved on me. And like Filipovic, wanted to. They were going to attack Golubov coming by Dubrovnik, and he didn't want to let me go home. He didn't want to let me go recuperate. But he realized after like 4 or 5 days of people picking up me in my bed to make me stand up so I could go to the bathroom, I think he realized that I was fucked up. That I couldn't. There's no use. Had no use in me. So I ended up going down to I got sent back to Kumarac to recuperate. And then I went to paratroop school in September, I think it was in '92. August to September, I was in the first paratroop unit of the Croatian military. Then military school, and then '93, it was after Akcija Maslenica. I was down here on Zadar. I was no longer in Zrinjska. I was part of Rosa's Special Forces, Matija Vlačić, and we were there doing some things around Zadar, May and June, and then there's just peace, the peace agreement, ceasefire, whatever we call ceasefire. Then I went down to Bosnia when the jihadis, the mujahideen were attacking our people down there. So I went down there. I went like, you know, what do you call it? Autostoppen. I hitched the ride, split. I hitched the ride to split, bro. I had an automatic rifle, I had my rucksack, my uniform, I had a pistol. You know, I mean, I don't think I ever carried a knife, but you know, I had my whole thing, you know, my gear on me, you know, hand grenades and shit.
Yeah.
You know, people picked me up like that, bro. It's 93. I mean, people were, you know, you had a lot of soldiers doing stupid shit when they get drunk at that time already. But I don't know. I guess you know, baby faced kids, so people picked me up, but I got as far as split. You know, I didn't want to hit you right over the border, so I took a bus. And I got out to first place in Herzegovina in Čapljina, and a friend of mine from Zrinski was the commander there, Nedeljko Čemeraš. And I was there for like 7 months, I think, like May, like at least June, July, August, September, October, November, December, yeah, until the Washingtonski sporazum. And then my mom had come back from New York. She's real sick. She had leukemia, so she pretty much came to die here. She dies. She wanted to die back home. She didn't want to die in a foreign country. And I was with her in the hospital till May when she passed. And went back to the army, but I went to Termiti, which it was a local unit. It was a Guardian unit. It was samostalna gardijska bojna, 84. Gardijska bojna. Later on became part of 9th Guardian Brigade. But the commander there was Ivica Arbanas, who was one of the Vukovar commanders. He's a Zadranin by some sort of, I don't know, just some sort of, by Sudbina. He ended up being one of the commanders in Vukovar. Actually, he was the commander for a little bit, but then they switched him. There's all sort of conspiracy theories there where they wanted the city. They didn't want the city to be able to not be occupied. I think I don't know if it's a little bit far-fetched, but the reason they got rid of Merchant, the reason they got rid of him is because they realized the Serbs probably would never even conquer the city. You know what I mean? And I think they needed I don't know, they had to sacrifice, you know, for world opinion, you know. It's just like they say about the surrounding mountains in Dubrovnik, you know what I mean? Dubrovnik be surrounded on purpose, so they shoot on the old city, and it gains sympathy for Croatia is what I'm trying to say. Is it true? I don't know. But, you know, wherever there's a conspiracy theory, there's usually a lot of truth.
Yeah, no, true that. But in the early days, when you were still in New York, I believe you told your parents you were going to, was it maybe join the priesthood or something like that, and you headed down towards Medjugorje? Just so they'd be at ease and not think that you're going to join the war effort. You go, hey, u svećenik,
well, I was, you know, a bit of a hooligan back in New York. You know what I mean? I worked and all that, and I went to college, but, you know, I was always getting into trouble every weekend. I was always having girlfriends and all that. My mom's like, my father's conservative, but he's not as religious as my mom. My mom was always praying a rosary. You know, I had 3 to 5 rosaries a day, and I was an altar boy a long time. You know, all of a sudden, you know, the altar boy has girlfriends. Altar boy's coming home with blood on his shirt. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Where was that at CBGB's? Is that where you would have hung out back in the day?
Oh, well, no, that was Sunday matinees for the hardcore shows. I went to nightclubs. I mean, you know, where you pick people off the line would be picked, and I was good at dancing. So as soon as the bouncers saw me, they knew I had my own little crew, you know, DMS crew, and they know, like, I don't know. You want to be friends with me, to make a long story short. So they'd always pick me out. I'd get out of a cab. I'd never wait online. They'd just pick me out and like, or they, you know, guest list, and I'd get in. I'd dance, and you know, it was a fun time. I had a lot of fun, and I got sick of it all. And I was like, well, it's time for a change. You know, you've done what you can done. You've done what you can do as a young man here in New York. You know, the only thing you can do is get into trouble. I didn't want to get into trouble, so what I did is I tried to join actually 90 here, the police. They didn't want to accept me because I wasn't in the JNA and I didn't have Yugoslav citizenship. So I went back to the States, and I was supposed to come in May or March. I was supposed to come here, but I got a big argument with my dad, and then I switched my plane ticket to like January 25th, and I came in January 25th, but I told my parents I'm going to go to Humanska, Ljuboški, to Franjevački samostan, sjemenište. And my mom was, oh my God, my prayers are answered. My boy's going to be a priest after all. I get the split. And I don't know if it's Fra Slavko Pokojni or was it Fra Svetos that picked me up at the airport. I can't remember anymore. But he's, you know, he parked the car in Medjugorje in front of the house where I'm going to sleep for a few days. And he goes, Robi, moraš razumjeti nešto. Znam da si živio u New Yorku, da si malo nereda, i ono, živio život, malo ono, nered si imao u životu, ono. Sad ćeš morat to promijeniti. You can no longer, no more smoking, drinking. I go, no problem, no problem. No more going out. You can only be out till 8 at night, like from 7 to 8 or 8 to 9. You're allowed to go out into Ljubuški from the Sjemenište and Humac. Is it Humac? I confused the hills and nebitno sad. Then he goes to me the last, you know, you got to study, you have to, you know, go to church. Right? I was like, yeah, no problem. You know, that's what I'm here for. Bro, he goes, you can't have, you know, any more like female friends, especially girlfriends. No, ne smiješ robi više curama, novo ono. I was like, bro, man, I ain't a priest yet, man. I was like, no, let me think about it for a few days. That's stuff, I think it was Frasveta. I go, Frasveta, daj ti men par dana da ja razmislim malo o tome. On kaže, Robi, znam ja već što ću ti odlučiti. On kaže, nego sve u redu. Bitno da si ti došao kod nas u Međugorje tu i da tu malo pomoliš se i provodiš svoje vrijeme ovdje kako te. Thank you for that. So I was in Medjugorje. I got to know the whole town in like 2 months, 3 months. It wasn't as big as now at that time, Medjugorje. It was a lot less commercialized at the time, back in 91. And, you know, I guess there was around 10, 12 cafes at that time. I mean, I went to at least 8 of them. You know, I was just going every night. Like I was going from coffees to coffees in the morning, go to church. You know what I mean? Go have lunch. Maybe in the afternoon, every second, third day, I'd go to Križevac or to Ovo Brdo u Kazavoj. And, you know, at night, you got nothing to do. You don't have a TV in your room. You know, it's not like today, you have a TV in every room. You don't have a TV. You know, I'd be like eating for 3-4 hours. So I got to know all the locals, and that's how I got into the police. We'd go to Ljubuški, also Čitluk. Most I went to Čitluk, and I met the director of Kera Metal. Oof, I can't remember his name. He knew Vice Vukovic, he's a political prisoner, he was in jail, and he took me to Zagreb to meet him. That's how I got accepted into police.
There you go. Good stuff. And then, so the war comes to an end. You continue training. I believe there was that with an American company, MPRI. So that was the
that was 1999 to 2001. Each American advisor or teacher, I guess you'd call it, he's not advisor, they're teachers more or less. I was working as a translator, and after about 6 months, instead of just having, you know, I already knew everything he was saying by heart. I was doing company level, vođenje, zapovijedanje, and then I started doing battalion level also. So I translated. When you're translating the same thing every week and the same course for like 6 months, you know it by heart. So, you know, guy goes to me, Rob, instead of me just speaking English, you just go forward, you know, just do it in Croatian right away. And I had some cards in case I don't remember anything, you know, just go through it. Instead of spending 8 hours, we'd spend 4 hours. Only the question and answer. When people ask questions to him, then I'd have to translate that to English, you know, and I did that for about 2 years, a little less than 2 years. And I came back to Zadar, to my old unit, and they pushed me into retirement, something like 2003 on Bolovine, a sick leave, and then like 2004, they retired me.
There you go.
And this retirement thing, though, it was all about, I'll tell you straight honest, you know, I may not be the healthiest guy, but I was intelligent enough to at least work in an office job. I was, you know, but it was a way of getting rid of people that they think they couldn't control. You know what I mean? Like, you know, radical elements that they probably call far right today. You know, so they consider me a hard, you know, like hard right for some reason. I don't know why, but, you know, they consider me hard right. Maybe yelling Zadom Spremni and singing Zoreva Dana. Going around the basement. I don't know. Maybe they figured it out pretty well, actually. But yeah, they moved me out of the military, retired me. You know, I was 32 years old, not 33, 34. I was 34. Very destructive, in my opinion. You know, the army was drastically reduced. You know, you had an army that was okay. You can't have wartime-sized army. What? Excuse me?
So that's a pretty early retirement. So what you got into was the MMA. Is that what we call it these days? The MMA, mixed martial arts?
Nah, I did kickboxing in New York when I was a kid, and then I got into kickbox. No, I started boxing here in Zadar in '96, and then I met guys from the Thai boxing club in Shapurin when the base was still active. And they called me out there to do like Thai boxing. I was like, I can't kick anymore. You know, I broke my back. I can only kick like waist high. Well, like it's Thai boxing. It's mostly low kicks. Well, in any case, after a few months, I started getting my flexibility back. You know what I mean? And for just stretching, I went from like middle kick and high kick, and I was kicking over the head in about 6 months. Doctor told me I'd never be able to kick above the waist again. So again, the Lord works in mysterious ways. And then I got back, you know, I did pro kickboxing, Thai boxing for 3 years. And then I got back from Zagreb, like I said, 2002, here to Zagreb, 2001. And I was, what do you call it? I started training again, and I was just boxing then. I was doing some kickboxing. I was kickboxing, boxing at the same time. But after 33, you can no longer box savage. So I did once you get to 33. So I did my last boxing match when I was 32, but I did kickboxing, Thai boxing, MMA till I was like 38, 39. So my gym, it slowly changed the metaphor over to that. Yeah, that. It just changed over the years. So I went from Thai boxing gym to MMA gym, and I was training pro boxers. Even at the time, it was an MMA gym. And everyone kept saying, "Oh, Rob, do boxing. It's too small of a gym," which they're correct about. You know, you have a gym that can, you know, you can't have more than 15 people in this gym at once, you know, maybe 20. And you have to pay instructors. You have to pay a wrestling coach. You have to pay a jiu-jitsu coach. I do the striking part, but, you know, it just wasn't financially conceivable. So then I just moved on. I worked in the States 2015, 16 at a high-end boxing gym. And I said, you know what, let's just do boxing. It's Olympic sport. It's where the most money is. If anybody becomes a pro, the money involved is much bigger than MMA. MMA, there's only 2-3 organizations where you can make money. While in boxing, it's like there's so many titles, so many different organizations, and the money is outrageously multiple times bigger than in MMA.
Put the mic on. What an absolutely fascinating human being Robbie Modric is. So you can see there, we only got up to the part where he's retired from the military. Now he started his boxing gym, which we all know today as Bandog Croatia Boxing Gym. And some of us would have purchased his merchandise back in the day. But what Robbie did tell me was if there is enough interest from us down here, whether it's Melbourne or interstate or wherever else, he can make a special order for new merch, whether it's t-shirts, hoodies. It's fantastic. You know, Bandog, it's his dog, you'll see in the later part of the interview at another time. His dog Pablo is a Bandog. Now, I don't know much about dog breeds, to be honest. We had a cavoodle. I think I don't even know if my dog's a cavoodle.
He's a cavoodle.
Kicking the
I only know that because he looks like my
rubbing
dog.
his ass on my tripod here and then bumping it all around. But the Bandog is named after obviously a breed of dog, which I believe he probably brought from America. And you'll see Pablo in his car as they're driving around in the later part of the interview. But fascinating story. You can see there. He said himself he was a hooligan in his younger days. His mum was very religious, had a bit of an argument with his old man, got rejected from the Croatian police back in the early days because he wasn't a Yugoslav citizen or former Yugoslav army attendee or whatever they call him. You had to do that Vojni Rok. Went back a second time, joined a seminary from there, jumped ship, went to Mostar, went to Čapljina, did the rounds, got into the police force, went to Vukovar. Just outrageous, you know what I mean? You can't even imagine the things that he's seen and the things that he has done. And as Australian Croats who have now been back 4, 5, 6 times since OLUJA, people like Robbie Modric, people that are still with us and unfortunately that aren't with us anymore, gave us that freedom to be able to go back when otherwise who knows when we would have ever been able to go back and express our narodnost, our culture and everything else. Just outrageous. But Robbie,
what I did find fascinating about him was that he did actually join that seminary and all that, and it was his weakness for the fairer sex that
ladies
and the ladies that happened to go. And being an Imenjak as well, so I don't know if it's a Robert thing or whatever, but I was a ministrant for 9 years with pokojni Veličasni Kasić, and one of my favorite jobs was holding the plate when it was time for pre-chest and stuff like that. But when I got to about 13 years of age or something like that, and I started appreciating the female attendees at church probably more than I should be during the time of Mass, that was the time I decided to hang up.
The funny thing is, so they told Robbie before he became a priest that you can't have female friends. I've found that since I've been married, I'm basically a monk. I'm a monk. I've taken a vow of silence because my missus barely ever talks to me for no reason at all. And everything else associated with the fairer sex, I'm a priest. I'm basically there. I could be the Pope.
That's just called being a married man, I'm afraid. But
But we do have online, we believe we have our first person calling, and now stuck in traffic. Like everybody else, it's been corresponding absolutely stuck in traffic. But what he did tell us is that a generous person did pull up beside their vehicle and pulled out an esky, and he sent a photo through, which I'm unable to upload right now, with looked like a Pan beer in a can. But Mickey Cholina, all the way from, I'm not exactly sure where he is, Major Miners drummer, St. Albans Dynamo legend. Mickey, we can see you, mate. You got your sunnies on, you got the mousse in the hair, and you're on your way down to see you, mate. How you going?
Yeah, good, boys. How are you? All right? You all well?
We're going good, mate. How about you, mate?
Not bad. We managed to get through the tollway, which was hang up in this little section now, and we're just gone past a place called Dugobaba. Interesting. Not sure where that joint is, but the GPS has averted us to another path that will shave off, I don't know, 10 minutes maybe. I've got no idea, mate. Anyway, we're going some crazy route, but nevertheless, we managed to get out of that Gurva just now. And like you said before, it was the hospitality was great. A few people pulled up. The guy opened up the back of his car, and there was an esky in there. He was very hospitable, which is great. Shared a few beers out, and it was great timing because we started to get a little bit stressful there, and it was perfect time to get a nice cold beverage just to chill everybody out.
Yeah. Okay. And you're not driving at the moment. Who is driving? Can you pan across and show us who it is?
My chauffeur, Martin Grgic.
For anyone that knows anything about Australian soccer, that's Mate Grgic, former Melbourne, Croatia goalkeeper, absolute legend of a bloke who was at the Strathmore Split last man standing a couple of weeks ago.
You know what? You could have said former any Victorian football club. It's probably the chances are pretty high he actually played there.
Yeah, I don't know which club he didn't play for.
Martin, how many team tracksuits do you have from different teams? How many? I'm sure you've counted it.
I reckon there's about a dozen at least.
A dozen? I think more than a
dozen. just the ones you played for, you reckon?
More, I reckon Jonesy looks like a one club man compared to you.
I think Martha's going to be invited to more 50th anniversaries than anyone that we can think of. I tell you what.
How's his driving, by the way? Is he doing all right? He's been driving a lot.
No, he's doing all right. No, God, that's why I don't want to really interrupt him too much. He's focused. So I said, don't fuck around. As
a driver, so what you're saying, as a driver, Mate Grgic is a pretty good keeper.
Yeah. No, he forgot his gloves. He forgot his gloves, which had me worried a little bit. But, I just don't want him to lose grip on the steering wheel, man, because, like I said, we've already lost a bit of time trying to get to this show, and it's a bit hectic. And like Marta actually brought it was probably a conspiracy by the government trying to stop the people from going to the concert. So,
well, it's just so many people going to the concert that there's a traffic jam.
So you're a drummer yourself, Mickey, there for Major Minor, and have been for as long as any of us can remember. But what Spolge mentioned earlier is hopefully in a week or so we might be getting Thompson's drummer on the show. Now, put yourself in his shoes.
I heard that.
Yeah. So put yourself in his shoes. You've played some pretty big gigs, yeah? You've played in front of thousands and thousands of tournaments and then Zabave and everything else. Put yourself in his shoes. A couple of weeks ago, he's got 500,000 people at the Hippodrome in Zagreb, and tonight another 120, 150,000 people. What would, as a drummer, right? Could you even hear yourself? What would you be thinking? Yeah, you do the sound checks and all that stuff, but how can you possibly compensate with that sound check and say there's 500,000 people in that crowd? What goes through your mind?
First thing, don't fuck up.
That's true.
But no, you look. I couldn't even imagine what he'd be feeling like to 500,000 people to be part of that show, and you're sitting on stage and constantly looking across, and all you see is just lights from cameras and phones and bodies, and then obviously singing along to the track. You can't even imagine what that would feel like. I mean, I remember when we supported Thompson out in Festival Hall, when he came out, it was like 4,500, whatever, and that was a massive occasion. Then, as you mentioned earlier, you do some big shows, but 500,000, that's just wow. You can't even fathom that, you know what I mean?
So what happens if he comes down with a bit of gastro and they go, like an aeroplane? Is there a doctor on board? And do we have a drummer in the crowd? But I reckon you run down to the front and put your hand up, or you go, fuck that.
Well, you know what? If I just consumed a few extra confidence boosters, in a can, maybe I might say, fuck it, give it a crack.
Shit, mate, if I have a couple of cans, I can fucking play drums as well, I reckon, mate. Never problema. What's that one that box?
Well, I'm still trying to work it out myself,
What's
mate.
that
Believe
box
me.
that Spolge just bought so he can do his acoustic sessions?
Yeah, I bought a cajon.
I actually saw footage of it. Somebody said that through to me last night. I go, well, there goes my fucking gig. I'm fucked now. I might as well just stay here.
You know how much my hands hurt?
Mate, the guy gets a box and he just loses his mind.
So they pushed the gig.
Leave that one alone.
They pushed the gig back to 9. What time is it there now? Probably about 1:15 in the afternoon. So it's a long day, yeah. So where have you guys left from, and where? So you've left from, was it Zagreb or Split?
Yeah, so we left Zagreb this morning, heading across to Split. We've got an apartment there for the next week. So yeah, we're going to just dump our stuff straight away and then head straight to Sin to get into that car park or close to it or whatever. They've got shuttle buses. They've got like an actual app. Thompson's, they've created an app, which is a great idea with all the information about the show and everything you need to know where to park. They've got shuttle buses from 3 p.m., I believe, by memory. Ferry people back and forth from the car park. And then again, after the show from midnight to 3 a.m., they got shuttles from the actual concert back to the car park. So look, it looks very, very organised. And I spoke to some people that went to the show here in Zagreb, and they were just saying how everything was so top shelf. You know what I mean? It was organised. There was no issues, and from all the logistical side of things, they covered everything. So if it's and I also heard that the production is going to be the same for this show that they had in Zagreb, which would be great. So but yeah, so we'll head straight through to Sin as we dump our stuff in Split. And so what will await us there, we don't know.
Yeah, no.
Well, that's a go. Look, it sounds like I can't say that I'm not jealous, and I can't say that the Marta there did an offer 2 weeks ago, and I'm not spewing that I didn't.
He did tell me a number of times.
I would have been very happy strolling across that back seat there with a half a litre in my right hand. But
we would have loved to have you on board, Robbie. You know that.
Spirit, don't you worry about that.
Boys,
I know you are, brother. I know you
guys enjoy your trip. Have a couple of more cans along the way when you pull over. What a great country to be in, Wes. You pull over, you're stuck in traffic, and someone opens their boot and pulls out a couple of cans for you, mate. That's, there's an Australian way and there's a Croatian way, mate. But I'll tell you what, okay, if anything's close to the Australian way of life is where a bloke can pull over next to you, go, boys, you're thirsty, here's a can. You still got another 7 or 8 hours to go to the concert. Hopefully you can get too mangled just in case you need to step in and hit the steer a couple of times. But mate, thanks for calling in, mate. We much appreciate it. You're our first one because everyone like you is stuck in traffic. They're in Metkovic, they're in Benkovac, they're all over the place.
They're in McLeod.
Yeah, exactly right. So me and Spolge are leaving in about 15 minutes. We're going to go through Dugo Babe. I think you've told us it's a shortcut.
Yeah.
But enjoy. Thanks so much for joining in, mate. Have a time of your life.
Yeah.
And if you run out of clothes while you are over there, no doubt Matty can just loan you one of his tracksuits that he's got there.
No, thanks, Matty. Thanks for being a good sport as well. But according to Mario Chabat, anyway, you're still 8 clubs behind Ante Višević, so you're all right, mate. So, no. Good on you, boys.
Thanks, guys. Hey, thanks. Been pleasure being on, and great show as usual. Well done, and we'll send some snaps and bits and pieces. I'm sure you'll get plenty of that from a number of people. And we'll chat during the week.
Beautiful,
also.
mate. Mickey, Marte, thank you very much. Safe travels and enjoy the rest of the proceedings, mate. It's going to be absolutely massive.
See you, boy.
Take care, lads. Bro.
What did I say? I want to find a country that's so full of mržnja like Croatia as well, so I could get people giving me beers at the back of their bloody
I know.
out of the back of their boot. Like
What
if
kind
I-
of fascists pull
I
over and
know.
give each other
I
beers? I'd love
know.
to know that.
If only
in,
there was more of these countries full of hatred, just like Croatia.
But fantastic. Mickey Chulina there, Martin Grgic, two absolute legends of the Melbourne Croatian community that we all know, two characters in their own right. But we did get a message earlier from Ante Grabovac, who was with us.
Yes,
Was it last week, the week before?
Yeah, it was a couple of weeks ago, but
of weeks ago,
we
Jesus.
hope to have him on regularly. Actually, I
It's-
always love a good chat.
It's
with
all a
Ante.
bit of a blur these days with these things.
Especially when you've got a
But
bottle of
what do you say?
Palinkovac
Steve
next to you.
Vai, Steve Vai and
Satriani.
Joe Satriani played in Šibenik. And from what if I remember what he wrote correctly, the fortress, what's it called up there in Šibenik? Not Sveti Nikola, that's the little island.
There you go. So you played in Šibenik on the weekend at the Sveti Mihovil's Fortress.
Mihovil, that's the one.
Stunning location, 2 shows. I mean, incredible. So whoever's a rocker, probably get onto YouTube and there's he's actually put a link there. He's posted a link so you can actually watch that.
Steve Vai and Joe Satriani. That's two blokes that I grew up with listening to. Yeah, no singing. They were just guitarists, virtuosos, playing in Šibenik. You know, they are maybe a bit old. It's like when I went to watch Kiss and they could barely fucking walk.
Yeah.
Ali Owad and Pocket Hulk Hogan. We went to watch him. Me and my dad. I took my dad to watch Hulk Hogan. He could barely stand up in the ring. He had 2 knee braces on, basically like a metal fucking polio braces to keep him standing. But we still went to see him.
Yeah.
And Joe Satriani, Steve Vai in Šibenik. You know, maybe they went to Krapan. You know, maybe they crossed the bridge there and went to Krapan as well. And
Probably you can swim over to Krapan, how close it is to the.
I think you could. Some people claim these Krapan their honour that they can swim by, they can backstroke.
Well, actually, I think that it's actually the closest island to the mainland. I think I read that somewhere a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
But don't quote me on that. I've had a lot of Palinkovacs. But anyway, Stephen Pushkaric also wrote King Tom OLUJA events will kick off into Sydney United versus Sydney FC at the Australia Cup, 3 p.m. That's when is that?
Is that the 10th of August?
Is that the 10th of August? So yeah, so it's a big. They're expecting a massive crowd there. So make sure you get out to that one. But hopefully we can still get some others tuning in from Croatia. I saw that people were trying to get through, but we're hoping to speak to a lot of people from Croatia today.
So we just had David Stefanac message me directly, and I've sent him the link as well. So he wasn't on my list originally, but he sent me a message. He has got footage, but again, I can't get it on now that we're on air. But he has said footage from David Stefanac currently in centre of seeing and getting smashed.
Okay. What a surprise!
So I flicked a message. I'm not even sure who, to be honest, who sent that message through. It could be another famous Stefanac from here in Melbourne or elsewhere. But if you can get that link through to David and he can get us directly from seeing getting mangled, how good was that? How good would that be? But now,
also, but in terms of that prize as well. So we had that prize. We're talking about the pickers and stuff like that. And I was going to begrudgingly give it to Ante Župan, right? I don't like Patka. I don't like it. I don't like Patka. I don't know. It was like that. And then Dennis Dunat, he put in he put it in the Hobotnica, so did Mark Palik. And I love Hobotnica, you know that. And I was like, oh, what do you do? We maybe give one each. But then Kata Škatulja has come up just with a message right now, just before we started announcing. It goes, Jež ispod peke.
who did that?
Kata Škatulja.
Let me tell you this. I think it was 2016, I was there with Rose, kids, and Kumovic Dropolic. And I asked my streets, Rajko, before we got there, do you have any Ježes available?
Yeah.
Because it was probably July, August. Usually they come around September.
Anyway, how do you say Jež in English?
Porcupine, hedgehog, echidna, whatever the hell you want to call it. Echidna, it's a fucking like hitting an echidna. My streets, I remember I'm sitting there in the cellar and he's on the phone to some bloke from a cellar called Garlovac. And if anyone that knows Zadar and it's all called, it's a Garlovac. Well, I'll go shit to the senior last week saying it's a great place to leave, but Garlovac, you can multiply that by 10. I've got 2 Tetaks and a Strina from Garlovac, and a good friend who I spoke to earlier this afternoon from Garlovac. So the Torkiches, the Sharders, the etc. Either way, he rang this bloke and he goes, 160 kuna za 4 ježa. And my streets, everything under the sun. 160 kuna for 4 ježas, 40 coons each, if my math is correct. He goes, možeš ti jebat to. He said 200. I go, hey, kvragu neću ja to.
It was just too much anyway.
Too much. 10 minutes later, he rings back and he goes, mogu za 120 and this and that. So he goes and what they do with a jež, you can't just skin it like a Janje or a Jare or whatever.
Yeah.
from what I saw, they have to oxy-torch the spikes off it while it's still alive.
No.
Right.
So you
And
have
it
to torture
squeals,
this
it
fucking
squeals
thing.
like a child. I
Oh.
swear to God, it sounds like a human child screaming. And then they gun it and whatever else. The fat between the koja and the meso, I swear to God, is 3 fingers thick.
Yeah.
And there's bugger all meso on this thing.
Okay.
So he had 4 of them. I smashed it, made my cum Steve eat some. He nearly died. And Rose and my cousin Marta could not even. Yeah, we've got photos here. We'll put them up on the socials.
But that looks good. That looks
But whoever
incredible.
was that Kata Skratulja?
Yeah, it was.
I don't know what link she has to Debeljak, because she also sent through to somebody that I know.
To me.
Was it to
Yeah,
you?
it was to me.
That Minea was just in Debeljak in the last couple of days. And before her concert, there was a massive pyrotechnic show. But yes, that is my top tick.
Well, she wrote this. She had this in Škabrnja last year.
There you go.
That's the whole thing, which is their specialty. Eto, vidiš.
Let's
Not
not
to make a
split
lawyer
hairs.
out of it, you know what I mean?
Let's not split hairs, but I believe that is
They take all the spikes off and cut the ježevi in half, and it's baked with krumpiri. And then she said last year was €10 per jež.
€10. What's that now? 70 odd.
That's
Old
about
corner in the old days?
$70,000.
70. Well, this by my streets, yeah, but neko make for 60. So that sounds about right. But you got another 4 this Christmas. Chuck them on, and again, me, him, Strina, my cousin Marco, cousin Christina, we all ate it. But the ones that weren't from Debeljak, we had my mate Ive from Poličnik out there, Islam Latinski, whatever. They didn't touch it. They don't obviously eat and participate in this sort of cuisine. But
That sort of sorcery.
Yeah, so it is, exactly. But Yej. So if you've ever seen the echidna walking around your backyard or at the zoo, we eat them in my cellar, and by far. So who sent that to Kata Skratulja?
Yeah, she did.
And that was the adult Crow Fire Food beanie. Thank
Okay.
you.
So Joe Sladish said Marley said he's 15 minutes from the center of scene, and we'll call you guys live.
Morze, if
That was-
everyone's
that was-
happy to keep listening, you happy to stick around?
Well, I've got nothing better to do, trust me. But where we go? Dennis Donat ljubav je bol, reče zec i siđe sa ježa. Very good.
He would have won the best joke of last week. But the 2 winners from last week I mentioned earlier, Dave Mlikota. I don't think we could say it online. The joke,
No, I
told my
couldn't, but it
kids
was. I trust me, it was funny.
It's about 3 people: a crow, a Srbin,
And
Bosniak, whatever
yeah.
you want to call them, and a crow. Where do they go? They get captured or something like that, and they each given 10 lashes.
I thought we couldn't say this joke.
No, we'll stop halfway through. So that was that joke. And Anita Edish won the Mladi Hrvati Last Man Standing ticket for the Nepean Highway. That was a nice, kid-friendly, family-friendly joke, and I've remembered telling that one to anyone that would listen back in the day. So Anita Edish and Dave Mlikota were the winners from last week. But so far this week, Joe Sladdick, Bad Blue Girls, because he officially can't say that's for me because he's a massive Hajduk fan. It's for his friend.
Look, there's always time. There's
For a
always
friend.
time. You know, it's come from the dark side.
And Kata is a Kata Skratulja.
Tony Kolchik saying, "Jebote, look after my nephew." All right, we're gonna give something to you. All right, we're gonna maybe we give one each. What do you reckon? Actually,
One
we give.
each?
You know what? We'll give the kids one to
The kids want to Ante.
Yeah, kids one to
All right,
Auntie,
kids one
and we'll
to
give the adult
Auntie.
one to Carter. All right. How's that? All right. I reckon that's fair enough. See,
written here.
we can all share.
Ja, ne znam, ja sam što sam ja ovdje napisao.
Stephen Dropolic, I've never been the same since eating that years. There you go. So
Anta, kaj Skratulja. Bumped Florio Skratulja at the Zabava on Saturday night, actually. And he popped over before the mass. It was at 5 o'clock to say hello. Very instrumental in everything that's happening down there at Lado. Are you ready for me? Tonchi Prusas.
Oh,
yes, we
which one?
are ready, Tonchi. Yes. We are ready for you to go live wherever you may be. So we'll just wait for Tonchi to jump in. But what now? The thing I was going to mention, which
yes, because I'm saying I've been. This has fascinated me.
I got a
I've
little
been
bit
sitting there.
excited when we're talking about King Tom and the pop-up for Shira's cupboard and everything else. Some of you may have seen this. It's a Kralj Tomislav painted polyresin statue. This year is the 1100th anniversary of the krunidba of Kralj Tomislav
It's a huge year this year.
in Tomislav Grad, or some know it as Duvno, Duvansko Polje. You can see this statue here. I'm not sure how big it is, maybe 10, 12 centimeters high. I sold a lot of these a while back, and I've still got a fair few left. Next week, we'll be giving away, what do you want to give away? 5. We'll give away 5 of these next week.
You got 5 of those.
I've got about 50 of these under the house.
Really?
That's it. We're going to give away 5 of these to viewers. And also, from there, I used to sell them at 50, 80 bucks. Then I went down to 20, 30 bucks, whatever. Special for Podroom TV viewers.
Years. They went from 460 corner
That's
to
right. But now I'm going to sell these now at 120 euros each because the conversion rate. For Podroom TV viewers, 20 bucks. If you want to buy one of those, I can put it up on Instagram and whatever else. You'll be able to
very
see.
impressive.
It's all in colour. It's from that old, I think it's an Oton Ivekovic painting.
You know what's got a bit of weight to it?
Which many of you have seen. But we'll be giving away 5 next week. And I'll also then, if anyone wants to buy one, 20 bucks. Again, it all goes into the kitty together with what we've so far got from ABC, Jumping Castles, Tony Topčić, and of course, Chavka's given us $100 now for mentioning how he's the greatest soccer player on earth.
Yeah.
These will be going for 20, but we'll give 5 away next week to lucky viewers. If you're interstate, we'll somehow get them to you. I'll pat them up and we'll send them out. Nema problema whatsoever. But it's the King Tom with, it's got the, you got the platter, you've got him holding
there's the grip there.
Jezlo, it's got everything.
It's amazing, actually. It's actually weighty. It's not like plastic. It's actually
not
quality.
too bad.
It's actually quite a quality product.
So I've sold a heap of those.
Bubba, straight to the pool room.
Or you can buy 2 and you use them as bookends. Look at that. Absolutely fantastic. But it's in celebration of 1100 years of Kralj Tomislav becoming our first ever king, and also for
surely something's going to happen in Tomislavgrad this year.
There must. I have reached out to the Općina and the Gradsko Vijeće of Tomislavgrad to try and get somebody from there to get on board and do an interview with them. It will be in Crow, but just to see what some of the events that they have planned for 1100 years. Because look, some people say it's a myth, some people say it's true. Whether he was on Dulansko Polje or not, I reckon he was probably anywhere between Sukošan and Polača when he was crowned. But again, he was a Delmo, possibly coronated in Tuvno, which brings, and he fought the Mađari on the Drava, the Bulgari on the Drina. So he basically covered all bases. When you look at that group, where is it? I've got it upstairs. When you got Bosna, Istra, Slavonia, Dalmatia, he covered every single base. But we don't want to keep him laying too long. Tonči Prusac, Hrvatski vjesnik, and there he goes in the bus.
Dobar dan ljudi, pozdrav iz doline Neretve, nemam pojma di smo, neki smo neki među Metkovima, Opuseta I Komina. I'm here with my lovely daughter Maya. Guys, I can barely hear you. Ludnica ovdje, mislim, na putu smo do Metkovića, and the music is going loud, it's absolutely loud. Can you guys hear me?
We can actually hear you.
We can hear you.
I just want to ask you one question. I don't know if you can hear me now. Do you have 1 riba and 2 krumpire?
3 ribe, 2 krumpira, huh?
Oh, the other way.
Nema niko ovdje. We tried to see if there's anyone who had some svojta in Melbourne. I čudo Božja, nema niko svojtu u Melbourneu. Ali, čekaj, ima ovdje nekoliko koji ima svojtu u Čilogu. Sismajan, ovdje mi je rođak Luka Marović. Što se tiče folklore u dolini Neretve, on ti je za to broj 1. Ajde, javi sa Australije.
Pozdravljam Australiju, pogotovo našu domaću Hrvatsku čeda.
Ja Stoliću, if we got a sort of, ako ćemo baš neko rivalstvo između sjeverne Dalmacije i južne Dalmacije, što se tiče folkloraša, HKUD Metković, to je bez bramse, da.
Je, tako je, naš najjači od ono.
That's an outrage. I'm outraged by this. That's an outrage.
Now listen, sorry guys, I'm going to have to put my ear up to the headphones because I can't hear what's going on. So you're going to get a good
No, you just keep talking. We can hear you.
Yeah. Well, look, the atmosphere is absolutely amazing. No, all jokes aside, to get this, we just heard on the radio, 160,000 people expected. Get this, 48,000 Bosnila vehicles. So everyone's carpooling, between 3 people, there's one car. But it is going to be absolutely nuts. Now, I went along with a lot of Australian Croatians to the Hajduk game last night at Poljud, and there was an OLUJA there 2 days before the real OLUJA. And what we, I think, went through there for the game to still go ahead, and our Aussie Croatian Fran Karačić scoring the winner, mate, nothing. Ništa me neće iznenaditi što se toga tiče, but how are you guys? Sve u redu?
We're good, but you know what? You've got a bus full of people. You're going to you got a bus full of people. You're going to a Thompson concert. I want to hear all you guys singing all together. What do you reckon?
Yep. Okay, organizirat ćemo to nešto, aj probat ćemo. But in the meantime, I had to come from Split this morning. Cijela priča, unbelievable, cijela drama. And in fact, I had to get off a bus, 2 bus stops before Metković. So I actually haven't been to Metković, yeah? And the bus driver basically just dropped us off at the side of the road, and along comes the Metković bus that picks us up. We were like, it's like the National Lampoon's holiday vacation. But anyway, we'll try and see. It's a very subdued crowd. I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to conserve their energy for what's to come, you know, and it is going to be absolutely nuts. So apart from my cousins here, I don't know too many other people, so I don't want to feel like a bit of a dudek, you know, trying to get everyone to sing along. So, you know, I'll just sort of...
Really? I mean, you're going to a concert. Surely they're going to go like that. If you gave me the
Oh,
microphone...
yeah, but you know what? It's going to be nuts. I'll try and take some footage maybe for next week's show, and then you'll be able to see it. But look, I'm really looking forward to the concert itself. I'm really looking forward to catching up with all of the Australian collections there. And I don't know who I'm going to run into. Mario, do you want to say something? And we got a few nervous people there. I think it's a Cine Moy.
What does I say? Sing that.
Ajmo svi zajedno. Ajmo unutra, svi zajedno. Ajmo bus. Ajde, pivaj. Tommy, if you're listening, this song's for you. Aj, laku noć, vama svima. Aj.
See you, Todge.
I think they're the shyest Metkovčani I've ever seen in my life.
And he reckons Severna Dalmatia's got nothing on Južna Dalmatia, mate. My goodness. But we've got hopefully another one joining us very, very shortly. So actually, you might already be on there. No?
Someone's waiting on there. No?
You never know. I think that might be Taunchy because I thought he said goodbye. So I'm sorry if I cut him off. Finished off on a high note.
Yeah.
But again, that T-shirt there, you can see that fantastic T-shirt that his cousin was wearing, which once upon a time was controversial, but now is pretty widely accepted as being a legitimate part of the Croatian liberation movement throughout the 90s.
Only took 30 years.
Exactly right. But I even saw some footage from Poljud this morning, and I got up, and it was actually the game was still on. Hajduk versus Istra. Because I thought it was meant to start at 5. It must have been delayed. I don't know, but I got up after 7 o'clock.
Oh, there's a massive storm. So
and it was still on the second half. It only just started. But then I saw some footage from before the game. The lights were off. The torcida was behind the goal, and there was some chanting happening there. Which
that was amazing, actually. I saw that too.
No doubt there'll be UEFA and whoever else sending through all sorts of fines and complaints or whatever. But, you know, what as we say back in the old country, I've had a gut full of this Gorky Palinkovic. So, yeah, man, the UEFA.
But Aussie Joe got banned for 10 games because of it. So maybe, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But talking about Hajduk actually now, Hajduk's playing on Wednesday night. And if Hajduk ever beats Dinamo, I hope to God they beat Dinamo City from Albania this Wednesday night.
Dinamo City.
Not to be confused with Građanski Dinamo. There's a Dinamo City from Albania. Slobodno dečki. Put 5 past them.
Who knows, mate? But they've got a lot of games. Like I was listening to, not sure who it was talking about. That Lajna Devitka, whatever his name is, from some podcast.
Yeah, I've seen him. Yeah,
some splitter, Historia, Hajdučka Historia. And he's saying that Karačić had already played 200 minutes in the last couple of days. Hrgović, a lot of these players had played extra time in the Europa League, the Conference League.
Yep.
They played 90 minutes this morning, 95 minutes against Istra. Yep. And now they're backing it up again on Wednesday against this Albanian team, and then probably again on the weekend. So they're going to be playing like 4 games in the space of 10, 12 days or whatever it is. Yep. But Fran Karačić, Aussie boy, Socceroo, scores the winner, diving header, far post. Kalik had a number of chances. I think he pretty much played the whole game. And young Noah Skorko as well on the team sheet. So 3 Aussies out of the starting 11 absolutely amazing to see that. Whether you're a Hajduk
Actually,
fan or not.
I need to ask the question: does Fran Karadzic actually know any English?
I don't know,
Maybe
man.
less than Željko
Was he-
Azic, maybe. I don't know.
But he was born here, but he obviously hasn't spent much.
I don't think he was even born
He
here.
wasn't born
I
here,
think
but
he just
the
had a
old man-
parent born here or something.
Or
Oh, I don't
someone
know.
spent
It was
some
like
time down here, jumped ship, and got citizenship. They boga.
yeah.
Što je tu sve
Yeah.
bilo,
And
but
in times of struggles, Croats were all right. And Fran Karadzic was all right for the Socceroos.
Oh,
Yeah, but anyway.
that's right. But three teams, so Dinamo Rijeka and Hajduk all got
Yeah.
wins on the weekend. Lokomotiva beat Vukovar. And I thought Vukovar would have been given a first home game. They were given an away game in Zagreb. But
So
they have to,
Lokomotiva.
yeah, they have to play. They have to play in Vinkovci anyway until they get a new stadium. But it's good signs though to lose to Lokomotiva in your first game back in the HNL.
Yeah. Did you watch the
only 1-0.
highlights?
Oh, bits and pieces, yeah.
Yeah, Lokomotiva had about 78 chances. So, look, I'm not sure. I hope so. I hope Vukovar does really well. I really do. But going off that first performance, I
They
highly
may not
doubt it.
stick around too long, you reckon?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, it's
but,
pretty difficult to get back up as well. Shibenik got relegated, went down 4
That's
divisions. So.
and Šibenik actually started off red hot last season. If you remember the first half a dozen games, they were doing really well. And then I don't know what happened there. The wheels fell off.
But where are we there? We're 9:40 Australian Eastern Standard Time. If there's anyone, if you are listening, any of the following, let me just tick off some names. Mickey we've spoken to, Tonchi we've spoken to. So we've got, if Ante Rajcic is listening, Matty Sakic if you're listening, Kiko Čurić or Dave Slatic, jump on board, click on the link that I've sent you, and we'll be able to have a chat because Paul said he's happy to stay. He's going to sleep over, go straight to work tomorrow.
Well, I'm not sure who's spooning who, but it'll be nice.
Oh, yeah,
But
maybe I'll stop living the life of a monk if you sleep over.
Just that talks the most
We've
action
got
I've had
one,
in months.
Robbie Jakovljevic. So, again, the famous stalker from Dandy City. Big shout out to Robert Modric, my brother in arms. Big pozdrav from everyone here in Australia. So, especially the boys in the southeast, they became very close with Robbie when he was down here because he spent a lot of time with Darko Balaban, who was a brother in arms also in the Frankopanska, as were plenty of boys from Melbourne.
Yeah, and that was funny enough when we talked about the OLUJA celebration in Geelong yesterday, tied in, you know, with that Miljenko Filipovic
Exactly.
and that whole group and all the those branitelji that were there, present there. So that's great. Also, Rob Stocker is killing it with the pizza shop, isn't he?
Oh, he sold out. I think in the first 2 days that he opened, he pretty much did the maximum that he could possibly churn out in pizzas. But it's great to see. Support our businesses, you know, whether they own a pizza shop, fish and chip shop, Crowfire Food, they can build a barbecue for you or a Petco, whatever it might be. Evolution Electrical.
Yep.
I've got to give a special mention. I didn't mention them last week. A-League. Have you ever heard of A-League Electrical?
I don't know. They're a closed shop with no promotion or relegation.
No promotion, no relegation. Most of the blokes that work there are over 40. And any young kids, apprentices, don't get a chance until they turn about 35. No, I'm just joking. A-League Electrical. There was a bit of banter at a Dinamo Green Gully game a couple of weeks. Okay. Pronic Electrical. So Pronic Electrical, some former A-League players involved with Pronic Electrical here in Melbourne. So, but they do get a bit of shit and they get called A-League Electrical. But Tommy Pondeljac's down there. And it's Daniel Višević, just not to get it wrong. But Pronic Electrical, again, another of the Zadar hoodie that I was wearing with my interview with Robbie Modric had the Pronic Electrical there. And that was, again, great supporters of the Croatian community, employing Croatian people. Get behind our businesses, regardless of where they get behind our clubs. That's
100%.
That's what we do.
100%. That's something that would actually got brought up a couple of weeks ago. I don't know whether this is PC or not, but I really don't care at the moment. But it's talking about like how certain demographics support their own. They'll go over and they'll only go to a mechanic of their own, or they'll only go and see, you know, a doctor of their own, or, you know, i tako dalje, i tako bliže. Whilst we maybe historically maybe have tended to go off whatever with the cheaper one or this and that, it was actually an interesting topic, you know. And I thought, well, you know what, that's right. Why don't we do that? And you know what, we had that what was it, that Hrvatski poslovni imenjak or something like that, where everyone put their Croatian businesses and stuff like that. So if you were searching for a mechanic, you're searching for a greengrocer, I don't know, whatever it was you were searching for, it was all there. And that, I think that's something now, especially in this day and age, where you don't have, you know, all these huge printing costs and stuff like that, where you can just set up a portal or something, whatever, like a website, That's going to cost basically nothing, or an Instagram page, I don't know. And they just list all these companies, and you can just go there. You know what? I want to go. You know, I need a travel agent. Bang! There's your Croatian travel agent or whatever it is.
There's a saying that I remember growing up with, just like we've heard a million times. If I had a grb on it, we'd wear it. We didn't care what it was from. Naš najgori je bolji od njihovog najboljeg. And that's, I've lived my life like that. Naš najgori crow is bolji than najbolji from anywhere else. So if you can, use our businesses, support them, help them, do whatever you can. Same goes with our clubs and societies and društva and everybody else. Paul Modric has also sent a message. He said, anonymous caller from Zagreb, I'm listening to you guys live, but that is Paul Modric, former Melbourne Knights senior coach and captain.
Don't worry, we're going to keep your secret.
But I'm looking at some of the names popping up, some illustrious names. I was talking to his sister yesterday, Rayo Krajina. Rayo, if you're listening, you still owe me a tattoo from the 2005 Melbourne Tornado Championship winning year. We promised each other we're going to get tats. 2005 Premiers, Provisional League 2. We don't care if it's EPL, if it's Champions League, if it's Europa Conference. This is Provisional League 2 in Victoria. And that was probably already my retirement after I played at the top level for many, many years in Europe and then played with former Socceroos and other people. But again, Rayo, you're a good player, but you're nowhere near Tommy Chavka. He's the greatest footballer I've ever seen in all of my days.
Wow.
And if that's not worth $100 in sponsorship,
especially next week, we could get another 100. We're making this a weekly thing, you know, $100 a week.
Anyone else wants a plug to tell you that I'm like those celebrities you can now pay them like $50 and they'll say happy birthday to you and shit. I'll tell you next week you're the best footballer I've ever seen, as long as you dip some cash into the kitty so that we can put it back into the community as well. So it's de facto sponsorship of the community.
And good on to Ayo was a local of mine. He lives around the corner from me. So
exactly. He just got back from overseas. I think he just got back last night because when I said he's Rayo back from overseas, and I go, I think he was landing at 11 o'clock last night or something to that effect. But I saw Auntie Kolchig on there as well, big family from down here in Melbourne. They've got a big wedding on the weekend of the 20 in Gold Coast. So anyone that's going up to the Gold Coast to the 20, that's just around the corner, really. So what are we, 4th of August, another month or 2, month and a half, we're already back at the 20 and we're getting on it again. But you've got a wedding that weekend, is that right?
I've got a big wedding. I think there's going to be more people at the wedding than there's going to be at the 20 because it's a half Jurjevic wedding. So we're playing Carter's wedding, yeah. So that's going to be a huge one.
Going to be massive. You invited to the Bucks, no?
I'm not, and I probably
let's start a petition. Get spoiled to the Bucks.
No, don't do that.
No, and then maybe I'll skip the 20 if I get invited to the Bucks. I'll tell you what, I'll give everything.
No, because I take things too far. We won't take.
But just checking further messages. There's all sorts of shenanigans happening in the background. Any more Aussies? 3 buses.
I'll tell you, Grigic put a good point. We should get Noah Skoko on at some stage. It'll be absolutely fantastic to get his point of view, a guy, you know, who's really our own here from Geelong and everything. And
we have made initial contact in terms of getting Noah on. It is protocol. Unfortunately, we can't just ring him and say, jump on and say what you want. As a contractor player of Hajduk Split, it needs to go through a particular department of the club, and they need to give the go-ahead. And from what I spoke with somebody yesterday, they said, give it a little bit more time. He's only relatively new now to that senior setup and he's getting a regular gig. We're not going to push it too much now. Once he settles in, we'll get him onto the show. Nema problema. But we might try some of the more established ones. Kulik has been around for a long time now. Maybe we can get him on board.
Perfect, yeah.
Fran Karacic, obviously, he's come there as an older player as well, so a little bit more probably au fait with media relations and things like that. You can't throw and you can't throw just a kid in there and expect, he probably says one bad thing. Hajduk fans are pretty harsh and follow these things very closely. So it's best. He's young. Yeah. We'll give him plenty of time. We'll get him on the show.
There's even some controversy over that Bila Norwich name that happened with Perth and over at Dandy as well. And there was some objections.
Did they suck it up? Did they?
Apparently there were some objections that came over from the homeland.
But Vera Palika, 3 buses ready to go from Benkovac, 1 full of Aussies, Sydney and Melbourne. From Benkovac. So, geez, that's where my mum's from, that neck of the woods.
Is it full of Benkovac Karakia? That's a question.
No, they're pretty tough out there.
They breed them tough there. They really do.
Yeah, but there's 3 buses going from Benkovac. One of them is just full of Aussies. They might be. Is that World Games going ahead? The Croatian World Games, is that at the moment? I know Ante Radic and Dinko Polika, Vera's husband, and that have been
Yes,
involved in
they-
that
they
many,
were.
many years. Who else we got? Daughter Natalie and partner Mark will be there if you need anything. John Billish, Vice President of St Albans Dinner.
Yeah.
People have been reaching out, mate. I'll tell you what, this podcast, it's the love we're getting, whatever it is, the encouragement, it keeps you going. Yeah. Saturday night, the Zaba, I sat with Bianca Jovic's parents. If you remember Bianca from one of the earlier
I do.
episodes, a young lady who spoke absolutely beautifully about Hrvatska Zora and about sunshine and about folklore. You know, her parents, the Vladoviches, who were sitting at the table as well, and you move from table to table, you wander around and saying it's something the community needed. Well, we thought it might be, and from what we're feeling and we're seeing out there in the community, it definitely we're feeling it, that we're filling a void. And we're trying to keep it, mix it up again. You know, it's not just soccer. We've got Robert Modric, we've had Bianca, we've had people from all over. Next week we'll see Filip Perica. That's another name you might want to keep in the bank. I've reached out to him on LinkedIn. Filip Perica is a Crow bloke who plays for the Croatian national rugby team.
Yep.
So we're going to get him on board. He's a successful entrepreneur, businessman as well, and in the digital space, but also plays basically as a full-time professional in his work life, plays for the Croatian national rugby team. So we want to reach out to him. We're going to reach out to him. He's happy to jump on board. I think the protocol's not as harsh as it is around Hajduk.
With rugby, no?
Just to talk about rugby. Rugby in Croatia, that's something you go, who the hell plays rugby in Croatia? Well, there is. In Makarska and Split in particular, there's like cricket. We'll try and get the people that are involved in the cricket. There's a lot of Aussies, expat Aussies that are involved in the Croatian cricket team.
Yeah.
We'll get them on board.
You know who the first sponsor of the the Croatian cricket team was?
Let me guess.
Major Minor. I can't believe that. It was before my time anyway. But I remember I found this picture on there and they had the thing in there. I was a bit proud. Anyway.
Major Minor, there's AFL. There's AFL in there. I've got the jersey from when the AFL, the boys played here in the local multicultural tournament. And I followed the Crow team when they played here out in Brunswick as well in that sort of AFL World Cup or whatever it was. And went down there. It was fantastic. Again, you know, went out to dinners and we sang the song. But there's all sorts of obscure sports and things happening in Croatia that we're going to tap into. Yeah, because people, you may not only you maybe want to learn more about it, but if you don't know anything about it, we'll maybe introduce you to something that might spike your interest. And again, if they need sponsors, our rugby team, I know Nada was a big, in Crow terms, in Makarska, they were the big rugby club.
Okay.
We nearly qualified for a World Cup once upon a time. I think we lost to Italy in the final qualifier. And Frano Botica, who used to play for the All Blacks, you look at him, he's a full, basically a Maori.
Even I know that name.
He's a Maori. He played All Blacks.
Is he like what do they call them? Tarara people.
Yeah, or one of those, or a Dallies, or whatever they call them
Yeah.
over there in New Zealand. He played for the All Blacks at the highest possible level of rugby union, and then went to Crow, not back to Crow. This bloke probably had very little to do with Crow in his whole life. Went back there, played for the Crow national team with a number of other New Zealand and Aussie expats and whatever, and the locals, and they almost qualified for a World Cup. Now, you never hear of these things. So we're going to try and tap into those little obscure things as well to let you guys know what is happening and what has happened in the past that we may not have too much. But my cousin Marco, who has made...
Oh, here we go.
Who we got there? No, but my cousin Marco, as I showed you before, he's trying to log in. Ne možeš, Rođo, probaj opet, stisni link. Stisneš link onaj gornji i onda će ti pitati da dozvoliš da ti se kamera uključi, ako može, baš da vidim onaj screenshot što si mi poslao. Ovo gori di piše go live from your browser. Ovaj gornji, ovdje su ove dvije plave kocke, go live. Ako stisneš to, onda će te možda nešto pitati da staviš, pustiš da se kamera uključi. Ako ti uspije, super, i na minutu, ako možemo popričati, bilo bi odlično, because sad ti pokaživam, ako vidiš i sam sliku gdje si se proslavio na RTL-u i na drugim kanalima, programima.
Pun ponosa.
It is the iconic photo from the first Thompson concert, and no doubt everyone will see it again.
Mickey's made it to Split finally.
Mickey's in Split, so she'll get to see him by Thursday.
Yeah. they'll be, they'll be, I don't know who they're going to see there. They might see, I don't know, Sansa there or something. I don't know. He's going to be playing there at that time.
Paul Mugditch unavailable for the stream right now, unfortunately, but you know, you can try again.
But funny when you talk about Bianca Jovica and stuff, though, I know a lot of people are crying about Justin Dino leaving, and it's been a big issue with him leaving, and people like saying, oh, and even a lot of people just finding out about him and asking questions. It came up on a chat that I'm on today. But I said, regardless of whether he comes back or he doesn't come back, because it's still up in the air. I think what he's started a chain reaction amongst the youth who are doing this themselves anyway. They're coming out and every week or every couple of weeks when they're having these youth masses and stuff like that, the numbers are growing, and maybe I'm hoping that inertia just continues anyway. So maybe his work's done anyway, so that the kids are doing it themselves.
No, I was at the mass on Saturday night at Sunshine, and Ivan Matevich, the new village pastor in Clifton Hill, held the mass, young bloke as well. Called all the kids up after mass to take a photo, all the kids in their Norcia, etc. Came into the sala afterwards, did the blessing. Looks like, again, another young, what we haven't had in a long time here, a young priest who can maybe connect better with the youth. Like we said about Dino, he loved heavy metal.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, loved heavy metal.
Yeah.
That's. I thought he's probably too young to love the sort of metal that we love, but he loves the same pretty much music that I do. Hopefully my kids start listening to that as well.
Just proves he's an intelligent man. But but that's Mickey said he's going to help them pack up over there. He's going to help them.
Help the road crew. That's
all good.
So that's what he does. I heard that only a bass player doesn't really do too much in loading and unloading equipment at a gig. Is that right?
Well, I think that's correct. I believe that is correct. What do you call someone that hangs around with musicians?
What?
A bass player. Sorry, I go. Singers get a lot of spite for not helping. I help. All right, so I'm just.
I've seen you and Sam. Duo Bez Brigge, if anyone hasn't heard. It used to be Rob and Sam. Now they're called Duo Bez Brigge. Played last night. What time did you finish up last night, Rob?
I was after midnight for sure.
After midnight, after the Dinamo Preston game.
Yeah, no, I got home way after 1 o'clock, I reckon. But what was actually funny about the Dinamo game was that everyone talks about Preston, wonderful Preston. Oh, they're doing everything well, and they are. That's all great. They've had a real resurgence. They were blown away by the party afterwards and just the hospitality afterwards, and they said, hats off to everyone at Dinamo. They just loved it. Absolutely. That's why they just stayed to the end. They absolutely loved it.
And even now, all the masses that I know, the kids that are playing at Dinamo are saying Chavape instead of Kabapi.
Yeah.
Well, so we've converted them into the correct phonetic way to say rolled up Rissol.
We brought them back from the dark side.
That's right. But, but it was a great atmosphere at the ground yesterday. The masses obviously enjoyed a 3-0 win. Yep. But they were good value, good fun. They were buying food, they were buying drinks, they were walking past, high fives. It was fantastic, yeah. But the amount of effort behind, I stood right behind the goals. I basically had, if you watch the YouTube, I had a chair sitting in front of all the barbecues and the rajans and stuff. Mate, the people that put effort into cooking last night and working in the kitchen and the bars, no doubt, was ridiculous. Yeah, it was reminiscent of the tournament. There was loads and loads of people turning chavape, cleaning, adding ugalya, whatever else. It was a massive exercise. The messages went out during the week. Who can help? Who's got an RSA? Food handling, whatever it is, and people just jumped on board and helped out as much as they possibly could because it was an absolutely massive.
I'd say even driving from Geelong, so I probably got there about half time or just after half time. And when you're coming down Fox Street, you just see this plume of smoke, and you just know it smells divine. Like coming up from behind the goals.
Tomislav Krčmar, Kirky, my sister Vanessa Bashish is in scene right now and is saying it is going off. Everyone walking the streets, singing and lighting flares. So,
I said to Mickey, I go, you want to get there at 7 o'clock in the morning, forget about getting to the concert. I reckon the party beforehand is going to be probably even better than the concert. It's like a pre-World Cup game,
Day drinking. So by the time the concert starts, you're hungover. That's where you want to be.
Oh, you can just imagine what that atmosphere is going to be like. And Sting's, for all the jokes, we put that all aside. Sting's an actually beautiful town. It's such a nice place to be at. And imagine that just packed. Flags, flares, drinks, song.
Blink twice if you're saying this against your will. Has somebody called you? to say that, or is it? Or is it Signani, the boys that play Butcher up there on the Hume Highway? They're going to sponsor the show, I'm assuming. So Johnny Sarma and the boys are going to throw some money towards Podroom TV because Scene is the greatest city I've ever seen. I've been to Rovinj, I've been to Rome, I've been to Seoul. Yeah. Zadar, all it, but Scene. Not only Scene, but there is a little place just outside of Scene called Otok.
Okay.
I reckon that is possibly the most beautiful,
who's giving us
picturesque place I've ever seen in all my days.
Is anyone giving us money?
I hope so. But apparently the road, yeah, that's Otok. This is a fact. Again, it's a factoid. I'm like Sheldon Cooper here, but Otok, near scene, where there's a lot of people in Melbourne from Otok. I think the Jankos, the Pavlinosiches, the Samardziches, etc., Bogdelias, per capita, have provided the most priests and nuns of any place in Crow.
Really?
Now, whether that is true or not, but they had a very, very high percentage per head of population that became priests and nuns from Otok. And they say that is why the road that runs into Otok wasn't asphalted until probably well into the 1990s, because the old Yugo government refused to give them anything because there was so much, let's say, Croatian positivity coming out of that place that they refused to asphalt the place. And it was only after pretty much Croatia became independent, maybe even a little bit after that, that they actually put some asphalt down and let people drive like human beings. But so if anyone can verify that, particularly you people from Otok, when I say Otok, I
was going to say, how can you be Otok? Like you're near singing on the top of a mountain.
Where Otok are you from?
That's like Slovenski Broad, where you're on the plainest of plains in Europe there, and it's a broad. We're a broad.
And now Mickey's driving through Dugo Babe looking for Dugo Babe.
Well, that's
I don't think he's seen one. But
not really bad Karatki.
Gotcha, Lizzie. I've seen some. It came up again today on some feed. Now, I think Ožujsko did a commercial of all these funny seller names and town names and that. But Gotcha, Lizzie, Robbie Shodder from Adelaide Croatia Raiders is from Gotcha, Lizzie.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay,
just
there you go.
sort of up there from, I think it's Pirovac on your way down, sort of Šibenik, between Šibenik and Zadar. You turn inland and
there's some tasty names like Babine Grude.
There's a player, Gacic today. There's one called Gacic, Babine Gace or something like that. There's all sorts of things going on. But
no, there are some funny.
Any more coming through on your?
I don't know if we can get him on live from there. Like I know Joe Slatic said his scene's going to be there. Like can you confirm he's going to come on? We'd just love to see a little bit of atmosphere there, just to get a bit of a taste. You know, we're dying here. We're thirsty. We really want to be a part of it. You know, any way we can.
Now, Joey Slatic's also said me and Rob should be put into the Croatian Hall of Fame.
Yeah, I did the guy's out of his mind.
I've not even been, it's an outrage, but I've not even been put into the Strathmore Split Hall of Fame yet. So I'll wait my turn.
It's outrageous.
That is outrageous. That's a disgrace. But they did say they were going to sponsor the show. So Jimmy Tabakis, you do turn on tomorrow because you've got to get up early to do what you're doing. But
I didn't make the Gorsvich Bears team of the century either. But look, I don't know what's happening there.
Ante Kolchik, isn't Sarma from Lovinac? Now, Lovinac, some people might think of Lichki, the one up in Lika, but then you've got Lovinac down near Polichnik as well, where we've got most of Geelong. If you know anybody in Geelong, the Didlitzes, the Deshes, the Baljaks, who else would be out there? The Damels, some famous names that are out there from Polichnik, and I believe he's maybe talking about Lovinac because that's not too far from where he's from. Plenty of people still watching. I tell you what, sort of dipped and then come back. I'm getting
because everyone wants a taste, everyone wants to go there. Like that's what we were talking about the other day as well. Like when you, I've sat there and watched the Tour de France, and I couldn't give a stuff about bike riding. But when they're riding through these picturesque towns, or like through the French Alps, you go, I'm watching these. But even I remember like the Thompson concert or the Docek when the Vatany came back from the silver medal winning World Cup in 2018 in Russia. I sat there till like 3-4 o'clock in the morning just watching his bus ride, or even Thompson now, like a month ago or whatever it was, people walking over the bridge, walking over to the Hippodrome, because you just go, oh my God, I just want to be part of this. And you're there wishing and you get swept away with it. And that's what we're hoping. We want to get swept away with what's happening in Scene, because we know normally Scene's not the party capital of the world.
See, no, not only for Alka it is.
Look at
this.
Yeah.
This
here we go.
The closest I could find, but do I look like an old card with this on?
You do.
My head's a bit too big. I've got a bucket hat for my bucket head, but either way. And then I haven't got that javelin pole to poke through, but close enough. Yeah, do I look like Mirko Norac? Look at that. So that's why we've got this up on the bar tonight to pay respects to.
That's why
Scene, the Alka, the concert, and everything else that Scene has given. to our country and our culture as well. So it's a
That's
little
why-
town with a big heart.
Absolutely, but you can't be a shortcuts and compete in the alcohol for obvious reasons because you won't fit that thing on your head. You need 3 of them. So-
We're still reaching out. We're still sending messages to anyone that is that has. We got somebody. Who we got here?
Opa.
Nemo Mezezat. We have here one of the all-time gentlemen,
Oh,
Mr. Blue Eyes himself.
Oh, we've had him on. This is the second time we've had him on. The first time we've had him on Podroom.
Also known as the Frank Sinatra of Summer Street, with those big blue gushy eyes. When he looks at me, yo, no malo, and I'll get the shivers and shit. But we got Paul Modric.
You're it's like, yeah, maybe too.
What's doing this?
G'day,
thing?
Rob. G'day, Ante. How are you guys?
Lipi Pozdrav. Thanks for joining us.
DC, mate.
I'm in Zagreb.
in
Unfortunately, couldn't make
Okay,
it.
that's going in with the theme of scene really well. But yeah, but thanks for joining us anyway.
If you called 2 weeks ago, then I would have been happy to send you live links from the concert in
Did
Zagreb.
you actually go?
Yes, I went, and
All right,
it was awesome.
all right. So I know you're a music fan. I know you love it. You know what I mean? Tell me about the experience.
The experience of the concert.
Yeah.
Look, you mentioned just now, I've been listening to a little bit. I got on quite late, and I heard you saying the door check. I went when it was 2018, and also when they came back from Qatar. Awesome experiences, once in a lifetime experiences, you think. And then this concert came along, and the same feeling. It was awesome, and I had a couple of people from Canada, America. We had a mix of expats, let's say, this diaspora there, and it was awesome. We had just a great experience, and I'm sure it's going to be great today too. I'm sure it's going to be great.
Yeah. So you are currently recuperating. So you've had a bit of a procedure. So you should be back to normal. When are you going to be back to normal? Have you been down to the coast in the last, since summer's hit? It's been a scorching summer. Have you been able to get down to Crikvenica or anywhere else? Or
Look, I've been down to Crikvenica, but not. I'm also hoping to go down to Dalmatia to visit some of my kumovi, and yeah, that's about it. Ante, nothing spectacular this year, but yeah, thanks for that plug.
You beat the Crikvenica on that, and then you say nothing spectacular. How does, sorry, that my books is pretty spectacular. I think that's now proof of you've gone over there and then you're taking it for granted.
Yeah, possibly, Rob. You're right. I am taking it for granted.
But look, you on board. So did you watch last week? We had Ivica Kovac, who lives in Sveta Nedelja with his 7 kids and wife. And you yourself are a returnee. You've decided to make the move and take your wife Yanya and the kids and give it a go. How have you found it? How are the kids finding it? Obviously, Yanya is a little bit more experienced, I suppose, and native speaker, etc. So she went a bit earlier and set up all the things for the kids for school, etc. But yourself and the kids, you're Australian born, your kids are Australian born. How have you found it? How have the kids found it? How have they managed to get into the system, the schooling, sport, and društvo in general?
Look, Ante, it's been a great experience so far. We came here with the hope of for it to be pleasant for the kids. It was a bit tough at the start, but they're at international schools, which is probably a big help for both my son and daughter. That's the big key, yeah. The schooling, I think, and it depends on the age you bring your kids over. If you come young, when they're younger, it's a little bit easier to adapt to schooling here, I feel. But if you bring them when they're almost becoming teenagers, it's a little bit difficult. But overall, the experience has been good. We're still here. Some people thought that I wouldn't be able to last. Some people said if you can last 2 years, you probably, that's the key. But overall, Ante, it's been a good experience. Yeah.
Is your dad over there at the moment, or is he on his way there, or?
No, he's here. He's in Crikvenica at the moment. I just came back from my mother-in-law's 80th birthday, so there was a big celebration for the family. So you know what, it's been good. It's been good. But to be honest, I just spoke to a friend from Canada earlier today, and he said that he's going to the concert tonight, and then he also mentioned he's going to Knin tomorrow. And I'm thinking to myself, I would love to do that, but unfortunately, I'm just resting here in Zagreb.
Oh, no, Culinary will be something spectacular. I was in Culinary in 96 for the first anniversary. Put a cars list up on the castle, the Mimhod. We went to Zemunik beforehand where Tudjman landed in his helicopter and greeted the Air Force and stuff. Absolutely amazing. But again, Culinary tomorrow, that's another one. Yeah, we could probably go again tomorrow morning.
Well,
and,
I'm speaking to Mickey earlier on. He said they're going to go off to Culinary tomorrow as well after the concert tonight. So, yeah. So I think a lot of people will be doing that.
It's massive. It's massive this year in Croatia because obviously we're celebrating 30 years since OLUJA. We're not celebrating, but we can also Bleiburg beating 80 years since Bleiburg, and also King Tomislav. So it's huge, 1100
and
years.
Also Melbourne Knights Championship in 1995, 30 years on. As you can see, I'm dressed in my best gear from Hindmarsh Stadium from back in the day.
It doesn't look like it's that old, aren't it?
Did you play in the pre-game there?
Yeah, in the pre-game with the youth team, yeah.
No, because I'm sure I see your head there on Lucha's wall, Luciano Stolic's wall. He's got a picture there in front of Hindmarsh Stadium with that team.
I slept through that game, and Luciano Stolic's father, Ivica, actually, while I was sleeping on those concrete steps behind the goals, he kicked me to see if I was alive. Because we had nowhere to sleep that night. So I slept in some hotel room with Ilya's, not saying that we slept there. Me and my Kum Hacker, we had nowhere to stay. There was a bomb threat called into the dorm in Adelaide. So we had to find somewhere to stay. So Alois Kissely took us to a motel. He goes, there's a heap of crows staying there. You can maybe bunk with them, because he was too scared to take us home to his parents' place or his, because we were a disgrace. And, there was a whole lot of people from interstate staying at this place, but the pre-game I didn't see not a single minute of that youth game earlier. But no doubt you start in that game like you have most of your life in career post soccer as well.
Yeah, maybe perhaps in the youth team. Yeah, maybe. But
that was a star-studded team. That was actually a very, very talented team.
I just wanted to give you guys a plug and let you know that you guys are doing a great job. I haven't listened to all your episodes, but I do.
That's why you just said we're doing a good job. If you listen to all of our episodes, you wouldn't be saying that. But actually, I got a really serious question for you, Paul. Kristo Maric, he noticed your dazzling smile, and he said like it just lights up a room. But he wants to know why you didn't show off that smile while you were a foreman at I&D.
Because there was nowhere easy to smile, my friend.
And I want to ask, have you been to Turkey to get those teeth done and get that hair put in as well?
No, my brother-in-law stirs me about the hair. I'm not going to Turkey, believe me. But if you're willing to go,
we've also just got a message from Josh Vuletic. You might know his old man, Ivan, as well.
Yes.
I've been told to send a pic to you. You boys doing interviews. Met a few boys from Sydney, something for the podcast. They sent a photo. There's some boys holding up a flag with Melbourne on it, and another one with Sydney on it. So there's plenty of expats down there, no doubt. Like I said, you're spewing, you can't be there, but you managed to get to Zagreb. That was fantastic. You sent me a bucket load of videos, and we spoke in between there. So what an absolute experience, yeah. But can you feel a bit of a change there since you got there until now? Not a change, but are you feeling that there's something in the Narod that may not have been around before? With I'm not sure if you're much of a church goer, but people going to church, people attending these sorts of concerts, people just getting that, and kids. The main thing is what we're seeing. It's youth that are a lot of these functions. I'm looking at a lot of these photos of the Zagreb concert. You see kids wearing their dad's berets from the war in their uniforms, and it's like those Anzac parades we've got here in Australia.
Exactly.
You've got grandkids wearing their granddad's medals and shit like that, and now we're seeing that in Crow as well. So is there a bit of a change in the thinking over there?
Look, Ante, I'm not sure if I can notice that change, because like what I was said previously, I've been to the big celebrations and I've felt that's where everyone comes together. I've felt it already. I've gone to many national team games where you feel it when you're amongst the crowds. But I will touch on church, and religion. And I sense that it's very, very big here. It's very big. Actually, the Julpa here in Zagreb, around the Jadon area, apparently is one of the biggest Julpe, and the amount of people that come through their masses is astonishing. And they've actually received a lot of letters from the Vatican to ask them what's going on, why why is this happening? I don't know what the answer is, but it is a good feeling, you know, when you go on Sunday mornings and even Saturday nights and church is packed. It's not just one mass, it's endless masses, you know, then they start at certain times during the day and in the mornings, and they're always packed, which is a great feeling. Yeah. So I will mention that. And I look, you know, it's Croatian church in Australia, as you probably know, it was always a problem because, you know, you'd be going to soccer with the kids on Sunday mornings and you don't attend church, but for some reason or another, you just feel that it's always packed here.
Yep. And tell me about young Leon. Where's he playing now? So your boy, is he playing soccer over there? Who's he playing for these days?
He's playing for NK Trešnjak.
What age group is he now as well?
What do they do there? Cadetti, Pionieri, those sorts of, they don't do under 9s, 10s. They sort of have a batch of kids born a certain period and in the next batch. And
yeah, Cadetti. Leon's in the Cadetti.
That's right. Pionieri, I don't like the sound of Pionieri.
No,
They're blue hats and the white shirts with a red scarf. And
they'll be in Commemorating later on in the year.
But also, you spend a bit of time. I remember when I was there in December, we went out the night before to Dinamo versus Celtic Champions League game, and thank you for organising those tickets for myself and my daughter Marta. We caught up for a few beers beforehand, then went to the game. And the next morning, I reckon it was about 6:30. By the time I woke up, it was already 2 hours later. He said, how about we jump in a car and go for a drive up to Mark Viduka's cafe? And I said, mate, I think we're catching a bus at 11 or something. I can't make it. But you do spend a bit of time up there. Who are some of the people that you bump into up there on a regular basis when you go have a coffee at Mark's cafe? Some famous names.
Mark.
No.
But there's also another. What I don't know, it was called a Johnny Warren medal back in those days in SL. But there was one bloke that came here for 1 year and he absolute tore
Željko Ajic.
Ajic.
I've been to that cafe many a times, and I've always had a good time, especially when I bump into Mark and he's got a bit of free time to have a couple of drinks. We sometimes go overboard with the drinks we have, and but he loves to talk about the past. He loves to talk about junior years and how we all used to go to Olympic Park to support Melbourne, Croatia back in the day. He just absolutely loves talking about those types of topics, yeah, and he was one of the guys that, you know, he had a couple of drinks and he looked at me and he said, Paul, you know what? I'm surprised you're still here. And I go, why? He goes, no, I didn't think you'd test. I didn't think you'd last. Because, but he also mentions to me that when he came here in the late 90s, it was like it's astonishing how things have changed. And he says, when I also mention a couple of things and I say, you know, this is not right, that's not right, he goes, Paul, you should have seen the way it used to be. So he could vouch for how much it actually has changed for the better.
But you went there. I mean, like I remember talking to you just before you left, and we probably had a few too many rakias, you and I, over Eva Yasmina's house. But talking about it, just that, like, and I think the family had already gone, and how gutsy a movie was to move over to Crow and all that, to do that. Is it a viable option? I know. Like, I know everyone said no one thought you were going to last, but let's try and look at it sort of beyond even your own experience and for other people. And I know there are so many people who fantasize about it and think about it, and that, you know, what would be your advice? Do it, don't do it. Is it viable? Is it not? You know, especially, I mean, you're one of us. You know exactly where we're coming from.
Look, Rob, I think I've just been getting some messages on the side.
That's all right. That's all right.
I was going to say, look, it may not be for everyone, but in a way, I just felt that you obviously need to love Croatia. You need to love Croatia, and you know the way we're brought up in Australia, we are actually Croatian in a way until you get here, and then you're like an Aussie. That's one thing. Is it viable? It can be viable. It just depends on everyone's situation. There are a lot of prosperous people here, and there are a lot of prosperous people from the diaspora that are doing very well, you know, in all shapes and sizes. But the big thing for me is that I just feel that family, family, religion, that sort of thing is just a different level up here for us personally, which is nice. Me personally, for example, when Ante came over with his daughter, I'm just thinking to myself, Ante, tell me, are you coming over? You know, because I get a buzz when I hear more people wanting to come and actually making the move. But again, you know, Ante was here for many years himself, you know, and I'm sure that he still has a soft spot and probably has aspirations of coming over here. But the more the merrier when I think about people making the move. So to touch on that, is it viable? Again, Rob, it depends on everyone's own situation, you know.
I know there's a whole that diaspora or something that they're talking about now, where they're doing picnics and these get-togethers for all these people from Canada, America, Australia that have returned. I even heard that that there was an idea that to do like a Croctoberfest, so to speak, or something like over in Crow, but that was really centered on all the people have returned from the diaspora. I don't know. Are you involved in that at all? Are you?
Look, I've been to some of the functions. They do their own rakia each and every year, and that's been going on for, I think it's possibly 10 years now. I'm not sure. A gentleman by the name of Mike Mortgage is originally from Canada. I met him early on when I came over. I'm not heavily involved in it, to be honest, Rob. But it's not that I don't want to be. It's just that I personally don't have the time, because I get to spend a lot of time with family and my extended family, and we're always between brother-in-law here, sister-in-law there, and I don't get a chance to enjoy it as much as I'd like to. But I did go to the last rakia where they do some lamb on a spit, and they have a good night. It was actually quite good. It was actually a really good night. But do I go to all the events? I don't. But they have one for Sveti Ante, a big picnic each and every year. And unfortunately, my father-in-law's an Anto, and I go and celebrate with him. So that's why I missed that, for example.
Yeah. And one other thing that I want to, because we always talk about, all right, you know, can we go back? Do you miss anything from Australia? Well, what is it that you miss? It could be something stupid. It could be like, or it's a number of things, you know. Is it stupid shit like Vegemite? I don't know.
It's definitely not Vegemite, Rob.
Yeah, I don't think so, but you know.
Well, look, you know, there's obviously friends and family that I do miss in Melbourne. How things are sort of more organised, you know, the simple things of if you need to get a new car license, you can just go online and do that. Those are the simple things that I miss. But overall, look, some people always ask me, how have you adapted, just like you mentioned earlier or asked earlier. I just try to make the most of it wherever I am with my family, and that's simple as that. But of course, you do miss the coffee. You do miss certain things about Australia. There's always going to be something. It's possibly the summer when it's winter here. That's what I miss.
Oh, you can always do the 6 months off, 6 months on. You
That's
know,
the dream. Yeah.
back and forth.
Possibly. Well, Ante, I'm not sure when you're going to be doing that, but I'm looking forward to seeing you more often here in Croatia.
You know pretty well Stanko Kvesic.
Yes.
Stan, I was chatting with him yesterday at length during the Preston St Albans game and that, and he's got a plan. He wants to retire earlier than probably what I do, because his kids are a touch older than mine, so maybe he can do it. But we were just chatting about it. You know, here we live to work. Over there, sometimes it's more work to live. But he's definitely got a plan. He's talking about real estate and what can we do and here and there. And I'm building overseas at the moment as well. So will that encourage us to come over more often? I hope so, because I don't want to build something just for the sake of having it and what am I going to Airbnb and not even be there. That's not why I built it. I built it in my cellar so that I can go back and be with my own people. Yeah. But you never know. But Ante Kolchek says, thank you for organising tickets for him. I'm not sure if that's for the Thompson concert or for a game. Big thanks again for the tickets. G'day, Juka and Paul. And Joe Sladdick, big shout out to Paul. It's like a chast. There's people flicking through.
Well, there's a live video apparently from Joe Sladdick.
Joe Sladdick sent a video. Let me just see if I've got that somewhere. Maybe it's on.
Do you get to watch much football over there, Paul?
In regards to the local league?
Well,
ANL? Look, Rob, I do go to the games with my son, but to be honest, I get a little bit. Look, I don't really like going to the stadiums, yeah, because the Maxim is not the
It's
best
so
stadium.
wonderful, yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing like a socialist stadium, is there?
Yeah, look, I'm hoping that the new stadiums will come around sooner rather than later.
Well, actually, on that, have you gone to Osijek? Have you been to the new one?
I went to the game to watch. I went to watch a national team there, and that's a nice little stadium, compact, a little bit similar to Amy Park, slightly smaller. That was a good experience.
Yeah.
That was a good experience.
And that just makes a world of difference, doesn't it? I mean, you'd think like even the amount of people that come out and watch games would just change dramatically if all the stadiums were of that caliber.
Yeah, 100%, 100%. But
Well,
look,
if you go in Zagreb, look now, they've knocked down Kranjčevićeva. They're building a nice little boutique one there again. I think like 11,000 seater. And they didn't all go play there. This is all, I don't know if it's all La La Land or not, whatever, whether it's all bullshit from a wonderful mayor there in Zagreb at the moment, Mr. Tomašević. But and then they're going to knock down Maksimir and build like a new, I don't know, 30, 40, 50,000 seat stadium. Will it make a difference in Zagreb and the vibe that's there? Will you see average crowd? Look, I know that the crowds have actually gone up since this whole new Boban era started at Dinamo. That I think the average was over 10,000 or something like that. Do you think they'll even go up to like 20,000+ if they had a decent stadium?
Rob, definitely. I think it would mean a world of difference to a lot of people, where you can go to a game and enjoy it. I went to a game early in the piece this last season. I'm just thinking, it was the first opening game of the season, and I was with who was I with? Because I was with Ante at one of the games. I'm just thinking, who was it? It doesn't matter, regardless. Anyway, heavens opened up and it was raining, and we were drenched. You got nowhere to go, And
Darren Kožul, you're with. Darren and Marina Kožul. He told me about it.
Correct. What's that, sorry, Ante?
You told me all about it. They're absolutely drenched.
Yes, and you know what? We ended up going home and then watching the last half on TV. So you don't enjoy it. Once there's a beautiful stadium there, you're going to go there. It doesn't matter, rain, hail, or snow. You're going to be able to watch the game in comfort, and that's going to make a huge difference for Dinamo and for the national team. Yeah, and for the national team.
Yeah. I remember even watching Dinamo beat Atalanta 4-0 there at Maksimir. An amazing game. I still don't know what the fuck happened there, because I couldn't see anything from there. You know what I mean? The stadium's a disgrace. Anyway,
I live here, so I've got to be a little bit more politically correct, Rob.
I think we need to be more politically correct. We're in Australia. I think you forget that, and I think you forget what sort of country you left. No, it's absolutely wonderful to speak to you as well. I actually missed you, some of our conversations here in Melbourne and stuff like that. But, to get that perspective, of someone, like I said, you're one of us and you're of the same vintage as us as well, and grew up doing exactly the same things that we did. And to see what it's like for you living in Zagreb, and, drinking Željko Adžić's wine. Actually, is it all that it's cracked up to be?
It's a good wine. It is a good wine. He's crushing it.
It's as good as his left foot. Does he squash the grapes with his left foot or his right? Because he did once get a glancing header against Footscray Just, so maybe he throws his head in there as well.
Actually, it wasn't a header; it was a handball, that goal.
We'll take it. And speaking of Ivan Stolica as well, doing that, if you watch back on the footage, that diving handball, whatever you want to call it, does a somersault behind the goals as a steward, as a marshal. These are the things, you know what I mean? But
I'll just touch on a quick story. I came to the cafe at Mark's Cafe, Viduka's Cafe up in Cheston there, and Željko Adžić was there, and Mark was there, and they're talking about tactics, and they're questioning one another, like coach to coach, what would you do in this situation? And they're getting the glasses out, they're getting the beer glasses, the wine glasses, and they're doing all the tactics on the table. And then, I'm just thinking to myself, then the corner bud comes along and picks up all all the glasses, and they go, no, ostavi. They're like freaking out, but so passionate about their football. I know Mark's not so much involved, but again, very passionate.
Paul
That's really
Modric, what can we say? Thank you for calling in, mate. Even though you're not down in Senior or anywhere near Senior, thanks for calling in. The legacy that you've left in this community, not only did you play Melbourne Croatia your whole life, not only is your old man an icon in his Akubra filming every single game that you played and that anybody played, right? Your old man is just as much as an icon as anybody in our community. You've left a legacy that you were one of the founders or you started the mini nights, our Melbourne Nights. With was it Zelko Suso? Was he with you at the
helped
time?
out.
There you go. So mini nights. So any kids that are now playing mini nights, just like Marley Plavi at Dinamo or the Marley Vatreni, I think they've got other different names, but the mini nights at Melbourne Nights was your brainchild. And my kids went through Marley mini nights. So Marco and Mara both went through mini nights before we moved on, and that was all because of you. So captain, coach, grew up. Son of a foundation member, your old man's an icon in the community, your brother, everybody. You've had a massive part to play. So we're talking about the contribution of people to OLUJA and the freedom of Croatia over there for this particular couple of days, because it is a very important part of our history for those that were involved in the war effort. But when we talk about our own community here in Australia, Paul Modric, you've been a massive part of our community here in Melbourne. We wish you all the very best of luck. We want to see you. But again, like I say to everybody, we want to see you stay. We want to see you stay. We want to see you succeed. We want to see your family thrive in Croatia. Stay there. And hopefully you're an example and a template for the rest of us to maybe one day pull the pin and say, let's go. Fucking if Paul can do it, if Ivica Kovac can do it, if Robbie Modric can do it, let's maybe give it a crack. And well done on giving it a go. And thanks for all your contribution to the Croatian community here in Melbourne as well.
Just want to ask you, how many Palinkovices have you had before you?
Only two so far, man. Only two, but it's a
but feeling the love nonetheless.
It's that Gorky, it's that Bardel one. And that Bardel one's not as good as the Maraska one. You know yourself.
I do. Listen, thanks a lot.
Bardel or Maraska?
What's that, sorry?
Bardel or Maraska?
No, I actually like the antique. Antique.
Okay, but that's Bardel anyway. So
all right, we'll try one. I've got a little one there. We'll pop it to her later because we're going to be going till about 6 in the morning. Spoil just taking the day off. No. Anyone that makes their workers go to work tomorrow is a bum.
Hey, listen, guys. Thanks a lot for having me. Thanks for the kind words, Ante. And I'll just say this: you're amongst those people that actually helped me a lot whilst I was there. So. You know what, you guys you have to praise yourselves also for the efforts that you're doing there and continue to do, which is fantastic. And I wish you all the best. And I want to just say hello to everyone that I know down there. And and I hope you do get some coverage, some video coverage from what's happening down in Sing, because I think it's going to be awesome. So. Good luck on trying to get someone with some live streams for you.
Or someone sober. Oh, no, we'll be on a level anyway, so they'll be fine. But anyway, Uncle Borgdale, I'll see you next year anyway.
Exactly right.
Ajde, sve najbolje, laku noć.
Pozdravi sve, Janju I Dicu I Đuku when you see him down there, when you finally get down to Crkvenica, say hello to everybody and whoever you see up at Mark's Cafe and on your travels. Thanks for joining us, mate. Thanks for jumping on. Means a lot.
Thanks, buddy. See you later, guys.
Cheers,
bye. Book.
There you go. Paul Modric, Melbourne Knights.
Who's that?
Legend. I don't know. I can't remember. Who was it? But we did have Kiko Čurić on before. He's dropped off now because everyone's having a bit of problems with reception. Yeah. It's probably more because consumption. I don't think it's 4G. It's koliko gradi in the vino.
Maybe
4G or 5G. I don't know koliko gradi ima na rakija that we're drinking.
Or stayed on like overtime, like mad, trying to get someone on, like in desperation.
Mate, but I'll tell you what, the numbers at one point they dipped from all we can see on this thing. Right, at 92, now it's 108. What that means, I don't know. By the time we finish the show, it's probably going to have like 1,500 views or whatever. So we don't know how this all works in terms of eyes on the screen through this restream program, but the numbers have just pretty much only dropped off by 4, so it's now at 108. People are still watching. If you're able to, fantastic. If not, you'll be watching tomorrow or on your train ride to Melbourne to work. Or
did you get that video from Joe Sledick and his?
I haven't. I'm uploading the video, but I do have a photo. David Stefanac, I mentioned him earlier. There's the
Okay,
photo.
Okay.
Dave's in the beret, holding up the Melbourne flag, if you can see him. He's got the brick. He's got the green beret. So the boys from Melbourne holding one flag, and you got the boys from Sydney holding the other flag as well. Looks like they're in scene, and they are probably having the absolute time of their life.
I could just imagine.
Dave looks like a pretty young bloke. I'm not sure how many times he's been to Crow. Maybe it's his first time, but I'll tell you what, it's something you probably won't forget if you have not been there before. But you can see there, mate, we are representing our people from here. You know, for some people over there, they might look at us and say, Klokani Australci. Now we get the old usual. I spoke to Ivi Juzel during the week, who released a song over in Croatia, did a whole media tour, promotions, etc. He did cop a bit of shit about his dialect. Yeah, maybe his Pardeji weren't right. Yeah, he did. But we're a tough, resilient people. We don't give a shit. We are who we are. You can't expect somebody at 40 or 50 years old to be able to, born in Australia, spent their whole life here, to be able to speak as well as they do over there. But then again, on the flip side, you go, kako tvoj engleski? Nije baš najbolje. Yeah, well, so don't expect us. We're surrounded by people here that don't speak our language. Yeah. We do our best to keep our families and our involved in the community so that we can have that cultural association. So, but he's a very resilient bloke, and he was on Hrvatska, Dobro jutro Hrvatska, actually a couple of days ago, an interview.
Well, there you go. Well, so Martin Rasputin say Dave's a great Vukovar boy, but also we're talking about Podroom TV Hall of Fame. So we got a Hall of Fame. Should we have a Hall of Fame? I don't know. We're even in the position to give a Hall of Fame, or is that now a registered trademark?
Joe Sladek has probably been our most prolific contributor in terms of chat and adding comments, etc. So I think Joe Sladek will be up there.
Well, it could be. But Paul Magdic is the first return interview. So that's one thing that comes up. So
we need to get an independent panel. So what you do with Hall of Fame is you get an independent panel.
Okay, tell me how it works,
secretly.
Please.
You get an Excel spreadsheet. The names come through. They send through. There's a criteria. You need to fill in that criteria. And if they fulfill that criteria, you choose who would possibly be the best fit for a Hall of Fame induction.
Okay. So we want your suggestions, ladies and gentlemen. Send them to us secretly at PodroomTV@gmail.com. Is there a .au?
No, just .com.
Oh, just .com. So PodroomTV@gmail.com. So suggestions for Podroom TV Hall of Fame. That could be, I don't know, the biggest drinker in the community. Could be...
best teeth and hairline in the community.
Maybe, yeah. Who needs to go to Turkey quick smart? I don't know. Like
I was at Istanbul airport, and I tell you what, I saw a lot of poms with red raw scalps. Go, what the girls with bandages over their faces and shit. I go, what's this? So girls went to get nose jobs, the blokes went to get hair transplants, whatever. Yeah, so I could. I don't know what the hell's going on with Turkey, but that's a great. What a great tourist attraction.
Yeah, I thought it was just part of their national costume.
Yeah, because people go, you should go to Thailand. You've got these tours where you go to Thailand. You come home with gastro, deli belly, and your teeth fall out by the time you get home anyway. Because, Thailand, zube to Thailand. I can't even drink the fucking water, and they want me to go fix my teeth.
Actually, talking about the bricks, right? I want to know, has that brickware, what do you call that, trend, transcended over to Croatia? I certainly hope not.
Oh, it looks like it, but Mr. Stefanis is a Vukovar boy. So apologies, Dave. Mate. I've probably seen you around, but being the old man that doesn't get much sleep these days, and there we go, just boarding flights. But where's that video now? Who was it that sent the video through? Joe Sladek. He flicked it through, and I tried to save it in there. Here we go. I'll try it again. We'll try again, save it, and we'll put it up on the screen.
I think people understand we only got sound up about 25 minutes ago, so it's all good.
True story. And we've only had one email from Ante Grgic about our sounds, so that means we're doing a good job.
We must be.
Tony Grgic, he said, we got sound, we're flying, we're good to go.
Even Tony Grgic come and said some really nice things about us, so I don't know.
You've changed, man. You've changed. I don't know you anymore. But Tomislav Krčmar, Kirky is sending through videos. These ones aren't saving for me, but if I can save a video, because what happened before when I went to kick my dog out, I knocked my phone onto the ground. In the process of knocking my phone onto the ground, it looks like the actual iPhone, the charger has snapped off inside. So I've got 17% left. So I should still be good till about 6 in the morning. Spolge,
Okay.
you good to go?
Yeah, yep. I've got nothing better to do.
But it looks like I've saved Tommy Krčmar's.
Hey, talking about like we'll knock and see him before. Just be careful because Vishnya launched out at Samardzic.
Is she there at the moment?
She's watching, which I reckon is basically that must be Sarma.
Okay, so we might as well drink what we can because we're dead when she gets back.
Jason Razovic saying Podroom TV making TV great again. I reckon too. You know what? I don't watch TV.
No, do this one.
I don't.
Like making second-hand fence palings from Ringwood great again.
From Ringwood?
From Ringwood, mate.
Oh.
The old man helped me load them onto the trailer. 80 years old, yeah, Tiran Starog, dummy, loading fence posts. He goes, you can't burn it, you can't pitch the onion with this shit. It's all treated.
Yeah.
And then pusti to, ja što riješti. But let's have a look.
What did he say? Did he see the finished product?
He wants to live down here now. He said, my mum never.
He's got a heater too, courtesy of the state government.
Thank you, Jacinta Allen, for the heating this evening. So our audio works. Camera, I don't think it's stalled. We've had 3 or 4 live interviews that have all gone pretty well. And our comfort zone heater, courtesy, and I think there was a letter that came in the box.
There was.
Courtesy of Jacinta Allen.
Yes.
But you know what? I heard a pretty good joke the other day. I think I might translate it into what I'm doing now. This evening, what is it now? 10:39 Australian Eastern Standard Time. I'm going to destroy my liver like Jacinta Allen has destroyed Victoria. Živjela ti meni još stoga Jacinta. Ako Bog da, I'll get a job on the Northeast Link because I can walk there. But there was another good one. I saw an AI joke come up. I've told it to a couple of people. Yeah, they test. Yeah, comedians go out and they test their material first in these little clubs, and then before they go on there. There's an AI joke going around. Yeah, where they've got these new AI animated things where there's a Baba or a Dida sitting down eating a burek, and the reporter comes up to him and she goes, Dida, kakav ti je burek? He goes, koliko imaš godina? Or whatever. I don't fucking. And then he goes, what's the secret to a long life? He goes, moja čača živija 105 godina. She goes, what's the secret? He goes, he minded his own business. Yeah? So that's one. But the better one, you got this guy, he turns up to this lovely lady. She's got the blue hair, nose ring. You could drag a carriage backwards. And he goes to her, hello. He goes, ja baš ono pitam, koji je tvoj tip? Koji je tvoj tip? And she goes, moj tip je visok, da je ono, ima muscles, da je pametan, ima dobru plaću. He goes, ne, koji tip diabetes? Tip A or tip B? Absolute gold. Okay, there's some shit coming out on TV. And Richard, of all people.
Oh, Richard's the best.
Like Robert Modric is a city councillor in Southern. If anyone's ever seen Richard, Enio Mestrovic on Facebook, you no doubt have.
What's his real name?
Enio Mestrovic. Qualified engineer and educated bloke. Takes his teeth out, grows a beard, fucking puts on some vest, and he's the funniest bloke I've ever seen. But he's in senior at the moment. He's actually down there with Miro Boy, who is a very, very famous senior that we all know. I think he's a senior Metkovic, Miro Boy, parliamentarian. I don't think he's a senior anymore, to be honest.
I'll take your word for it.
But let's go. I've managed to send myself these clips.
So actually, it is Vishnya. It's not Sadma, but she said she'll speak to him. So yeah.
Sadma, hopefully he's doing well with his health because he did have a hernia check a couple of weeks ago. Apparently,
we saw that. There's some video evidence. Vishnya, you missed that a few weeks ago. But if you look at I don't know which the episode after the Dinamo
the
gala, yeah, you'll have a look.
We know that. We know your brother-in-law Johnny was the doctor. He was the doctor that was on call that night, the emergency department of Sunshine Hospital, and he was checking someone either for moles or for hernia. But yeah, that's another story. Oh, we're still going.
Rox is asking, how is it possible you two are still talking? Because
this one? I'm not talking about my wife here. I'm talking about an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, okay.
I was with an ex-girlfriend.
Yep.
Not that I had many. Like I said, I've been basically a priest until I got married,
yeah.
and I've been a priest ever since. So
okay.
4 kids.
Yeah,
that's shut the gates.
But
I once went to the doctors, with my ex-girlfriend, and we walk in there, and I go, Doc, what's wrong? He checks me over. He goes, listen, Smolik, he goes, we're going to have to get that mole removed. So I asked her to leave. Yeah, but does it look that fucking that Finnish commentator guy that So if anyone's still listening, you're going to probably turn off now. After that. That's terrible.
That was like that Big Brother episode. Game on, moles.
Oh, jeez. What else we got coming through?
Tony Grigic reckons he can revert back to being a prick, but he's sad in the morning because of the nights. Aren't we all? That's probably why I'm still standing here after 3 hours and still talking. But in all seriousness, get down to the Knights this Wednesday, if you remember. Here's your chance to have your voice heard. And talk about things and maybe not so much concentrate on what's gone wrong, but maybe concentrate on what can be done to go right. Because
exactly. How can we move forward? What are the solutions?
Forward,
What can we do to help? And it's not just physical help. You can't. All right, everyone needs people to work. Everyone needs a volunteer, cook the barbecue, work the bars or whatever. But what else? Let's think outside the box. They're going down to a lower division, and from the commentary, I'm no expert. I'm not writing a book about the history of the club, but first time we've actually been relegated in terms of performance based in 72 years. I'll say we've been kicked out of the league.
Yeah.
We've played in relegation playoffs against Dandy City, where I remember going to that game at Bob Jane, and my article walked out. Kim Harris, that's a name you probably can't even remember.
He played one good game in his life.
Kim Harris, number 9, and my Marco's holding his hand, walking out to the pitch, number 9. He scored a hat-trick in that game. Marta Duganjic scored 2. Yep. And Marta Duganjic scored 2 for Dandy City. Yeah? It was a cream of the crop of our community. Knights survived. They're going down. What are we going to do? Yeah? Can we get back to where we were in 1995 like I'm dressed now? No. Nobody can. But can we get to a place where we need to be now? Yes, we can. Dinamo's there. Dinamo's rock bottom. Dandy City, hopefully, within the next couple of weeks, we'll be playing finals. Percival Zagreb, promoted. Sydney United, still in the Australia Cup. Guelph, Western Knights, Gold Coast, only just got knocked out. Adelaide got knocked out, probably get relegated. But again, it's up and down. Soccer should be that way. It's a cycle.
Yeah, that's right.
If you're good enough, you stay. Right. If you're not good enough, you don't. Right. But it's how you respond. Are you resilient? And I think Melbourne Croatia, all clubs, can be the club that can bounce back as quick as anybody else. And that's why we need to get there. Give the ideas. The people at the club are going to give us a rundown. It says everything. Yeah, we're looking for feedback. We're going to give the financials, etc. Let's have a listen. Let's have a cool head. Let's be tempered. Have a listen to what they've got to say. And let's get behind them and see what we can do as a community to get them back to where they need to be. Because how good would it be now? North Geelong gets promoted again next year. Melbourne Knights are back up there next year. You know, we've got 4 clubs in there. The Gritzy do it all the time, man. They run the whole federation. They run everything. I know New South Wales now, they're rejigging the whole bloody junior NPL system. They've fucked everything. Same as here. But we need to stick together. We need to work with clubs that also think like us, whether they're Massos or Albanians or whatever, because there is a monopoly in soccer in Australia. And Football Australia has asked for $3 billion in funding. Have you heard that one?
No, I haven't.
From the Australian government.
I haven't.
$3 billion. Yeah, but for $3 billion, I'll build a most to Pelješac to make contact with the Pelješački most to Dubrovnik or whatever. Fuck yeah, $3 billion. $3 billion. But the Northeast Link's being built here. Probably not going to cost that much.
No. Well, actually, that probably costs more the way projections go over in this state. But Gruga brought up, we'll relegate in 1963. So, I mean, I don't know, that early days, it was we're an amateur club then, and I don't even want to bring up that. It was a different thing. But we have to look at the process. We have to look at what we do as a club. We have to look at it. The way you want to look at so what do we do? Do we now say, okay, it costs $800,000 or north of $800,000 to compete in the league? Do we raise that sort of money, or do we live with the fact that if you raise $800,000, there's going to be some other team with some sugar daddy that's going to raise $1 million or 1.1 or 1.2 to chase that $25,000 prize money. The concept is it's fucking absurd. You're not going to get anything out of it other than an ego boost or whatever it is, or prestige or whatever it is. Is that what we need as a community? I'm not sure whether spending money hand over fist is what we require as a community and what's the healthiest thing for our community. But what is healthy for our community is building a strong foundation for our clubs and a good junior system and a real system where the coaches there are coached properly and are trained properly and know what they're doing. And so that you're not necessarily even that you've got the best talent, because I think good football culture is where you build players, where you generate, but where you make players that are at this level, at that level. That's a good football culture. Good football culture is not getting the best player from that team and that team and that team and that team and bringing him here, making it one super team. That's not culture. Culture is forming players, forming foundations, forming friendships, forming community links, forming these young people who are going to become the foundation of your club for decades to come. Because the Knights, there's no debating it. And not only the Knights have done it, every club's been like guilty of it. Even Dinner's been guilty. Everyone's been guilty of it. Where they've, Danny's been guilty of it. Losing families because of whatever reason, But the biggest problem is that isn't that we haven't developed players, or that we haven't developed another Viduka and made $10 million. Our biggest problem is that all these families that we've lost, all these kids that we've lost that aren't supporting that club and that aren't becoming, whether they're your next bar person, whether they're your next groundsman, whether they're your next whatever, ground announcer.
Exactly right.
Whatever it is, whether your next treasurer or whether they're your next Mark Viduka, because there's room for everybody, or whether your daughter or your son met that person. But anyway, yeah.
Before I was just about to play a video, but now I'm going to play a live video. And who do we have online? We've got Kiko Čurić all the way from, let me see where he is now, but Kiko Čurić, well known in Sydney circles, Sydney United, kids playing there at the juniors. Bit of maybe static in the background. Reception ain't great, and there's some bloke pulling Hulk Hogan muscle moves in the background. But Kiko, can you hear us? It's moving. Malo se miče glava.
You look really good in that pose. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Just stay. Stick there.
Kiko, can you hear us? All right, Ima Malo.
There's a bit of movement. There's a bit of movement.
Have we got you, Mike? Jel se čujemo?
Not quite.
All right, I'll flick him a message.
We'll try again one more time. But anyway,
we'll get him. He's been trying and he's doing his best that he possibly can.
Okay, Goodego saying I will state league top tier. Okay, fair enough. All right, point taken. It was there. Look, I mean, we're an ethnic club that just came. We started 10 years prior to that, and whatever. But what my point with that whole thing is what we've developed as a club and as a community, and what we should be, and what we can be. Now, what's our number one goal? Is our number one goal to lift a trophy, or is our number one goal to be a healthy club? And I think the number one goal is to be a healthy club. And when you become a healthy club, maybe you might achieve something. I think there's been missed opportunities even in recent years where we've had 6, 7, 8 of our own in the team and in that squad that were there, that we could have formed maybe a spine through there, like a killer centre back, a killer centre midfielder, a killer striker, a killer goalkeeper. And with them, and say like a half a dozen really well-played players, that you could have formed a team with our kids around it that will die for that badge that they're wearing on their chest. And maybe you make third spot. Maybe you make it in the top 6, and then when you make it in the top 6, anything can happen. That's what my point is. Shall we compete money-wise? I think that's insane. That's anyway. I think it's just a little preface to what's happening on Wednesday And that's my little forward into that. That's it.
It's
that's
you're
what it is.
taking money from the community to throw at something that's going to give you nothing but an ego boost. That's
right.
what it is. You win
That's
the NPL. I don't even know what's the price. There's always that talk of
25, 30, whatever it is.
$30,000.
Let it be 70,000. I don't care.
100,000.
Yeah.
You're spending 500,000 or 350,000 or whatever, and you're taking from your people, from your juniors and whatever, to throw into a competition to try and win. To say mismo ball, you pissing competition.
Yeah.
It's not about that. It's in the old days it was different. When you're playing in the NSL, you're on a national stage. You couldn't buy that sort of marketing, right? You couldn't buy a back page of the Herald Sun where there's a fucking Trobojnica and blokes in bomber jackets and they're bashing fucking stand a man long and he's getting belted at fucking Olympic Park. You couldn't buy that sort of publicity.
Right.
Yeah? Whether you won the league or not. We didn't have a country at the time. And in Australia we did. You know, when you go to school and they go, oh, you're not a crow, that doesn't exist, it's not in the Atlas. They fucking Herald Sun, and there's a fucking 2,000 crows punching on in the middle of Olympic Park, and there's a flag and there's a checkerboard on there. Of course, that's who we are. Now, playing at a local level, it's a little bit different. You know, you're not getting any exposure. You don't even get exposure in your local newspaper, your local Whittlesea Leader or Brimbank Star or whatever the fuck it's called. So it's kind of, I think that what kind of lost me a little bit.
Yeah.
For me, it was all about, again, I'm going to repeat it 1,000 times. I don't even like soccer. I drive my kids 5 times a week to fucking Dinamo, 45 minutes an hour. Fucking an hour and a half to George Cross last Thursday. I drove Tommy to play, to fill in for another team. Hour and a half it took me to get there. I don't even like watching the game. It's not about that. It's about who you're representing, what jersey you're wearing. If you take no pride in the jersey that you wear, ubis.
Yeah.
That's bottom line.
That's right.
And from that, if they win the game, whatever, we need to advertise ourselves. Little wins, doesn't matter. Under 14s, fucking Gold Coast community team won a game. Put it on fucking YouTube, put it on Facebook, put it everywhere. Let everyone see that we exist. That's what we're all about, man, because that's what we want to do is that we are a narod who needs to fucking we do need to prove a point.
We do.
We got that little man syndrome because fucking everyone used to shit all over. Oh, Italy won the World Cup in 1982. You go to some dickhead's house, he's got that poster still in his garage. Campione Mundial. Bemba Maiku in 98. We're fucking Usri Rata. We made it to fucking 3rd place. We should have played in the final. Costa vi viste Niko Nishta. Look at us. China, like someone said the other day, I think it was Yorlich or Diddlers. China's got 1.3 billion people. India's got 1 billion people. And we're playing the last 2 fucking World Cup finals and semi-finals. That's what it's all about, man. To prove a point and to make sure that people know that we exist and that we know ourselves why we're there to exist. Kiko Churic, let's give him another crack.
Okay, let's go.
Have we got him now? Maybe he's got Starlink. Maybe he's in the Ukraine and they've donated a Starlink. I can see his picture on the screen, but we never did that.
Even if we can hear him, we'll take anything. Okay.
Try again. Kiko, do we have you? He's frozen on a little thumbnail and still not coming through, but it looks like he's in a nice picturesque place. Now he's dropped off again. Doesn't matter. But again, like I said, doesn't matter if you're NPL 1, 5, 12, 15. I've played for the lowest possible amateur league clubs you can see. Fine, yeah? I spoke to Tiho Pincic yesterday, Rocky at Dinamo. He's still talking about playing for Tottenham Zagreb. Now, people that are even our vintage don't even know who the fuck is Tottenham Zagreb. They existed once upon a time and they morphed into NK Tornado Zadar. You had Osijek. People would never know. Was there an Osijek here? They used to play at a Broadmeadows, same with Strathmore Split. Heap of clubs. Yeah, even the smaller regional towns, the Wyalas and the Newcastle made a resurgence. They disappeared. Yeah. They've come back.
That's
Newcastle
right. That's a great example, actually.
Yeah? But they've got something. We're there. Imanas. That's the whole point of being there is that to say, Postoimo.
Joe Slatic even said, my scene keeps saying, Tata, when am I going to play for the Knights? But if the juniors are not getting the attention to be competitive, like a lot of the clubs, well, it goes back to being a healthy club, building our kids, our youth, as best we could produce back as we did back in the day. So that's a whole thing. That's like even my son. When my son was told we had no room for him at the Knights, and I had to go to Keeler Park and take my hat off to Keeler Park, a beautiful club, healthy club, lovely people, everything was great. was all good. But you know what? When he's wearing purple and he's there, he's got an Austrian flag on his chest. It wasn't the exact same thing. But when he went to Strathmore, I'm telling you now, and we've hand on my heart, his performance lifted because he was wearing red, white, and blue.
Exactly right.
Because he actually cared about what he had on his chest. And that's what it all comes down to.
Exactly.
Is he going to play for Barcelona? I don't think so. But is he going to play with all his heart and everything that he's got to play for Strathmore and to play, like we said, it doesn't matter whether it's Strathmore, Knights, Dinamo, Newcastle, Gold Coast. If you've got the grip on your chest, that's my club.
That's you die in that jersey.
That's my
you
club.
die in that jersey.
Yeah.
For us, for me, as a kid, Melbourne Knights was like playing. We didn't have one. It was like playing for the representatia. It's like you're playing.
That's right.
You're representing your country, your people, your whole being. Whether it's Split or Zagreb or Whyalla or Guelph or whatever, it doesn't matter. You put that jersey on. I'll tell my kids, mate, it doesn't matter where you're playing. You're playing at Dinamo, you're playing at Knights, you're playing at Split. Crepe in that jersey, right? You can go play for Eltham Redbacks. I took my kid to Eltham Redbacks in between going from Knights to Dinamo. And when I saw look at my old man's face, when they go Redbacks. And my old man, he used to play a fucking bullhorn at Olympic Park and bled for that club, Melbourne Croatia, yeah? He just dropped his head, he turned around, and he couldn't even watch anymore. Because it's fucking nice or nashy. I don't know anybody there. I can't let my kid just walk around there willy-nilly because I don't know fucking anybody there. Yeah. It's a family. It's you're a part of something, and that's big for me. Is if I'm not a part of something, like I never went out to nightclubs back in the day to the local fucking Metro, Chevron, and that just off my own bat on a Friday or Thursday night. I went to crow functions. If the crow function was at Metro, the only time I went to Metro was for crow functions or crow birthdays. I never fucking stepped foot in that joint on a Friday night for no reason. Chevron on a Thursday night, all the crows from Latrobe Uni would go there. There'd be a group of fucking 20 of us. I'd go with them. Otherwise, me on my own or a couple of mates, just let's go out to fucking motel or whatever. Bully medic, I don't know no one there, man. What am I going to do? They've got nothing in common with any of these people. Same goes when your kid plays at some club. You sometimes you forego the performance. It's not about winning, even not even about winning, or it's about developing friendships.
Yep.
It's about developing it's putting something into the community.
Yep.
And being a part of something. Because what's going to happen now? My boy's 15, the girl's 16, another one's 11, another one's 8. They're going to grow up with that group of kids, and one day they're going to come home and go, "Oh, Tata, Luca's going to be my coom. Frankie's going to be my best man. This one's going to be organised.
And Maria's going to be my wife."
Exactly right. and sometimes, you trade one for the other.
Yeah.
Yes, we can take our kids now to go play for fucking Avondale or play for whoever it is, Western, these Glen Iris or wherever the fuck they are, playing in some Division 1. Mate, Dinamo, look, the juniors, the NPL have stepped up into that Division 2 on this live ladder bullshit that they've got. We're now officially bottom of Division 2, which is good in terms of trying to attract new kids and kids that want to perform at a higher level. Yes. But if we're playing Division 6, I'm still going to be there next year. Yeah, best man. If we're Division 1, 2, 3, 5, 12, my kids are absolutely loving it there. They're thriving. And as a family, we're fucking happy to be there. Because if the parents aren't happy, what's the point of the fucking kids? You're driving your kids somewhere where you fucking hate being there. And in the end, you pack up and where do you go? You come back to where you know. And what do we know? And what do we know best? As Hrvati, we go back to our own. We get embraced and we move on.
100%. That's what we're here talking about this at 11 o'clock on a Monday night, hoping for someone to tune in from Split. But one thing, Jason Osmich, he said a very great thing. A club's culture resides in the hearts and souls of its people.
That's right.
Simple as that.
A club is the sum of its people.
That's it.
It's not about whether you're first, last, fucking relegated, State 1, MPL, A-League. Yeah? It's the people that are there. What's there? When you turn up there, how do you feel? I've used this story 1,000 times. You might think you're the smartest bloke in the room. I've read this on LinkedIn a long time ago, and I've kept it. You walk into every room. If you think you're the smartest, that's great. You're going to walk away thinking you're the smartest bloke in every room you've walked into. It's what do those people that are there think about you once you have left? And that's what same with our clubs, mate. If you walk there, you feel welcome. You want to go back there every week, every Monday, Tuesday, Friday, Thursday. Doesn't matter how many times you're going to drive your kids.
That's right.
But if you hate going there, it can be the best club in the world.
That's
it can
right.
be the fucking top of the A-League with the fucking Champions League. If you hate going there, what's the point? No point.
Here you go. Here's one for you anyway, Chris Marrick. Smolik, you climbing that fence behind the goals, celebrating the Knights Championship at Highmarsh. To me, is that legendary. I'll always have that memory for the rest of my days. That's love of club and that's love of people. And that's what it is. Now, it's not even like piss in your pocket, but it's an image of how much a club means to somebody. You know, and that was years and decades of struggle. And like you said, we talked about even like World Cup and Croatia playing at the World Cup. And we getting to certain, like that year, even sometimes you go a little bit maybe over boisterous when these little things happen.
Yeah.
But when we were growing up and you're saying like, I didn't know if Croatia's going to be a country. You go like, people are telling you, you're not a country, you don't exist, show me on the map and all that sort of shit you brought up so many times. And you go, I'm going to show you one day it's going to happen. And you believed it, you know, as a kid. It was like something like, and I think that's why we're all so fucked in the head now, is because we had that belief and that had that, you know, that was that belief that was just sort of pushed into us. And whether it was even done forcefully or not, I don't think it was. I don't think my parents forced me to love this or love that. I think it was just brought in that environment that it just meant so much to me because I saw how much it meant to them.
That's right.
And so, and then when you actually get it, and then Croatia becomes free. And then we're talking now here on the 30th anniversary of OLUJA. That event, that's historic. We're talking about your Nikola Šubić-Zrinskis and your Ban Jelečic's, and you're talking about like, well, you talk about whatever you want.
That's right.
You talk about Kralj Tomislav. You talk about Kralj Zvonimir. You talk about like the greatest expanses of in Croatian history. That 1995 is arguably the biggest event in the history of Croatia, because to achieve that in the world that we're living in at that time, where everyone's against you. We got nothing. We had arms embargoes against us.
The Crows put on us. Their own people put those embargoes on us.
People fighting with hunting rifles that they had from in their backyards or whatever, when they were going out for hunting foxes or bears or whatever, depending what part of Croatia you're in. You're fighting the fourth strongest army, I think, at the time in Europe. That was an achievement. That happened now. This is that 30th anniversary of that. And now it's also the 30th anniversary of the Melbourne Knights winning that first championship. All those things that happened in 1995. These are huge events that we just can't underrate or just, you know, understate. These are things that we need to celebrate, you know, because I think these are things that keeps us striving. I see that Paul Bradbury, right? Now that he comes up on there.
He's Aussie word,
Pommy guy, he comes on, and you know what? His contributions to Croatia, the way he promotes Croatia, is absolutely brilliant. You couldn't ask for a better ambassador for Croatia. But then I see him delve into these fucking idiotic arguments with certain portals with Aussies and this, and they start going into this fucking fascism and Nazism and idiotic shit that I'm not going to even get into because it's just not even worth talking about. Because he's obviously surrounded by shit that still exists there in that country. And that stuff that's that brainwashed,
lingering
communist
garbage.
thing. You know, they can talk about us and they can say we're all backward in Australia, or we're the offspring of this or that or other or whatever. You know what? We grew up in a free country. We grew up in a country that you can express yourself, you could say whatever you wanted, and whichever way you want to look at it, it was democratic. They grew up in a totalitarian regime. I don't give a fuck if you're left wing, right wing, or whatever. It was totalitarian. You couldn't express yourself properly in that country. Now I'm going to come in there as a palm. I'm going to list these fuckwit because he got brainwashed for so many years, like how they were peace loving and they were free and Nazi anti-fascists.
That's right.
But fuck, what the fuck did World War II have to do with fascism or anti-fascism? Like my parents knew what the fuck fascism was.
Nah.
They fought for Croatia. They fought like, oh my God, we finally got an opportunity, you know, something. Vice versa. Okay, you got other people on the other side. They're fighting against Italian because they thought that's what we got to do. Now they've joined this side to fight against Italian occupation of Dalmatia and whatever. I'm not going to get into that anyway. But what I was saying is, with him, he brought up one thing a few months ago, and when all these demonstrations happened in Belgrade, and that when that train station collapsed and all that, and then 1 million people came out in Belgrade and that, and rightly so, you know, rightly so. They came out to demonstrate all the bullshit that's happening in their country. And he said, why don't they why doesn't this happen in Croatia? You know, everyone talks about, you know, corruption in Croatia and stuff like that. And they're not coming out and talking about it. They're not coming up and standing up and saying this, and that, or the other. They only come out for the Dorchek. Or they come out for this. And there's a very simple answer for that. Those people, if you want to use an A and B, right? So you've got all those people in Belgrade or Novi Sad or wherever they're coming from. They're coming out in their hundreds of thousands, if not millions, demonstrating because they are grossly unhappy.
Yep.
Because their country's fucked. We coming out in our hundreds of thousands, if not millions, because we come second in the World Cup, because we come and celebrate our faith, our love of our country, you know, like happened at the Hippodrome and that. That is the difference. And no matter how anyone wants to paint this picture and say, nema mržnje, nema crne majice, nema this and that. Oh, look at this. Oh, the hatred. Oh, black shirts, fascists, this and that. Shut the fuck up. These are people who are happy, who are celebrating, who love their country, who love their faith, who love their narod. How is that mržnja?
Exactly right.
How is that
500,000
mržnja?
people sing. There's a saying, kad pjevaš dva put moliš. Some guys kad pjevaš zlo ne misliš, but they go, kad pjevaš dva put moliš. Yeah, so I'm not a particularly religious person, but fucking hell, man, if you're singing, you're not singing, they weren't singing Jasenovac I Gradiška Stara at that concert. They were singing Neću izdat ja, or
that's right.
You know, Kralju Dmitre, Zvonimire, they're singing about their love and patriotism of their country, their faith, their narod. So, you know,
it becomes a non-argument. But the thing is, this is the world that we live in today, though. You got to battle this bullshit, this disinformation from the media, whether it's Croatian, whether it's, you know, in Australia, we see it all over the place. Now you can say you're this or that, or you're a conspiracy. No, it's not. You're pushing away, because as soon as you say you're of this mindset because you're a Christian or you're a Catholic, worse, that's even worse, Catholic, my God, you're a Catholic or you're a Croat, I don't know, you're a fascist or a Nazi or whatever this, you know what I mean? I got brought up as a Croatian. Never once did anyone promote Nazism in my fucking family or fascism or hatred. If anything, I got taught our victories and things to be proud of. The first uprising in Sisak that happened during the Ottoman invasions of Croatia. They're the things that I got made to be proud of. It wasn't about hatred. Never once did, like, my parents come, oh, no, you hate Serbia or you hate this or that. No, it was through pride. It was through positivity. And that's the whole thing that we're talking about. So it's about this battle between what's mainstream, and I'm not so sure how mainstream media is anymore anyway, and what they try to say and what what their beliefs and their belief structure and the foundation of that structure is anymore. Because I think there's a resurgence, and that's why, again, I tried to not use that word in this podcast today, but we couldn't help it. Renaissance. That's that renaissance about that love and what we're doing, and being proud of what we do, and being proud of our achievements. A little shitty old country, shitty country like Croatia, 4 million people. Wow, what can we do? We can conquer the world, you know, and we have conquered the world, but not only through sport, but we've conquered the world in so many things. Everyone that comes out and comes and sees our country and says, my God, Croatia is so beautiful. But it's not just the landscape. It's the people, it's the food, it's the hospitality, it's that experience that they have there. It's not because they go there and they feel like they've experienced something that's almost religious.
Exactly right. It's a sum of its people.
It's a sum of its people. You know, it's not about, now, people are making businesses over there and trying to profit as much as they can. That's fair enough, but they're doing it in a beautiful way. You know, and that, anyway.
Joe Slater said, boys, you're going to take a toilet break. I just did, Joe. So if you saw me disappear off the screen, I've just gone to do as we call it.
And I was waiting for you.
We call it a Josip Piškić. So that's like when you.
Any videos coming up?
Anyway, we're still waiting. Kiko Čurić is saying the reception is for the tip. We've got a fair few. Joe, I can't. David, you sent it twice now. I cannot download his video for some reason. It won't save. I saved the one before from David Stefanac. This one will not let me save to the bloody phone. And it is only on 4% by me or Malo Zeza as well. But let's see what else is coming through. Tonči Prusac. Hope it all worked out well. Sorry for the monologue. Honestly, couldn't hear a word. That's all good, mate. I'm sure it might have been entertaining either way.
Yeah, it was great to see that. It was great to just be a part of it as well, just
Exactly.
to see everyone travelling over there. That was
fella,
great.
by the way, is my cousin's son and an old soul in a young body. He's nuts about folklore and old traditions. When I told him about you being from Debeljak and Mladi Hrvati, he was really intrigued. Keep telling him stories because we are a people. We are a nation of storytellers. That's what we do. We tell stories, and not only we tell stories, but we're a people that have got our stories set in stone.
Yes.
Not just on paper, not just word of mouth. Our stories are fucking carved in stone. That's a difference between us and a lot of other cultures. Other cultures can make shit up. Instead of me make it up, they haven't got fucking stone there. They got lithium, and now Rio Tinto is going to fucking take everything they've got. Ours is carved in fucking stone, in the walls of churches, on fucking gravestones, on humci. I think, what do they call those? Stečci.
Yeah, that's right.
In Herzegovina.
That's right, yeah.
We carved this shit in stone fucking before these people were using, they was eating out of their hands and fucking living in mud huts. Yeah, but the lead. Like Robert Modric, you'll see in another part of the interview, like he said, he goes, if it wasn't for the Ottoman invasion of Europe, we lost 400 years fighting. Yeah? Others lost 400 years occupied by them. We lost 400 years fighting them. Before that, we were inventing fucking everything. We were way ahead of anybody else anywhere fucking near us. And then we had that bit of a fucking break, and now we're slowly like, we've got a population of 4 million people. We should have a population of 40 million people. That's right. If it wasn't for the bullshit that came through our doors from the east, and even from the north. Either way, we
but that's actually a great point. You talk about culture and the way people react, and people maybe think that in some ways we can be too defensive. Maybe, I don't know what you want to say, too aggressive or whatever. But I said that's a difference between, and I try to explain when you're, and I find it very rich when someone comes from a culture that's gone on and colonized half the world is going to judge the way we behave, as opposed to someone who we've never tried to conquer anywhere. All we've tried to do is defend where we live, where we've come from, and all that. Actually, and that Dubrovnik was the first place that banned slavery in the world. I mean, I think it says a lot. It's about truth, and what the stories are. You know what I mean? And that's where we're there defending what it is. So when you've got that history of someone trying to take your thing, trying to take your land, trying to take your house, trying to take your family, trying to take whatever it is, of course you're going to be defensive. But that's not something that's just happened in the last 50 years, 100 years. Like you said, so we're talking about Ottoman invasions. We're talking about Magyar invasions. We're talking about Bulgarian invasions. We're talking about Venetian invasions from east, north, south, east, and west. And this is something that's happened throughout our history. We haven't gone off to try and conquer anybody. We've never gone off to try and conquer Belgrade. We've never gone off to try and conquer Albania or Montenegro or Venice or anywhere or Budapest. If anything, Banja Lucic went over there and freed Vienna and then said, okay, here we go. What do you want to do now?
Exactly right. Exactly right.
And he was criticized for that in history, but I don't know how much you guys know about history, but whatever, but he was criticized for that. One of the reasons they took his statue off down in the 1940 or 5, 6, 7. I'm not sure when it was taken off. But anyway, we're not an aggressor. We might defend ourselves aggressively, but defense is one thing, that's, but I don't know. I think we digress a bit.
Yeah,
but I think, you know what, I think that's where we're at. Like, that's the air of events at the moment with the 30th anniversary of OLUJA. And talking about all these things and saying these things didn't come easy. So I think, you've got to sort of delve into these things. It's hard not to. It's hard not to talk about it and get maybe a little bit philosophical about it all.
Exactly right. So I've just got someone else wants to ring in. I'm just going to send them the link now. My phone's on 3%, 2% now with a busted fucking charger cable inside. So now it's unless maybe I've got one of those cordless chargers upstairs, which I can duck up to grab. But Tony Grgic, I will send you the invite link now for Sylvester who wants to chime in. Nema problema, samo ti njemu pošalji link.
And I wonder, actually, that was one thing I wanted to talk about earlier on. I wonder whether Thompson chose Sinj today because it was the closest Croatian city to Tomislavgrad.
It's not too far, is it? Sinj, you cross the border, you're pretty much in Livno, and Livno's not that far from...
So is that the reason why they've decided to do this concert here?
Exactly, because people have asked,
reasons he's
why
not
is he not
allowed
done
to
it
go
in
over there.
Kneen? Why has he not done it in fucking, whatever other place of importance? Why Sinj, of all places, the night before OLUJA? Well, he's probably, to be honest, politically, they won't let him probably play in Kneen.
Maybe not there, and he definitely can't play in Herzegovina or Bosnia.
That's right. So Sinj, why not, man? It's a great patriotic Croatian city. Play it wherever. Could have been anywhere. Could have been Zadar. Could have been Šibenik. Could have been because he's not too far from Šibenik himself. Čavoglave.
No, that's right.
So I'm just sending Tony Grgic.
But even talking about, I went to. Did you ever go to Čavoglave? Did you ever go to the?
I didn't. No.
I tell you what, that was a moving experience as well. I don't think it's going to be anything that could be compared to anyone that went to Hippodrome, and even tonight. I think tonight's going to be a really historic event. I got this feeling. And I think that's why we're still here talking about it. It's not just the Palinkovac. It's a historic night. We're here now. We're approaching the 5th of August, which and the official 30th anniversary of the liberation of Knien. And I think something. But when we went there, and I think it was 100,000 people there in Čavoglave, and again, it wasn't about hatred. It wasn't about anger. It was about this love and pride. And I remember sitting there, and I don't know if anyone's ever been to Čavoglave, but it's just this polja. Like it's a cellar. That really is a cellar. We're taking the piss out of Sinj, but Čavoglave is like a cellar. And there's just this massive polja there, and you go out there and play. And there's dust in the air from 100,000 people just trampling this polja, and you're eating this dust. And he comes up and he starts playing Kralju Dimitre Zvonimire. And I'm going there, I'm tasting this dust. I'm standing on this land. And we talked about this last week about biological memory, and how you biologically are linked to that land.
Exactly.
And I'm actually there consuming this land that's in the air while he's playing this song about this Kralj Zvonimir that, is celebrating not only Croatia when it was probably at its peak as a kingdom, but also, the people that let him down that betrayed him and all that. But that's another thing. But saying that, I'm going, you know what? Kralj Tomislav probably wasn't far from here. He probably rode on his horse from here, or was Zvonimir,
exactly,
or ne znam, Knez Branimir. I don't know. You know what I mean? There's all these historical figures that could have been there, and I'm there tasting. And this music, and the music's like, you know what? You can't bullshit music. The music's beautiful, right?
Exactly right.
How do you not bring a tear to your eye and experience that? That's a religious experience.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I'm standing there, tasting it, hearing it, smelling it, living it. So I'm just imagining now tonight what these guys and girls are going through tonight is going to be an event. Not only that they remember, but I think it's going to be remembered for generations to come, these celebrations.
Exactly. Ivan Jelic, who mentioned last week, he's happy to jump on board and go live tonight, but he's at the Hippodrome halfway through. He goes, I broke down. He goes, it was surreal. It was, you're in Zagreb. This is a relatively young bloke, but we grew up thinking, are we ever going to see an independent state? Are we ever going to be able to go back and say what we want to say rather than be hamstrung and then have your parents taken in for questioning and shit like that? So
that's right.
It's you cannot simply explain the feeling that you get when you go there. And like my brother-in-law, perfect example. I told you he's now there for the first time. He's 54. Was he born 1971? 53, 54 in February with my sister. And he goes, I now understand what you've been talking about all these years. When I went to the cemetery in Bosiljevo there, just outside of Karlovac, and go to my ancestors' graves, he goes, you can't explain that. It's one thing going to Kilo Cemetery or whatever, and then Faulkner and whatever else. But when you go to where your ancestors of 1,000 years are buried, you cannot explain that feeling. It's outrageous. But Nick and Sue, thank you. Just another photo through of David Stefanats. There's another video.
Oh my God!
I'll try and get it up. There's a horse flag proudly flying in the air.
Oh my God! It's like I'm actually spewing. You can't see this at the moment, but it looks. This is what we're talking about, like, and we've Paul Mugdish before. That the feeling of Docek. There's a blue sky there, there's a horse flag, and it's just packed down. And I'm guessing that's where they do the Alka down that street.
I think it is, yes, because there's not much space in Sydney. It's not a massive town. Let me see if I can.
But even though Thompson's had a couple of musos that have come from Sydney as well.
Yes,
his former drummer Marino. I went to his house in Sydney. That was quite a trip actually there, and even Tormo, who just who was in the band until recently, guitarist. His surname escapes me at this point, but again from Senior as well, like and both absolute gentlemen. Met them when Thompson came down here in 2005.
Have given many good sons and daughters to the cause, and you know, even if you go to the Footscray Dome, you've got the Gotovina room and you've got the Norats room. So Mirko Norats, Senior and the Trbukovic boys that we all know down here, Stipe and Tomo, are nephews of Mirko Norats.
That's right.
So it is a small town with a massive heart.
It is
in terms of how it beats for the fatherland. But let me just save this particular file, and we will hopefully be able to get it. I'll save it to the hard drive.
Even I don't know if anyone's ever done that hodochastju. That's from Livno.
I have done that.
Really?
Yeah, but I didn't do it for religious reasons. Even though my mother-in-law lives next door, right?
Didn't have
and I told her that I did the whole walk, 6 hours, I think it takes, from Sin to Livno.
Yeah,
because it's not that far. Zoran Milanovic, of all people, current president of the Republic of Croatia, communist, card-carrying communist. He's a Livnjak born in Sin, I believe. Yeah, the Milanovics are from Livno, but he's born in Sin and whatever. I did the trek over the hills, and I came back with a backpack full of Lucky Strikes. And I sold them in Zadar to my student friends from Livno, of all places, some from Bugojno. But yes, I have done that trek, and for those who do it for religious reasons and for the right reasons, svaka vam čast, because I'll tell you what, it is not easy at all. It is hard to do. But let me see.
People doing the barefoot and all sorts of
things. Oh,
they're
like good. I know the people that do the barefoot up to the ukazanje unit. Save. Let's save this video.
Okay. It looks like we've got something there.
Let's go video 1.
I'll leave you to this one.
You go for Josip Piškić.
Yeah.
Mi se vidimo za par minuta. Let's have a look if I've got this video saved now to my downloads. Episode 5. Hey there, Rojo, turn up. Doesn't look like it's saving for me, but either way, we will keep going. Save as. Episode 5. It's a quick time video. We've got to try all files. See if we can save it this way, and then we can keep going with the episode video. Oh, I've got it now. I have got it, and I'll be able to play it to everybody.
Go
Oh, there you go. A video has just come through literally in the last couple of minutes, live from Scene. Kids singing. You got Aussies there. And I'll tell you one thing. When you're an Aussie and people take the piss out of you because of your dialect or because of your accent, when you sing a song, a Thompson song or whatever song it might be, you sing it flawlessly.
That's
And the people that are there, but you can sing it without a, like you said, music covers everything. When you sing a song in Crow and people look at you and go, "Oh, what cell are you from?" Yeah, not what city in the most southern continent on earth are you from? You can sing it čisto hrvatski bez ikakvih problema, and people say, "Why can't you speak that way?" Here we go. Music gets something more out of you than what otherwise could. But what a video that was! Yeah, 1:10. It took a while to download. Ante Rajcic, our friend from Adelaide, unfortunately still hasn't had any luck in logging in. But Tommy Kirchmar, thank you. I think that was your video. You can see your brother-in-law in there. And that's probably his kids and your sister in the background screaming, singing along. Absolutely fantastic that we're able to get all of this footage.
So apparently, if you download VLC according to Podroom, he plays any format you throw in it. I reckon Mickey probably made it to see him by now. Like, we're taking a piss now. Who's going to back up? But I reckon he's already there.
He's already there. He's got about 17 cans on the way there from some bloke's Podroom from the boot of his car. All right, VLC player, Podroom, mate, the Rimci, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of them. We don't have just a bloke in Sveta Nedelja making, churning out Bugattis, electric vehicles that can do 300 k's an hour. There are plenty of Rimacs here in Australia. I reckon there's just as many here as there are back in Livno.
Just talking about Livno and Tomislavgrad. That's
exactly. And I was with Tom Rimac yesterday, my cool. So another one here in Melbourne from Livno, from Kovacic in Livno. But I've literally down to 1% with a busted.
Is it really not going to? You can't charge it.
I think it's. To je unutra, brother.
Ti misliš da ja to vidim?
Grgic, make contact. All right, so Tony Grgic is still trying to get a hold of Sylvester Dodig. Maybe he's about as technologically adapted as we are. But we have sent him the link. He sent me the link. He wants to log in on WhatsApp. We can't do it via WhatsApp. But if there's anyone else out there, jump on our YouTube channel, send us a message. I want to log in. I'm in Scene. I'm in wherever you might be. Can we have the link? We'll send you the link. Log in. No filters, no censorship, mate. Samo ti slobodno šibaj. But Nick and Sue and your son David is doing you proud. He's there. Hopefully he's having a trip of a lifetime. He's amongst our own. He's safe. So if you're concerned parents thinking, where's my son? What's he doing tonight? Is he having too many drinks? Is he doing whatever? You've obviously seen all the photos and all the footage. He's having an absolute ball. And Necker.
Yeah. If you actually go into Scene Webcam, we could probably put that on.
Scene Webcam.
So it's visit Scene. So
I'll see if I can do, you know what?
And then we can just put that on the side.
It gives you a media option.
As we talk
video,
about shit.
slide, screen. You know what? It gives me a screen option. Let me see if I can open Visit Scene on Visit Scene. What is it? .hr?
Question. Because I left the page because I got .hr. That's right.
Well, let's have a
I got distracted by Otok Kodsinja. Although a small municipality, there's a place in Scene.
And what do I go to? Is there a live footage to vidjeti što radite?
Yeah, there was. Even if you go
Scene Webcam.
That's
Let's
it.
go Scene Webcam.
To.
Nacho mi to.
And you'll see there's a fuckload of people there.
I'll go full screen on this one.
Not sure if there's any sound to it or not, whether you can have that at the same
screen.
time, but
Scene Webcam. I think I might be able to do this. Evo, nisam ja zabacit. If it lets me do it, internet's connected, kids are asleep. Niko ne smeta.
So we not sack him, we give him your team job. He says, I want to log in, I'm in the can. I'm on the can. Okay,
Može
so-
vi nosekimo.
yeah. Možda bolje da mi tebe sakamo. Yeah.
There you go. Now, hopefully you can see. You can still see us in the bottom corner, but we'll get rid of us.
But you can see already that the atmosphere is just unbelievable there. You can just see it. Look at that.
If I can make it go live, we'll be able to see live in scene as we speak. It is buffering, as you can see.
That's all right. Look, there's
But,
traffic, there's buffering, there's internet traffic.
Plenty of Karlovačko umbrellas out and about, crow flags, people out and about in the shorts. Looks like it's a warm day, but like I said, man, it's going to be a long day for a lot of these people that are down at that concert.
Oh no, this is going to be awesome. It's going to be absolutely ludo.
Let me have a look. Oh, Podroom TV. No, that's the screen share. See if it works now. If not, we're still waiting on Sylvester Dodig to join us. If he can figure out his technology. He's saying he's trying to connect, but he can't. I'm going to go tell him, press this. When he opens up the link, the top part of the link will say stream or something like that. There's two icons. Press the top icon. Once he clicks on that, it'll ask him to share his camera. If he shares his camera, he'll be able to jump on board. Nema problema whatsoever. Ante Rajcic can't jump on board. Kiko Čurić. Let me see if he's available. Who else did I have on the list? Dave Sladik. He sent a few videos through, which I can't download for some reason. Nedami, the download. Matty Sakic, Evolution Electrical. Of all people, I thought he'd be there. He had a microphone, apparently, he purchased before he went to Crow. Wireless Bluetooth microphone. No doubt he's probably doing the old Evolution two-step. Let's see if my Roger Marco is maybe now anywhere closer to the... Ili sad možeš, Rođo?
Just a little thing from Grigo as well. For a little country, we have a very big heart. We love our culture. We love our glazba. We love our sports teams. We just love being Croats. We have never been embarrassed or ashamed of who we are. There you go.
Hvala Bogu, iz tvojih usta u Božje uši, as we say. But let's see if the buffering has stopped on Scene Live. Look at that now. The picture has updated. It's not moving, but you can see now the live pictures from Scene, the main strip, I'm assuming. I've been to Scene, but I've been there on an evening, like on a Tuesday evening at about 7:30. Most things were closed. It was a beautiful, quaint little place. Yeah, this is, you need to understand, Scene's not anywhere near the beach.
No,
right?
no, it's not.
Scene is in the hinterland.
Yeah.
Scene is in Zagora,
Yeah.
as we call it, yeah?
Yeah.
Ali, it's still got that coastal feel. You look at the building, you can see on the left-hand
I
side.
still on a Dalmatia. It's real
the
Dalmatia.
the green shutters, the symmetry of the windows. This shit's been built fucking 700 years ago, and the windows are still. They didn't do levels in those days. They used to do like this. They get two chasha, and they go Eliravno, yeah. And look at it, mate. You can't build this shit today, mate. Now we've got a fucking underground train network in Melbourne that can't run because the tracks are too fucking close to each other or some bullshit.
Water leaks and
it's just a disaster. But hang on, we're fucking, you know what it is? Hang on. Go back to the camera. I've got to close that one off. I'll tell you now, I bet you if I press it again, it'll probably update. And someone's saying that Scene probably just can't handle the internet traffic that is happening.
There's no way.
I will guarantee you there's 100,000 people trying to send videos back to their families and back to their countries and whatever else.
That's right.
That is a very, very true comment, if I ever heard one. But unless I get Zelensky to send him some Starlinks that he doesn't really need. Tried Matty Sakic, he's still not responding. It's been delivered, but whether he has seen my message or not, možda i nije. Čovjek Ali.
Well, it's 3:30 there now. So gates open at 4:00. So now it's going to be red hot. There's got to be people there.
Must be, as we say, must be ljudi tamo u okolici. hippodrome. Is it a hippodrome in Sydney as well?
It is a hippodrome.
It is.
Yeah.
What do they run around there? Donkeys? It's a mortadella factory, basically. They have blankets, they have sheets up more often than what they have horses jumping hurdles. But a hippodrome in Polacha, of all places.
There's a body scribbing here who's live. I don't know how to.
If you can, I'll tell you now, this one's Spolge. You save it to your phone.
Okay.
Jump onto Podroom. If you've got Restro, I don't know if you've got the Restro, or email it to me, and I'll stick it straight onto the feed. That's no problem whatsoever. But there is things happening overseas that are you know what we haven't done? We've given away 3 out of our 4 beanies.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So we've got the first Bad Blue Girls beanie went to Joe Sladdick.
Yep.
The second, Ante Jupan got one.
That's
and I
right.
believe Katas Kratoja got the other.
That's
They
correct.
were the 2 Crowfire food, 1 adult,
Yep.
1 kids.
Correct.
And that leaves us with 1 more Bad Blue Girls limited run. This is a very, very limited run. This was made for the under-9 Dynamo girls. But from all reports, there
It
will
still
be...
fits our heads, though.
Yeah. Like I said, a bucket hat for my bucket head. So for all of you guys that like to wear pink,
So jako moderno.
yeah, modern, of course. Ali, our Bad Blue Girls limited run, first edition of these beanies. Basically they're only made for the girls from the under 9s. There was a couple of spare. Frank Ivkovic gave me 2 yesterday morning, very early in the morning at dinner. He ran to his car, he brought them back, and we haven't figured out what are we going to do in terms of competition. How do we give away this last?
Well, who was the
beanie
last
Spolge?
one? So we said we had.
We had the Pekka recipe,
Yeah.
and then because the Patka TV, Ante Župan, Hrvatski lovci, great supporters of our show, we said we'll give Ante one as well. But the last one, there are still plenty of people online. I'll tell you what, the numbers have dipped. They go up and down. But I'll tell you, what is it now? It's 11:40.
Yeah.
11:40 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. And there are still people
Watching.
willing to stay on and watch. You may be like me, you're unemployed, you're redundant, you've got nothing better to do, or you're a monk and you've already done your Krunica and you've been to Mass. But
Well, you're like me. You just don't know what else to do.
exactly right. What do you reckon? What competition can we possibly do now?
So we had the picker competition. We had the who was a coach competition. Last one is for a girls one. I want to give it away to a girl though, so we have to make it sort of female centric.
Sending myself this email. So girl one. All right. We've been talking about a lot of famous names from Croatian history.
Ooh.
Kralj Tomislav,
Yep.
Kralj Zvonimir, Ban Jelačić,
Yes.
Nikola Šubić Zrinski.
Mm-hmm.
There's a song by Thompson
Yes.
called Pismo nepročitano.
Yes.
Is that correct? It is. Now, the lady that is spoken about in that song,
The subject.
the subject of that song, so you had it was called the Zrinsko-Frankopanska urota, where a couple of famous Croatian nobles
Mhm.
that we all know, Zrinski, Frankopani, we sing all the songs. The lady that he's writing the letter to in that song, I believe it's Petar Frankopan.
No, Petar Zrinski's wife.
Petar Zrinski's wife.
It's his
Krsto
wi-
Frankopan's sister.
Correct.
I believe so.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the one.
So the lady that is being sent this letter from their cell where they're about to be executed by authorities at the time, Austro-Hungarian, Austrian Empire, whatever. What is the name of the lady that is about to receive that letter and being told about everything by her husband?
Mhm.
If you can name that person, you're the first person to get through on whatever
Yep.
social media we do have.
There may even be a restaurant named after her
Here in
Melbourne. And you can become the proud recipient of a Bad Blue Girls beanie.
BBG. That is still safe for work, BBG. But great work by, again, Frank Ivkovic and the Ivkovic family there at Dinamo. Now, all 3 brothers have got their kids playing there. One in Mali Plavi, one's coaching the under 9s, and Danny's got his boy playing in my boys under 15s. synonymous. St Albans Dynamo family, doing great things and always ready to help, jump in, do whatever they can. So you want your hands on one of these beanies, limited edition, like I said, get on board, send us the name. I've still got 1%
So is that
left.
the video you're trying to get on?
It
It's
is.
on okay. It's on your page.
It's on my page.
So how do you get that on the...
It's on Joe Sladig's page. Oh, he's put it onto my feed. So if you're on my Facebook page, because it is now open to public, you can see the footage coming from Joe Sladig's son. They always thought, hold on a minute, Zeza.
Okay. Chill it. So Ante Rajčić, pozdrav iz Lijepe naše. We got that one. By network. Mario Chavar says episode 5 of Podroom TV will be a 3 DVD box set. Yes, it will, by the looks of it. And you know what? I'm just thrilled that you're still tuned in, to be honest.
You know what? If you live literally 2 streets down, come down, grab us a couple of beers from the fridge, and if you've got some of those Chorich kobasice that you've been churning out,
oh my God, yes.
thaw some out, bring them down, cut a few up. We're starving, man. We are starving. You can only drink so much and kill the appetite. I've been smoking to try and kill the appetite. But if you can bring down a couple of kibasices or a couple of slices of Culinary or whatever it is that you call it,
incredibly
down
helpful.
there, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
what a better place to be in McLeod than to have a chavar turn up to your front door.
With a kobasa.
I think my mother-in-law's probably screaming at me now. She
Probably
can hear me from here.
Božrim says Zlata kobasa this Saturday at Bosna Club.
Ooh, Zlata kobasica.
Can you tell you know about this Zlata kobasa, do you?
I've heard about this Zlata kobasica, but being heterosexual, I don't like to talk about it too much. So, you bastard. I did write a song. I'll tell you this. I like to write songs.
No, really?
That's what I do.
Really?
But Dynamo.
Have you written a song before?
No, just a couple, a couple of verses. But I did write a song for what I was anticipating at St Albans Dynamo last year in September. There was going to be a kobasica competition.
Yes.
And that's pretty much what they're doing now at the Bosna Club. And that we're going to have a competition. Bring in your kobasica, cut them up, blind audition. We have 5 judges. They turn around and they just take one from each plate and they go, which one's the best?
Yep.
And I wrote what I arguably thought was my greatest song of all time. It was written to the tune of Kala Larga by Tomislav Pokojevich.
Okay, yes, okay.
I could sing a few bars for you.
Really?
Right?
Why not? Okay.
Don't.
And then after that, we can announce the winner of the last beanie.
Don't keep me saying now. I've got to.
You got to get in the zone?
Check, I might have it. No, I've got it here somewhere. Instead of Kala Larga, Kala Larga, Kala Larga. Where's my mouth organ?
Kala Larga, moje mladosti.
So when something like this went, kobasice, kobasice, we love when they made od prasice. But there was plenty of...
I don't know, ako smo mi ludi ili onaj koji nas gleda.
Nisam lud, malo sam munjen. Yeah, but...
Well, I would say the winner. I can tell you who the winner is
Tell me who the winner is.
of the last beanie. Because no worries. No, just break everything in my veze. That's right. Bobby gave it a good shot before, but he gave up before. But anyway, the winner of the last Bablu Girls beanie is, with the correct answer, which was Katarina Zrinski. And the winner is Jess Grganic.
Jess Grganic. I have seen her pop up on my feed a number of times, and I think we might have just connected on Facebook. Jess Grganic, thank you. The 2 Crowfire food winners.
Yes.
So, Mr. Župan and Škratoja, send me through your details. And Crowfire Food, they will send those beanies directly to you from Sydney. The 2 Dynamo Bablu Girls beanies I will get to you, whether it's in person.
Write her name down because there's way too much footage for you to go through to find out who the winner was.
Grganic. Od starog Grganića čer.
Pa znam, žive. Oni su tamo živjeli kraj one stare babe, one šepave, one kate.
Main strik onaj.
I know. Tony Grigory reckons that's for me, Poludli. I agree totally.
There's my
Mario.
book.
Next week's episode, I'll deliver a platter and some merch. Oh,
We want it now. We're millennials. We want it
yeah.
now. You can do it, Mars. Jump in that Hilux or whatever it is that you got, or on your jet ski, your boat with Gaza. Fucking come down Darabin Creek. You can walk here, man. Take the dog for a walk. Near Custner. Take your 10 to 12.
I tell you what, we are fucking desperate to speak to anyone that's in singing at the moment. Oh, here we go. There's a bit of musical entertainment.
This is a two-sided mouth organ. This is the one that, not the actual one. But
Jess says she'll pick it up from Dynamo. There you go.
Može riješeno. Moj dida pokojni, Šime Smolić, used to play a two-sided mouth organ apparently. So I was given his original one. It's packed away somewhere, so I don't try to even touch it. So I ended up going out and buying my own one. So it's got the two keys. Yeah, it's got C. No, check it. C and it's an F. You know better than I do. TC, muzičar. But you know, the old, I can play whatever you want on this, man.
I do. Sweet out there still. Something appropriate.
Then it goes. Shibo. Koi Samurai.
Yeah.
I can sing. I'm going to do.
Actually, how's he going?
I'm going to do
Go
100 Japanese songs in 100 days.
Actually, I want to see how he's going. I really liked him. He was good.
Rajiv, I think he's up to song 21, but he was on 20 about 6 days ago. But we'll get there.
Oh, he will. He's got a.
Tuja.
Dobar čovjek. Volim ja veseli ljude.
Oh. I dropped my ashtray.
He's at 22 and a half. All right. There you go.
22,500. Neka, get on board, Crow Samurai.
Yes, absolutely.
What else we got, Smolch? I don't think we've got much left.
We've got
No one's
fuck
going to
all. I think
fucking...
because no one's tuning in. No one's
Calling
us
in.
any links, you know, so we want to link in. But I think the problem is just the amount of internet traffic that's going on in Sydney at the moment. Everyone's trying to get out. Even when you go on Facebook and you see people uploading things, it's just not uploading properly at all.
See what I've got on Gmail. Imamo nešto, naći ćemo.
We've become like the Noćna mora. Remember that? With Yayan. We got like a...
Oh, I've got a Yayan clip. I have got a Yayan clip. If anyone remembers ever watching Noćna mora after midnight in Zagreb in the 90s, that was outrageous.
Naivadi, gdje je bježa bjeja, gdje je bježa bjeja.
Yayan Sheva,
Yeah.
the Seagull, whatever his name was. Yayan, there's one clip. It literally goes for about 5 seconds. That's all you need to see. It's the funniest shit you'll ever see in your life. Yeah, he's doing interviews, walking around Zagreb in a trench coat. Absolute gold. But we can see if we can find it.
Did he pass away, Yayan?
I think he did.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
all,
passed
most
away,
of them, I
yeah,
think,
yeah,
passed
yeah.
away probably from alcohol poisoning. He's interviewed Oliver Dragojevic. This bloke was was an absolute freak.
There he is in the trench coat.
The
there,
Slobodnik
isn't he?
Građanima. Where's that one that he walks up to some bloke and he just and you had Vorts on there.
Yeah, that's
Vorts on Mangled, Silvio
how
Martic.
did Podroom TV come in the search of
You're going to search, explore more. You type in Yayan Noćna interview, and we come up in the search. How the hell is that possible? Yeah, ne znam ni sam.
I don't see the new Noćna Mora.
Tarik Filipović, he's interviewing him. He used to just doorstop people, which was može jedno pitanje. I think this is the one. We'll see if I can share it on our on the screen. Where's the replace? Replace. Add new scene. So we're getting good at the technology.
Amazing.
We are not too
It's
bad.
actually incredible.
We are absolutely
I think we're
flying.
like a technological marvel. This evening, I think people are just watching us as an example of what not to do. Here we go. Grega Grigic, you two have lost it. The Podroom telethon without the cash. Actually, don't we? We should have had some cash. We did with the draft cup. Fucking
Well, yeah, exactly. We've grown by $100 tonight. So we've beaten last week's record of $100 added to our kitty, which brings us now to, what would that be, $700.
There we go. Smolich's new job. Welcome to country with the harmonica. Yeah.
We're at $700 our running tally. And if we need to do like what the priests do these days at church and read out every single limousine and donation, we are more than happy to do that. Where's the
Joe Sladdick's asking how we can send March. Thank you, boys. Or maybe you want to send merch.
merch? Može se merch or march. To god ima.
Samo šalji. Whatever you got, send it our way. We'll accept it.
Mi samo čekamo da pošalješ new scene. Let's see if we can share a screen on this one. Internet should be good. It's on full
This is really
5
similar.
bars.
This is a similar vibe to what was happening at Dinamo at about 12:30 this morning.
So there was more Makedonci. More Makedonci. More parata, less.
Oh, there was less
Polygots.
parata. There was actually less parata.
Less parata. So from what I understand, the Preston fans last night made money at Dinamo. Is that right?
They did.
They made money
They actually did. Yeah.
at Dinamo last night.
Yeah. Did you hear about the messer that makes $1,000 a week and saves $1,200? Yeah. Gee. Yeah.
All right, we're going to get banned from YouTube now. We've gone.
It's probably good for humanity.
We're gone. Well, what else we got? I've still got a bit of fucking material here. Where is it? This was the evo nešto je stiglo.
Oh, šta je ovo?
Matty Sakic struggling.
Yeah.
Now he's probably struggling.
Is he struggling or is he referring to our podcast?
He's struggling probably from all the festivities rather than struggling with internet, but who knows? But if you can get on, Matty, samo shibai, mate.
Yeah. But he should be happy with the free publicity that he got this evening.
He has.
Or
And
flashed-
Robbie
or flashed
Jakovljević has just said if we're struggling for any content, that there is something online, Volim Hrvatsku.
Volim Hrvatsku,
If you're
okay.
desperate, you can get footage from Facebook or Instagram. Volim Hrvatsku has got footage. We can always give it a go, mate. There's no shame in that.
We've gone this long.
Oh, why not?
We're not even pretending
Matty
to slow
Sakic
down.
has said so. People are actually able to send videos. They're just not able to send to jump on live, which is
Okay.
unfortunate, but we are going to try and download those videos. Robbie Modric is also overseas, so Dalmatian
yes.
Spit and Grill.
I was actually going to talk about him. He's come up with a lot of great
He
videos.
has. He was at Hajduk.
Poljud, yeah.
He's been at Poljud. He has been down in on the island there with a bit of a family reunion. He's got a Mladinic family page, and they had a bit of a get together, just like the Bačićes. So my mum's a Bačić. She comes from the around near down Benkovac way, but because of the Serb colonization in the 1930s, they were forced to move to Slavonia, like many families, and they've got pretty much half of Kupres lives in Đakovo, and you've got Dalmos and Ličani and Slavonci and that live in places outside of their comfort zone.
Mhm.
But there was a Bačić family gathering, about 50 people gathered down in Podgrađe near Benkovac from all over Australia, America, Canada, and all around Crow, obviously, and Western Europe, who made their way down to some little livada in the middle of nowhere, and they had a bit of gradele. They did a tour of the church. They went to mass. They did all these things. Absolutely fantastic. So if you find yourself overseas, try and go on Facebook, they don't necessarily have to be family, right? So I've got a Smolik Facebook page that I've got going. And
Yep,
I've got
okay.
people messaging me from everywhere, from Banja Luka to Vojvodina to Argentina. They're not related, but we do have some kind of
Yeah.
connection from wherever it is. We've come from somewhere around Sukoshan. There. The Smolik name is synonymous with that area. They're in Slun, they're in Skradin, where Sladik's from. Joe, how's this? Joe Sladik, who has been sending messages all night, comes from a cellar called Sonkovic, near
Yep.
Skradin.
Yep.
Right? People probably don't even know where Skradin is, but Sonkovic is a little cellar just outside of Skradin, where, believe it or not, there are Smoliks. There are Smoliks there, and they came probably about 120 to 150 years ago from my cellar, and they moved down there. And I drove through there, and I stopped, and I spoke to a few people a while back when I was there in 2019. And again, yeah, there's Dragovics in Skradin. We thought Dragovics are synonymous with Metkovic, but they are also in Sonkovic, in Skradin, as are the Sladiks, etc. So find out, jump on YouTube, on Facebook and Instagram or whatever. You've more than likely got
Joe Sladdy's agreed with you. Yep,
people,
he said that.
people that have carrying your surname, and try and find out where was the migration from? Where did we come from? Now, the Bacićes, where my mum's from, came somewhere from around the river Buna in Herzegovina, made their way down towards Miljevci, near Drniš, and that way. There's now, Lile Bacić. Hopefully we're not related, because I'm hoping
Hopefully not. Yeah.
hopefully we'll catch up with her in the next couple of years. And
on
there you
the
go,
next
Lile.
tour.
How you going, Lila? But they ended up on Brač, or wherever the hell she's from, Korčula, I don't even know. Then they moved towards Benkovac, and there you got Bacićes basically everywhere, all the way through Slavonia into Vojvodina. It's a Bunjevci, mate. That's where they came from, the river Buna, and they made their way around and looked for greener pastures as nomads, or whatever you want to call them. And the Bacići, just last week, it was in Večinjelis, they had a big gathering there of about 50 people or so in a tiny little cellar where there's probably 10 people live there. But it would have been great for their local economy on that particular weekend. But let's see if we can get this Hrvatska uživo, or whatever it's called. All right, Jaran, here we go. Jaran, can we share Jaran?
Evo ga.
Može jedno pitanje. Jeste vi član komunista?
Nisam. Ja sam slobodan građanin. Zbog čega kažete da sam komunista? Pa vi niste kulturni čovjek.
Ja sam novinar, gospod.
Neka ste, nažalost da ste novinar, nažalost. Jer ličim da sam komunista. A?
Ne znam ja.
Pitate. Vi možda jeste gori nego komunista i gori nego demokrat, a ja sam slobodan građanin.
Nemoj, hoćete se još tu sa mnom?
Ne, nego niste kulturan prema meni.
Hvala lijepo.
Hvala lijepo. I to neka bude na televiziji.
I bit će.
Vi vrijeđate.
Ja vrijeđam. Zbog čega ja vrijeđam ako vas fino pitam, jeste komunist?
Ja pitam, nisam ja ministar.
Pa pitam vas, jeste komunist?
Zbog čega me pitate?
Pa tako se komunisti.
Ko vam je dao pravni fakultet? Vi niste sposoban za ništa.
Hvala lijepo. Evo ljudi, zbog čega mi ne idemo naprijed?
There you go. There's Jaran, or Jajan, as they call him back.
If you needed the explanation was there. That's
Back
right.
home, Pokojni, that show was, I'll tell you what, it was the biggest piss take in the history of Crow television or any kind of media over there. They were, they had their own republic. I don't know if you remember that. It was called Republika Peščenica.
Yes, that's right.
And they used to dress up like Tito and shit and march around the studio at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. And again, the people that were logged in watching these shows were pretty much the same people that logged into our show right now.
Yeah,
Noćna Mora, the Nightmare Stage, it was called.
it was Nightmare Stage. That's right, mate.
Yeah, Sheva. There's
Molnar, and Molnar was a.
Željko Molnar. This bloke was again. He was a very, very interesting character. Željko Molnar. Molnar, I think I can't remember exactly what his name was, but he trekked on horseback from Zagreb through the Middle East and into like East Asia and shit.
Yeah.
The bloke was an absolute freak. But this week also, there was a lot of social media stuff about Oliver Dragojevic. I think it was the anniversary of his passing. And they had a lot of footage of his funeral we had those boats leaving Split going towards Villa Lorca and the flare show and all that sort of stuff. And I believe now here, if I can find it, we'll see if we can share.
If we can.
We'll try and share this interview of Yayan with Oliver, of all people. I'll just get rid of this particular screen. We'll start again. No, not video.
And it was actually the anniversary of Oliver's passing, so maybe apt.
It is. So let's have a look at this one.
Šta treba reći?
Čuj, daj mi jeci, dobro kad će si pjesat više pjevat, hoćeš ti dat nekoj mlađoj generacji šansu.
Ne dam.
Ne da.
Ne dam, zato što je mene Željko malo naučio sve. Ja znam prije tebe 20 godina, 30.
Nema jebat.
Ozbiljno, ja njega znam kad je bio mladić.
A jeci mi čuj, kad ćeš doći kod nas?
I znaš ti kad...
Da, kad ćeš doći kod nas u emisiji?
Znaš šta, toliko ne spavam kad vas gledam da ne mogu doći.
Znači mi smo ti došla moja.
Noćna mora teška, ne spavam noćima radi vas. Subotom me ubijete. I sad pazi ovo. Željko Manar kad bi došao za stol, svi bi pobjegli. To mu reci.
Od gadosti ili od...
Nego što je stalno priča svoja putovanja po Indiji.
Aha, nemoj mi Željka dijati, jer ću ti glavu jažbit.
Pa zato što neću doći. Jer će mi opet početi pričati o Indiji. Pozdravi ga puno. Eto, a vama ekipi, daj naučite neku pjesmu dobru, mislim, šta ono pjevate?
A ja sam pipek poja sjadi, je to moja, to je moja.
Ono što je Stage spjevao sa Šternom. Ona, nova. Dobro, pozdravi ekipu.
Hoću, aj Bog.
Ja sam prolaz Bog. I nemojte biti dobri, morate biti najgori.
Čuj,
Tako morate ostaviti dojam.
sad sam ovoga ispjovočio, ovoga glavnog ujednika, ovoga večernjaka, ovoga, kako se zove, Ekljana. Ispjovočio sam, kako to 2 godine za jedom smo nominirani, a nismo dobri.
Stvari, bolje da niste dobili nagradu. Onda bi bili najbolji. A kao ste vi najbolji od najgorih. Zato ste vi poznati. Ostanite takvi.
There you go. Even pokojni Oliver was happy to light up.
U Dalmaciju.
Došao sam danas. Preksutra.
Even Oliver pokojni would light up on screen. That's how it was in the old days, mate. You could do whatever you want. My teachers used to smoke in class.
Good times.
Fala Bogu. Fala Bogu. Mate, I'll tell you what, no, my phone is now completely circular.
No, well, Rose said something about, I think, all her labours. No, labour was shorter than what our program has been tonight. All we've wanted to do is to get in touch with anyone from Sydney. That's the whole thing, that desperation. But
anyone from Sydney, Yoshima, the ones that have got the links already, if you don't, flick us an email to PodroomTV@gmail.com. What else do we have here? Just kind of scrolling through. Manishta, we might have to wrap it up.
Well, we might have to.
Yeah, but I didn't even play. This is what I was going to play earlier on tonight before the Aussies got on board Taunchy and Saki and everybody else. Let's give it a crack. See if it works. Mem tehnologia.
Technology.
Not even working for me, that intro. Znači, we need to call it Uber. We need to call it Znači exactly.
All right. No, fair enough.
Saying can't seek video from storage. Please try again or contact support for help. I've got to contact support for help.
Yeah.
Alcoholics Anonymous and
So I don't know about you, but I'm going to get in big trouble tomorrow. Actually, tonight when I get home. And Anyway, next week.
Billy-
Next week, I
Billy-
reckon Mario Klaric next week.
Billy had fun.
I had a lot of fun. But if anything, Mario Klaric, and I saw him in another podcast, an American one, and it's actually pretty good. And I saw there's a lot of Aussies that follow that podcast. It's actually great. But he's going to give a lot of insight. He's going to be a great conversation.
Exactly.
This year.
I'd throw in then Brando Pericic, UFC fighter, who's fighting in Dana White's Contenders on the 26th of August.
That's gonna be
against some
massive.
Ellison dude. Looks like some big Mrtzina. But then again, we've seen, was it Crow Cop that 2 kicks and he put down that big Bob Brown, whatever his name was, that Mrtzina, the 200 kilo tank. He just took him out, never problema. Branko Cikatic as well back in the day.
I remember seeing him at the entertainment center.
Exactly, the old glass house.
Yes.
We watched that.
Which now where Collingwood go and train or stretch. I don't know what they do in there.
The old Lexus, now it's a Lexus Center or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Ali, who else we got down? We've got a couple of guests. We're hoping to get if anyone knows, the Modric sisters from Adelaide.
Yes, they're coming on because they
Monica
got some issues they want to talk about. Something that was actually brought up by the Viesnik not long ago.
Exactly right. So
happy to hear about those, about their point of view on some of the things with tournament and the community. But so much things happening. But if get on to get to the nights on Wednesday night. Love to see you there. Get your opinions known and just numbers, because if you're not there, what's the point? You know, because we're a community and that's what we're all about.
there you go. So I'm just going to have a look at this podcast. Hrvatska uživo. Might be something happening there as well, other than where's the scene one? We've seen Webcam. If that's moved any in recent minutes, may not have. But just to see the sort of shenanigans that are taking place. Still got, how long have they got to go till the start of the concert?
What'll be now 4 o'clock? So another 4 hours, 5 hours.
So they're going to be well and truly, as we say, podmazani before they start.
Oh, 100%.
Videos.
I'll call Amy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, look.
Yeah, it's 4:10.
4:10 p.m. crow time in Seine. And they've got daylight savings there compared to the rest of the country. But thank you all. I think I can hear a bit of a knock on the security door downstairs.
Yeah.
Spolge, has been a pleasure.
Yeah, as always.
We've stayed a little bit longer than we probably needed to.
You
Or
reckon?
what anyone wanted us to. But if need be, I'll jump back on board again at about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. And if anyone does have internet access at the time and they can go live for us, otherwise I'll jump on this scene webcam or Hrvatska uživo or whatever it is that's happening at the time, and we might be able to get some live footage from scene. But it's been fantastic. We've had our 4 beanie winners. That's great.
Yes.
Like I said, next week we'll have 5 King Toms given away.
Impressive.
And then we'll be selling them at $20 a pop. Again, it all goes into the kitty. And what happens with the kitty? It's all being put aside and it's going to be reinvested into the community, whether it's in Melbourne, Sydney, Adelaide, Perth, Brisbane, Gold Coast. It doesn't matter. We're not going to drink it all away.
Oh, we might.
Oh, we probably drank half of it tonight.
We
But
might.
what we're going to do is we're going to reinvest, whether it's buying memberships at clubs, or whether it's buying raffle tickets for Zabaveh, buying tickets to Zabaveh that we can't go to. Doesn't matter. We're that's what we're here to do, is to try and promote our community, try and keep it clean, and
Try being the operative word.
and do what we possibly can. So no matter how tired, Spolge is more tired than I am. I got my nana nap in this morning.
I wish this on the cheese.
Spolge went straight to work after sitting at dinner there till God knows what time in the morning with Door Bezbrigge, as we call. So if you need a 2-piece band, Door Bezbrigge, call them up if you're in the Melbourne metropolitan area or Geelong, etc. Give them a buzz.
Yeah.
They'll come down if they're available, and they'll
We
sing
do
it
all
for
right.
you.
We do all right.
You go good. You and Sam. But Sam was pretty happy last night when he's carrying all the shit out of his car, and I go to him, "Hey, Bezbrigge, how you going?" He was wrapped. He goes, "People know the name of our band." He goes, "We're not just Rob and Sam. We're now called Bezbrigge." And
Yeah.
He goes, we got groupies.
Yeah.
And I threw my bra at him, and
Yeah.
everyone was happy.
Yeah, it was amazing.
But other than that, nazdravit ćemo svima vama koji ste još s nama.
Živjeli. Everyone that's in scene, neka vas dragi Bog blagoslovio. I reckon it's going to be an amazing night. We really wanted to be a part of it. That's why we've really tried to be a part of it. But we somewhat are. We're with you in spirit. Paul Modric, thank you so much as well. Thank you to everyone else that tuned in. Mickey,
Torchy,
and Robbie Modric as well.
everybody.
Yeah,
Joe Slatic sending through footage.
Yes,
David
oh my God.
Stefanac sending
Yeah.
through footage and photos.
Yeah.
Absolutely everyone. Matty Sakic sent some footage, but my phone is absolutely dead.
Yeah.
And I don't know how this is. Look, still on my company.
Yeah.
My former company's plan.
Yeah.
So oni sve plaćaju, so mogu bi ja to njima sutra poslati and buy myself a new phone with all the sponsorship money that we've got. And then we've got some ghosts, the wind.
Yeah.
Bura je krenula.
Yeah.
Yeah, down in McLeod. Bura puše. Mario Chavar, we expect a plate full of kulen and kobasice and everything
Incredibly
else.
disappointed.
Terrible. Poor form. You can walk here. Yeah, you could have just strapped it to your dog's back and he'd find his way here if you needed to. But živjeli nama. If you're watching tomorrow, you're working on site or you're in some train journey going to work, chuck it on. How long are we going for now, Spolge? 4 hours and 14 minutes. Jesus, we've done pretty good there.
All right, next week we'll go for 5.
5 hours, and we start next week. We're going to be starting at 7:30
Yes,
Australian
no,
Eastern Standard
7:30
Time.
next week because we want to finish early.
Exactly. We're not taking no live feeds. We're not taking shit. We're going to have either going to sit in the studio or we're going to talk to you for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
But we're hoping, yeah. So Brando Pericic, hopefully Marko, was it Clough?
Klaric.
Klaric, Marko Klaric.
Yeah.
Mario Klaric.
Mario
drummer from
Klaric,
Thompson.
then actually, you're going to love it. He's great. He's got a lot to offer. He's got so much to talk about, especially with the concerts and everything. But not just the concerts, but everything that's happening in Croatia and his perspective on it and his experiences with other, like, really top-notch musicians. It's going to be a great program, I promise.
Filip Perica from the Croatian national rugby team, or rugby union as we know it down here in Melbourne, but you call it rugby or league, so it's rugby.
Yeah.
We've put out our feelers to everybody. We've got Ivana Knoll. Hopefully she can join
Yeah,
us.
she's coming on. She's going to do fashion shoot.
Fashion, yes, exactly right. And
Yes.
she's probably thinking, who's this creep that's emailing me? And
Minea.
Minea's just in Debeljak. Only
Oh, there was a holiday. Minea, which was in Debeljak. It was on fire. Because
she
of
was
her?
on fire. There was a flare show in my cellar before she even started her concert, and Minea has not had a hit since 1994. But Rano jutro
Ljubi, rano došli dobri ljudi, prijatelji svi, ali nisi ti.
Ti magarca.
Perfect.
Apologies for everyone that couldn't log in for whatever reason. No internet, couldn't figure out what to press. Nema veze. Hope you guys had fun. That's what we're here for. Have a bit of a laugh, have a bit of a chat. Javite se.
If you didn't have fun and you hated it, call us.
That's it. Send all emails to grgagrgic@možgajebat.com. And he'll no doubt send that feedback to us.
No, but honestly, anyone that's in scene like that, party like there's no tomorrow, have a great time. I'm sure tomorrow's feed on everyone's Instagram and social media is going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait to see that. And which we're there, obviously.
Exactly. And then what we'll do again, so I'll try and go on again if I get up. I'll probably won't even sleep. I'll just keep going. I'll take some magnesium to loosen the muscles.
It's probably very good for sleep.
And then we'll go, so there might be still a couple of last minute messages coming through, but then what we'll also do is we'll try and go live from Knin the next day. We've got the Mimohod and then all the festivities taking place in Knin because that is probably the most single important geographical place in our recent history.
Was amazing.
Ridiculous.
It was
Absolutely ridiculous.
amazing.
And some of the technology that the Croatian army is currently able to possess and produce in terms of drones, in terms of handguns and things like that. We're giving, I think some of the American police force are carrying Croatian-made pistols in their holsters and things like that.
Yes,
so,
that's right.
Again, we're a small country that bats way, way above its weight, but we know why we bat above our weight because we are who we are, and we always have been, and we always pretty much will be. But hope you enjoyed the episode. Apologies for going a bit over time. There's still a few who's online. Yaran gave us a few laughs. Robbie Modric, absolute character. Taunchy, Mickey, everybody else that's contributed, thank you, because people are reaching out from all over this country and all over the world to be a part of our quaint, quirky little podcast here in the middle of nowhere. Yeah. As you can see there's a fake prosciutto. We've got a Thompson t-shirt that got brought to us a couple of weeks ago.
What's a mortadella? Is a mortadella code?
Mario Spreitz will be providing us with a mortadella, and somebody else told us today they're going to provide some other kind of cured meats to be able to hang in the back. But it probably won't be able to stay as long as this acrylic one that we have here.
Well, we're happy to consume it. That's not a problem. We like mortadella here.
Šalji, but malo krua, malo
malo sira.
Exactly, malo mayonnaise,
masline,
Tommy mayonnaise,
yeah,
malo any pickles, whatever they call it, gherkins.
Yeah, može, bilo šta.
Sve može, you're probably starving. I don't know, you might go down.
Feferone,
malo ljuto.
I
reckon we're going down to there used to be a Pizza Hut here on Grimshaw Street.
There was an all eat one.
All you can eat.
I remember that one.
$11.95. I used to go in. I'd pay the $11.95, and I'd go to the toilet with a handful of fucking pizza slices, and through the window of the toilet, hand them out to Dummy. Former NSL Championship player Dummy Grganovic used to wait outside with Sab and Hacker and everything, and we'd pass these pizza slices out. And for $11.95 for one person, all you can eat, we'd have about 6 people, all you can eat. So we robbed.
Grganovic, he's got the body of a 24-year-old. He's probably still got fucking.
He's an Adonis. He's an absolute.
That's the reason why, because he was eating out of the toilet of the fucking Pizza Hut.
Exactly. And now they're shut. Now it's a Costanzo Ford.
Is that what? Oh, really?
Still looks like a Pizza Hut.
Yeah. Okay.
But you got to go buy a car there. You can't fucking eat for free. I
bought my Kelly here from Grimshaw Street.
You did?
Yes, I did.
Did you park it at Keon Park Bowling and Yaksha?
No, I've still got it.
I'm wondering whatever happened. Where is Yaksha Matovinovic? If anyone knows, is he
I haven't spoken to him for a few years.
Is he in
I know he was
back in Australia.
No, I heard that he was thinking about coming back to Wollongong. I don't know if he's in Wollongong.
Is he in Wollongong?
I know he's. He's not in Keon Park.
But we remember Yaksha had the original Stocker number plates. And,
that's right. That's right. He had the original one, and then Rob Stocker bought him off him.
Exactly right.
So he bought that reputation off Yaksha.
So, like we said, we're a great community. We're great people, but there's plenty of stock out there, isn't there? As well. So that swap number plates between vehicles. But
as long as it's not like followed by the word pork you're all right.
Exactly right. So you can be a stalker, but be a good stalker.
Yeah, be a good stalker. Don't be a stalker pork farmer.
Exactly. Just be a stalker.
Yeah.
Be a run-of-the-mill, generic, vanilla stalker.
Because my parents, I was a stalker pork farmer.
Times. My man used to tell me, I said to my parents once, actually, okay, Tata, what animal am I? Like, what species of animal do I belong to? He goes, kako misliš? What do you mean? I go, Mum says, golube moje, pile moje, janje moje, and you call me konju jedan, majmune, magare, tovare jedan.
Which was the correct one?
Okay, what species do I belong to? You know, but that's how it is.
That's how it is.
That's how we're brought up. We used to get belted in all
4. I grew up knowing I was a Maimun. So I'm comfortable with that.
There you go. But I just remember every time you'd walk into the aisle where the washing detergent was in Woolworths, Safeway, whatever you call it, interstate, fucking Tucker Bag, SSW, you go through the fucking confectionery section, there's people everywhere. You go through the milk and bread, there's people there. You go down to where the toilet paper, and in those days, before toilet paper became popular in 2021, you go down to that washing detergent. It's the second last aisle in Bandura Woolworths. Fucking no one there.
Yeah.
That's where you copped the butt in it. That's where you had your parent-teacher interviews. That's where you had your fucking your soccer clinics. Everything happened in that aisle where that fucking spark you out. That'd be stomping on you. You know, and that's the days before you had to put coins into the trolleys. They'd fucking run over you with those trolleys and shit. They'd bring them back and niko ništa ne pita.
That's the difference between like parent-teacher interviews now and before. Like now you go parent-teacher interview and the teacher says, "Oh, you're Jason, like he was disruptive in class." Oh no, not my Jason. Not my
you
Jason.
You his problem.
But before, you're Robert's problem. You have a problem. You smack. You smack him.
I'm going to sign the waiver.
You smack.
I'll sign the form for you to bash my kid at school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you smack.
I used to take my dad to parent interviews because his English wasn't as good as my mum's. So I'd only show my dad the list. I go, tata, možeš ti doći, the form, eh? Popiši. And he'd come and I had to translate back to my mum what the teacher said. Što je učiteljica rekla? On je super, on je najbolji đak, on sve sluša. But when my mum goes to parentage interviews, she'd turn to me. So they're both looking at me, the teacher and my mum. Idiot, majmun. Sramotiš sebe, mene, narod, fucking državu, sve živo. Then but then more man again, more man. I picked him up yesterday morning at I drove past his joint at 7:45.
Yeah.
Sunday morning after a Zabava at Sunshine, which I got home at about fucking 1:30 in the morning. Get to my old man's joint. I've got 3 kids in the car at 4. 2 of them have to play at 9. The third one's playing at 11:10. He goes, ostavi ti ovog starijeg. I'll make him breakfast and I'll bring him to the 9 o'clock game. And then we'll go to the 11:10 game. Nema problema. My man in the car, if my Marco does something wrong in the game, I just ask him. I ask, Marco, how do you think you went today? Do you think you played well? Do you think you had a few bad touches? My man fucking muči, nemoj ništa govoriti. Idiot, pusti malo ga. On je najbolji bio. Every week he's a best on ground. He's a future Johnny Warren medalist. He already should be playing for Lokomotiva seniors and at least on the bench for Dinamo Zagreb.
Naravno, yeah.
When I was a kid, I'm playing for Bandura. Huh? 3083. If you want to type in fucking into Google Maps, 3083 Greenwood High School, playing on some.
Yeah. There's no pizza shop named after that postcode.
On some pupils. Yeah. Half time comes, my man would jump over the railings, take my jersey off, and march me to the car. Next day comes, my mum goes, you got to apologise to the coach. This Divjak, this Munyan, this is Lord. And he'd ring the coach, Keith Atkins. He'd ring him.
All right.
Keith, sorry, apology. Know what I'm doing and this and that. And 3-4 weeks go past and he does every fucking halftime of every game. He'd come on, take off my fucking jersey, u auto i kući. Jebem ti sve živo. Yeah. And I get to school on one Monday and some Aussie kid goes to me and goes, Smolek, is your dad the coach? I go, why do you ask? He goes, because he takes you off at halftime every game. I go, no, he's not the coach. He goes, is he the team manager or is he the fucking director? I go, no. Enough said. That's all he that's all I need to say.
But he felt the love.
He felt
the love.
But now if I try and say something to my kids, he'll rip my eyes out.
Yeah.
But
They bushy.
internet ne ide baš nekako even here. Jebote, one.
Don't fucking say that.
Oh, let's tell everybody the fucking pin. No reception, Yebiga. Sorry, bro. Maybe during concert. So Kiko Čurić, thanks, buddy, for reaching out and for trying. He has tried. He came on twice. We buffered a couple of times. Nije baš išlo kako je Bog zapovida, but we appreciate all your efforts, mate. You guys are having the absolute time of your life, and you're still trying to log in. What can you say, man? That's how we are as an narod, man. Yeah. They're giving everything they've got, even though they're not with us. They're in the middle of scene, on the piss. Where else would you rather be?
I wish you were there.
Exactly. Yeah. And they're still trying to log in. They're still trying to get in. They're still apologising for not being able to.
Yeah.
But ljudi moji, what can you say, man? We are the best people.
Yeah,
that you can find.
We try.
We can be the biggest governor.
Just like Mirko Rubinic's dad when he got pulled over for speeding, and I was in the back of the car, and he got wait there for 20 minutes while he wrote out a ticket, and he said, thanks for nothing, and he put his foot down and
see you later.
Was
that what's that, Poldy?
Yes. Paul. That was Paul. Yeah, it was.
But like I said, we can be the biggest governor. We can be the biggest governor, but fucking hell, we're the best narod. And you can only understand our narod if you're a part of the narod. And then we are who we are.
Yeah.
We're quirky, we're different, we're peculiar. Ali, fuck's sake, man. Who would you rather be?
Malo nas je Osmo Governor.
Exactly right. Who would you rather be? If you woke up tomorrow morning, it is already tomorrow morning. You wake up tomorrow and go, all right, what's my name? Where do I belong? What footy club do I support or whatever? Who would you fucking rather be?
It'd fuck up your equilibrium.
Empty.
I don't know what to do. What am I going to do?
We don't know
I got to
anything
go
else.
fucking tune into the project and see what I'm supposed to be.
Oh yeah, Walid Ali can tell me who I should be, and fucking Kerry Dickmore. Empty. Anyway, next year, Gold Logie goes to fuck Sam Pang and fucking Irene from Home and Away. And who else is on? I don't even know who the fuck
I
is on.
heard that was on last night, actually.
I thought Home and Away died 12 years ago. Irene's still fucking alive.
No. Home and Away's alive and well in my home.
Who in your house watches it? That don't sleep here tonight. You're not going home. If someone in your house is watching that shit, yeah, boy. Yes.
It's Chula. It's Chula.
If you're Stella, if you're watching Home and Away, when he gets home, he's going to turn around. He's going to drive fucking straight back because that's fucking terrible. Home and Away.
It's actually it's pretty piss poor.
That is fucking terrible. And they're getting gold logies on the slot. Ja, da bit sutra i on.
Irene, but Irene's got dementia now.
Oh bullshit!
Yeah.
I thought they just wrote it into the script.
No, but because she's gone off to England to do a pantomime
About dementia.
about dementia.
Fucking always we, as my mother-in-law next door calls it, dimension. But if those fuckers can get a gold logie, no bullshit. If
we could get a platinum.
If that Tom Gleason, that Red Rooster commercials got a gold logie. Tom Gleason. Oh yeah, but the Rob Spoil out of gold. I'll get the silver. I'm happy.
I don't care.
I'll take the silver. I've lost 6 tournaments in a row and I won 1. I'll let him win the next 6 fucking gold logies and I'll take the fucking silver one.
I'm just happy to someone listen to me. That's all.
Ali, come on, man.
So I don't need them.
And then at the end of the day, when Tony Grgic gets dementia, we'll give him a fucking gold logie just for fun. Jel može, Grga?
Actually, I'm not even. He's probably still tuned in though.
I've got to be.
Because I turned this thing off, thinking we're fucking flicking off. But
I'm like Joe Rogan now. I'm smoking his cigarette like a joint.
Okay. I like Joe. I watched the Mel Gibson episode. That was a good one.
Oh, it's time ago. The Rogan scene.
Yeah. When he's Vrane. You know?
He's Vrane, exactly right. Where the golems and the else from Vrane, Knežević's, Mali Knežević, Wilson.
But you're playing your first game, like your first senior game in the grand final against Marconi,
and you win it,
and
you take home the fucking medal, and see you later.
We're gonna pass the hat around to get smaller on new phone. So there we go. All right. Živli dečki lako noć za dom spremni, just like even he gave up on us. See. Even they what did
Let
he
me
say?
see if I could save this video or
Update.
share. Check.
That hard to get into scene, and the network is shocking. Oh, hang on, something's coming up. What's this?
Something. Let me see if I can save.
Something.
Let me see if we can save it. Forward it.
I just want to let everyone know we did not fucking plan this at all. We thought it was going to be an.
Let me see if I can share my screen from Facebook.
Rose said she unplugged the internet.
Screen, Messenger, Facebook. Mogla bi ja nešto još pokazati ja. If it allow me to share.
Keep it in your pants. Oh, so.
Marko.
Yeah. Možda.
Je upside down.
Ovo upside down.
Nema veze. Vidi se.
Yeah.
The atmosphere.
Yeah.
Idemo kad vidi. Lip.
Lip.
Da mi je u rolu.
Ko kip.
Ne vidje za kraju kamenja. Rođo, thank you što si posla video. That's how we roll in Debeljak, man.
Yeah, on the side.
Sideways.
Sideways roll.
There we go. That's probably the bus tipped over on the way down to scene between Metković and Makarska, wherever it was that Mickey was driving. Mate Grgić was probably driving.
What's the best image we've had about there as well? Well, look here. But even like here, you got bodies. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, but
So you get it right up to the camera. That's the shot. They're singing Chavoglave in scene. You've got Ljubuški, Zrinski, Mostar flags. You've got
Baci bombu, gori bandu preko izvora. It looks actually going. I'll turn it off. It's boring. Boring. Don't like that.
Oh,
Having a terrible time.
That
It's
rubbish.
like-
But what is good been, thank you very much for that
Yeah,
footage.
yeah.
And everyone else that's participated again. We can't thank you enough. It's been fantastic. We've now been standing for 4.5 hours, 4 hours and 34 minutes.
Only
Still-
one toilet break too.
Only one, mate. Joe Slutty goes, hoćete dečki do Josip Piškić.
Yeah.
Yes, we all do Josip Piškić. I might go do now number 2, Branko
Well, you know
Milošević.
what? Our program was like a Josip Biškić corner. Like he took it, like 4 hours later, it's still in the air.
And he's doing that.
Yeah,
He's cursing everybody else. Cursing Chris Bainbridge and Richie Lorenz.
Just everyone's waiting for the ball to drop.
Ljudi moji, hvala vam. Thank you for tuning in. If you're still online, svaka vam čast because you fucking endured
Yeah.
more than my wife could. And we've have we got any more jokes? I don't know. Have we got any more? I've done the diabetes joke. I've done the fucking. I told one last night. I told a couple last night.
Yeah, go on.
When I did go to Metro on my own,
Yeah.
back in the day, I used to go by myself because I didn't know anybody there. And I walked up to this girl, and this girl, pretty girl, standing there at the bar. And I go to her, "You're pretty." And she goes, "Thank you very much. It's a great compliment." I go, "Can I please finish my sentence?" I go, "You're pretty fucking ugly." Then I walked up to another one.
That's why I never went back to the Metro again. But
And then I walked up to another girl because I didn't work the first time. I go, "I've got a second pickup line." I go, "This one's got to work."
Yeah.
This is it is now what 1 o'clock in the morning, or nearly 12:30, whatever it is.
Oh my god.
And I go, there's one girl. I go, "You fucking mole," and she turns around and she goes, "Don't call me fucking." Yes, we're sad malo poludli. So we're going to leave you now with one more tune before we go. Spolge is going to sing. I don't know.
What are we singing?
I don't know. Check out.
An A. What an A.
Is that an A?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's A.
What are we doing though? Iznad Zagreba, spustila se gusta magla, a iznad Zagreba.
I got one more left.
Oh, one more.
But it's good. I got
We're getting older.
I'm like
It's time to
Glee.
get a
It
break.
used to be on Netflix. Check out what else we got here. Check out. Yeah.
Oh, if it was Glee, we'd have like pitch creek. Sokole, pjevaj mi, pjevaj. Šaj, sokole.
I s tim, laku noć, ljudi moji, dobro jutro, wherever you may be. Enjoy the concert, enjoy the live feed. Thank you for joining us. I vidimo se next week, 7:30 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. Svaka čast to all the branitelji that liberated our country 30 years ago, to the Melbourne Knights that won the championship 30 years ago, to everybody else that's contributed, Križni put, Zrinskis, Frankopani, Jelačići, Tomislavi, Zvonimiri, doesn't matter who you are, what you've done, you've all contributed, and thank you all very much for tuning in this evening. Vidimo se all next week. Laku noć.
Laku noć.